Oh, how's it going? Not even cold. I'm actually fucking boiling. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. That was half to that was half to bully Hater, and half because I realised very suddenly. Oh, I haven't actually pinged the Discord, have I? No, I hadn't. But there we are. We're all sorted. Why the fuck are we listening to Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Well, yeah, you had to. Do you not read the chat? Okay. Anyway, Hater's just spamming the fucking fish, and I'm sick of it. So now that symbol is forever. Yep, that's Hater when the child snatcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang follows her on Twitter. There we are. There we go. Oh, I want to reformat it. Okay, that's what I want everyone to think of when she sends that stupid fucking emote again. White boy, white shirt, white wall, white Britain. That's right. We. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Oh, what the fuck do you mean at Dickers suck me from the back? Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, man. I will complain about this until it's over, okay? Arkin. Video. The Cameron video. Ah! Oh my god. I've had to start like apportioning time for my for like when I'm not doing work, when I'm not doing stream, when I'm not doing that entire 15 minutes of stream prep. When I'm not doing like your writing or anything like that. Yeah, I've had to actually apportion time. And what I've been doing with it is spending far too much watching and binging the Chernobyl series from HBO that I never watched. Really fucking weird dreams you get from falling asleep to the Chernobyl like mini-series. Oh, especially when you start thinking that like, you know, what do the characters look like real people you know from your real life. Very fucking strange. Very odd. Yeah. Ugh. Had to wake up early this morning as well. It's fucking horrendous. It was not a good time to decide to start trying to binge fucking HBO series. It's like there's 6 hours in total to get through the series. And I decided to start, you know, as soon as I ended stream. So I did not go to sleep until very late. Oh, so yeah, I only slept for like 5 hours because I had to wake up early. You know, took care of what I needed to take care of. Sat on the sofa. Had a 2-hour nap, didn't I? Again, fell asleep. Again, watching Chernobyl. Weirdest fucking dreams. Again. So weird. So delirious was I. And so sleep deprived. I yet again started having the recurring dream that I haven't had for about 4 or 5 months. Which was, I'm dreaming, and just as I'm waking up, I get the creeping sense that I've left my stream on. And I'm just like sleeping live on camera somehow. It's really fucking weird. If you ever want to have like the most alarming, most uncomfortable kind of like rise and shine moment, you want to you want to wake up believing in that instant that you are on camera live to however many people. And what have you been doing during your sleep? Been blowing your nose, been saying the N-word. I don't know what I get to when I'm asleep. Dickers has live stream anxiety. Is that a real thing? Is that a real thing? Your strongest fear is sleeping on stream. to a sleepy stream to overcome your fear. No, I don't think I have stream anxiety. Blowing your nose in your sleep. I meant sneezing. I meant sneezing on yourself. No, it's not my strongest fear, but it's a weird fear that well, it's a weird sensation that I have had if I've gone to sleep very, very soon after streaming. I used to have it a lot more when I first started streaming, like a few months ago. Haven't had it recently, but ooh, I don't know if it's I don't know. 72-hour stream. That's fucking rough. I don't know how Augie and Connor do it. Okay, I'm joining. Hello.
Dickers, it's fucking over for you, dude. It's fucking over for you.
Why,
You're
what
done.
happened?
You're raped. The cartel, they found out about your antics.
Yeah?
They got 2 boats coming out to your location right now, all the way out over there in the middle of the fucking sea.
All the way out in the middle of the sea. I live in a fucking country. It's not...
You mean a fucking island? You mean a little fucking island owned and dominated by the United States of America?
What? Little island? You realise... Okay,
Yeah,
what's the name of the island I live on?
What's the name of the island you live on? I don't know. Who gives a fuck about whatever place you're from, dude?
Yeah? The
Great
island,
what?
the
Great
quote-unquote island that I live on.
Now
Britain.
Whoever's name was Britain back in the past, he obviously named that place after himself. Called it Great Britain.
Oh my!
He's got a small penis. It's purely projection.
Romans
He's
called
compensating
it
for something.
Britannia.
Well, I don't care.
Called Britain.
Who?
Who fucking asked, bitch?
All right, I'll see you later.
Can't believe it.
Easy.
Love you. God, fuck! He almost got me. Shit. Wait, what's Gamma been saying on his streams? Why am I being sent this clip?
Yes, get those illegals off our streets. Yes, deport them all. White nation for all.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I've heard him do the immigrants rant. I've never heard him say white nation for all. It's an interesting one. Gamma stealing jokes from Kel. Wait, is that kinetic Kel? Okay. Average brown person on Twitter. Oh my god. I can't believe I also triggered Dickers with my gender. I don't know. I feel like I'm surprised. I don't know if I even should be, but I'm like continually surprised when I realize that that people are female. It sounds so fucking weird to say. But yeah, I get, you know, I get nervous. My palms start sweating. I start to just clear my throat. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know if it's because like I feel like, you know, when I'm talking when I'm talking on stream, or whether I'm like talking on chat, like I'm with like the boys, and then I realize there's a girl there, and it's like, oh, a girl. What am I fucking doing? I've got to stop doing these bits where the punchline is I'm retarded. At least I don't take myself too seriously, I suppose. Unlike some people. I'm not even gonna consider conspiratorial rabbit holes. I'm looking into this case right now, and this absolutely could have been a Chinese conspiracy. I'm really seeing it now. I'm seeing it. Yeah. How's it going, Butters? The rape gene is triggered when you find out there's a woman around. He says that he drinks poshly from his drink. I don't even know what that means. I'm not drinking poshly. Okay, forget the... Fuck it. Fuck the straw. Fuck the straw. The mug. No, that's a proper stance. That's not like a... I'm gonna tip this all over myself. That's not one of those bad boys. You know? That's a fucking troll grip. That's a troll grip on a fucking mug. Yeah. What you drinking? Iced coffee? Fucking hell. Drinking for two? Nope. I'm just addicted to caffeine, unfortunately. That's a big ass cup. I do like big mugs. I like big mugs. And I cannot lie. F-slur, yeah, probably. But we've got, I don't think you get it, you don't think you have it in the same place, right? I don't think you have it in America, but we've got like a sports retailer called Sports Direct. And it used to be the case that if you bought a certain amount of like shit from them, like you would get given a huge fucking mug. Like this, like I can't hold this with my full fist, right? I can't, if I try and slip my, just doesn't work. It's just not working. You could put your full fucking fist in there. Easy fucking peasy. It was great. Although I saw this mug the other day and I had like a little bit of like a weird moment when I thought, I don't know if you can see that on the camera. I thought that it said duck bringer. I just woke it up. My brain is like, if you know how people sometimes say that like, oh, you can hear the wheels turning in his head. No wheels were turning, all right? It was like, of like the fuses blowing as my head just starts like frying and sparking. Yeah, I thought, what the fuck is duck bringer? Oh, that's a sign of brain death. Resi must be fucked then. Jesus Christ. Retard, you put three fingers through the loop and put your index finger on top of the loop. What, like that? You hold it like that, do you? You fucking troglodyte. You put three fingers through the loop and put your index finger at the top of the loop. Or are you saying like this? Are you saying like that with your ring finger like down at the bottom? Yeah? I fucking know, mate. Leave me alone, alright? Just leave me alone. Fucking hell. I've realized. Oh my god. Pinky not sticking out. To be honest, to have like a mug like this and try and like you have to put effort in at that point, you know? Like, I understand if you've got a little teacup, you know? If you've got a little teacup and you just kind of like, you know, that makes sense. Because what's that finger going to do? It's going to get in your fucking way, isn't it? So just move it, you know? Right? Never mind. You corral the side with your three fingers inside and index above. What, you mean like this? Like that? That's like a peasant's way to hold it. No, because then you're not having any fun with the handle. You might as well just fucking grip it at that point. If you're not actually like putting them through like that, what's the point? What's the point of the mug? You're not having any fun with the handle down. No? You're holding it in a boring way. Fun with the handle. Yeah. You get what I mean, right? Like when you stand up and then you're like, you know, you're bored, and so you just kind of like, you try and balance on each foot, or try and see if you can like shift your weight around if you're standing up and you're like bored. Or when you're walking and like that's boring, so you're like walking on your tiptoes. Like those are like just funner ways to do things. Right? This dude's autistic? Whoa, 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 whoa! Is that autistic? What? That's autism! That's autism! No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Wait, what? No! What? They're fucking with me. I don't know. I'm looking at it more and more. It seems to be something. Oh, fuck me, man. Standing on your toes is distinctively an autistic thing. No fucking way it's not. My rad score was like super low. My rad score was tiny, I think. Okay, I'm opening up 3 windows of information right now to double check this. Okay. Achilles tendon? Nope. Cerebral palsy? Nope. Duchenne muscular dystrophy? Nope. Trauma or arthritis? Well, no. A brace? It's voluntary! The posture where humans consciously lift their heels off to go tiptoe, tiptoe. Fucking hell. Wait, what? You missed it? I just saw it. Wait, it's not, I can walk on my feet. No! Persistent toe walking in children is also associated with developmental disabilities, such as autism. In a recent study, 68% of children with autism spectrum disorder report experiencing walking changes. It's just fun. It's just... What? One sec. There's got to be another cause for this. Let's go to the Cleveland Clinic. How common is, at the age of 5, can still... Okay, well, this is all children. Is this something just children do? Fuck! Some people walk on their toes in their adulthood. They may have to try to correct their toe walking as a child, but never outgrew a treatment ineffective. No, I don't have to do it. I can stop. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. No! Not again! Fuck. Okay, one second. Can somebody send me, like, a source? Like, one source that, like, can it... It can be some... walking on tiptoes. ADHD. ADHD.
You got
dicked. It could be ADHD.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Ah! It might actually be one of the cool learning disabilities. Is toe walking a sign of ADHD in children? Evidence suggests there's some overlap between idiopathic toe walking and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. No! My feet are actually resting on my toes right now! Nicandros, stop! Nicandros, please! I can stop it whenever I want. It's just comfortable to have it in that position.
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
You can have ADHD and autism.
No, they're mutually exclusive. No, they're mutually exclusive, okay? No. Well, ADHD found that 20.8% of participants had idiopathic toe walking. as noted above. Experts estimate the general prevalence. Wait. Okay, the general prevalence of idiopathic toe walking is about 2%. So there's a good chance. There's a good chance that it could be totally normal. Yeah. Or actually, if I think about it, okay, I'm thinking it through. Okay, I've got like particularly bad flat-footedness. Yeah. So maybe that's why I do it. No, I like doing it, actually. I like doing it. It feels comfortable. It feels fun to, like, balance between the feet. That's, like, stimulating. No, although, every now and again, I'll get, like, a little twinge. I'll get, like, a little twinge, you know? Like, imagine my foot is like that. Like, the middle of the foot just feels like... you know? It's almost as if there's like a little string throughout my foot, and then that just kind of like that kind of tugs, and then I can feel it. I can feel the string, and it's not quite sore. It's just kind of like it's there. It feels like a pressure or like it feels sensitive. It's called a tendon. Okay, that would make sense. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Wait. They were talking about tendons before. Okay. So, it could be any one of these three. Short tendon, ADHD, or autism. I'm going to exclude autism because, you know, obviously. So it could be one of the two. There we are. Do you have the photic sneeze reflex? What, when lights flash in my eyes and then I sneeze? No. Google Flatfoot autism. I don't think so. Not that I've noticed. Okay, I'm not looking at that. That's stupid. That's silly. We're going too far. We're jumping the shark. We're jumping the shark now. Can you touch your toes? Question for medical reasons. No, because I sit in my fucking chair all day. Huh? There we are. Bro, you're in commentary. You're probably autistic. It's okay. Not within a clinically relevant range. Okay. I got it.
Dicked.
Looking at a bright
You're
light
getting
helps
too
me
big for your
sneeze.
boots.
Helps you sneeze.
Yeah, toe walking leads to tendon issues.
Oh, no. Are you saying that it's the other way around, then? The toe walking causes the tendon issues, not the other way around. Fucking hell. Oh. Dicker's the rape raptor. Okay. We're jumping the shark again. We're jumping the shark. How do you test that? The photonic sneeze reflex. Can I get like a YouTube video that like would test that for me? If I go close enough to my screen. Why the fuck have I got my snipping tool? The sun sneeze gene. Photic, not photonic. Okay.
Which basically means if I go from a dark area...
I took a rad score. You guys, to be fair... okay. So you guys might not be aware... Ow, fuck, okay. You guys might not be aware... Just bashed shit out my hand. But I did take a rads test relatively early into starting streaming. And I got... I don't remember what I got, but it was very low, okay? It was very, very low. I might, in fact, have You lied on that test, bro. You weren't even around for that test, Ninja, okay? Don't come at me for my fucking rad score. Where is it? Take it again. Okay, I will do that as a dono goal, to take it again, and see if I get the same score. But I guarantee you I will, so it's wasted time on your part.
Into somewhere that's brightly lit, you know, like looking at the sun, I will sneeze. Wait for it.
You have to wait a little bit longer, because I've just found this. I didn't find mine, but I did find Soul Skibbities. It says, at Miratazapine, what does this mean? That was a bad day. That was a bad day for all Soul. That was, oh dear. That was not so good.
There you go. I'm a sun sneezer. But why?
You know it's literally pinned for some reason. Oh, I think I pinned it. Okay, that makes
Does
sense.
this happen? People have known about this effect for at least a few thousand years. Aristotle was probably a sun sneezer because in his Book of Problems, he asked, why does the sun provoke sneezing? And his answer was, it was the heat from the sun which causes sweating inside your nose, and so you sneeze to get rid of the moisture. But a couple millennia later, Sir Francis Bacon demonstrated that this could not be the case, because when he closed his eyes and turned towards the sun, well, he did not experience that photic sneeze reflex. So his explanation was that it was the eyes watering, and then when some of that moisture got down into the nose, that caused the tickle which makes you sneeze. But even this theory has its problems, because eye watering is a much slower process than the photic sneeze reflex, so it can't be the cause. Before I started
Typically, it's the sun that causes it, but if I feel a sneeze coming on and it's dark, I look at my phone's light to do it faster. That's interesting.
researching sun sneezing, I thought that having the photic sneeze reflex must convey some sort of evolutionary advantage onto the people who have it. If you think about it, sneezing is a way of transmitting disease. In your snot, there can be the living bacteria that cause tuberculosis and strep throat, or viruses that cause measles, mumps, rubella, and influenza. So if you're living in a moist, dark cave and you sneeze, or your snot lands on the floor or the walls of the cave, and those pathogens can stay alive for hours or even days, increasing the likelihood of spreading that disease to other people who live with you in your cave. Whereas, if you only sneeze when you emerge from the darkness of the cave and into bright sunlight, well then, that mucus will quickly dry out, or because it's exposed to the harmful UV rays of the sun, it will kill all of those pathogens, greatly decreasing the risk of spread of disease.
Oh my god! Okay, I don't care about that. I've just found it! This was sent in my server by Spoops, of all people. Oh my god, this is how long ago this was. I had the static little Dickers symbol there. I used to have who last donated there. The blue background to try and make the the fucking shit stand up. Do you remember when I had a third of my fucking screen was my camera and the chat? And then my wallpaper used to be Donald Trump CGI'd as an orange. Oh my god. Simpler times. They were simpler times. And the all-important autism score. Boom. Bap, bit, bop, bang. Now, I do remember, the only reason I remember taking this test is because I thought that said social retardedness subtotal. And that said circumcised interests total. So, you know, it's, yeah, it's, I might not be autistic, but I'm fiercely dyslexic.
By the 1960s, some studies were revealing the hereditary nature of the photic sneeze reflex. There was a father who would sneeze 2 times when he entered bright sunlight, and when they tested his baby daughter, who was just 4 weeks old, moving her from a dark room into full sunlight also caused her to sneeze exactly 2 times. And by the 1980s, it was clear that this trait was autosomal dominant, meaning that you only needed to inherit 1 copy of the gene from just one of your parents in order to exhibit the trait. But when studies of the population have been done, only about 18 to 35% of people actually have the photic sneeze reflex. So I don't really think this gives a great evolutionary advantage. Otherwise, everyone would have it. You know, it could just be one of those random mutations that happens over time and sustains itself because it's neither good nor bad, evolutionarily speaking. So it affects roughly 1 in 4 people. Can you spot the person with the photic sneeze reflex? Nowadays, it's actually been found that the gene responsible for the photic sneeze reflex is on the 2nd chromosome, and it's a single letter of DNA that's been changed. On my 2nd chromosome, I have a C where non-sun sneezers have a T. And the reason that we know this is that back in 2010, there was a study of about 10,000 people where they went online and they reported whether they were sun sneezers or not, and then their DNA was analyzed and the groups were compared, and what they found was the thing the sun sneezers had in common was this one particular letter change in their DNA. That, I think, is pretty amazing. Now, it's unclear...
Well, it's not a polygenetic trait. Huh? I got a question. Is it weird that when I sneeze, I usually sneeze twice? I don't think so. I'm not a sun sneezer. No, I'm like normal, I think. Dick is also, you got rid of the TTS saying who donated to. That is true. That is true. But I felt like donos were taken forever. This person tipped this much. Ba 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 ba. You know? You know?
Exactly how this change affects your physiology and makes you more susceptible to sun sneezes. But the best theory at the moment is that it involves the trigeminal nerve, which is the largest cranial nerve. It involves all of the feeling that you have in your face. And as the name implies, it actually has 3 branches, one of which receives stimuli from your eye and another which receives stimuli from your nose. So the thought is that this really active stimulation of the optic nerve may cross over into the maxillary branch, causing that little tickle which gets you to sneeze. Photic sneezes are generally pretty harmless unless you're doing something like flying a fighter jet or performing some sort of delicate surgery. But this methodology can allow us to learn a lot about different heritable traits and diseases just by studying lots of people and their genotypes.
That's fucking bonkers, though. Huh. It is weird sometimes to like actually when you dig into like the I guess like biology or especially like genetics and stuff like that, you become acutely aware in a somewhat uncomfortable way that we are just like little chemistry sets of like randomness and kind of there's not really much order to things and stuff just kind of works, and you know it's kind of, if it didn't work we'd die, and so it's kind of, you know, kind of a little bit thrown together. I mean, I'm not saying it's especially deep. I'm not saying it's deep at all, but it's like you kind of become aware of it. It's like, oh dear, okay, maybe humans aren't that great. I don't know. Maybe humans aren't that smart. Or like fantastic and stuff, you know? Yeah. I don't trust him. He could have used ChatGPT to make all the ChatGPT. I'll tell you what ChatGPT is great for. I've been using it for this recently, especially since binging Chernobyl. Learning about like nuclear reactor science. I guess like the physics of nuclear fission and how nuclear reactors work and stuff. Just by asking ChatGPT and getting like a voice thing going back and forth. I mean, I'm not especially worried about it being like perfectly accurate or explaining it perfectly. Obviously, going back and like just checking. Okay, so it referenced this program. It referenced this kind of like government, thing. It referenced this model of reactor. Da da da. Fact checking as it goes along. It's actually just like quite fascinating to be able to like speak to something that already knows exactly what you want to talk about or learn about, and then being able to ask questions at each step rather than watching a video that kind of bobs and weaves and talks about stuff that you've got no interest in, and it's kind of cool. It's quite cool for that. Usually I only really use AI to like soundboard
bro,
off what I'm already thinking. Do you know what I mean?
Daily knife reveal.
I don't have my knife with me right now. That's for later in the stream. Thank you though for the two the two New Zealand. If you make a fist and flex towards you, does a bulge appear in your forearm? It's an extra tendon that's slowly been removed out of the gene pool. If I do that, there's like a muscle there, or is that the extra tendon? Analyze my arm and just tell me if I've got it, right? Yeah? No? I'm more monkey? I mean, that would make sense. Wait, it's in the inside of your forearm. Yes? No? Maybe so? I don't know. That wouldn't be unusual though, to be fair. Seeing as like ethnically I'm mostly Northern European. So, Neanderthal and stuff. Although, not monkeys, thank you. Not monkeys. They were also great apes, like us. Thank you. They were a human species as well. Elbow 90 degree, more wrist side to the... Okay, you sick fuck. Okay. Nice t-shirt. I got a power saw from my local Ireland Delight yesterday. That's it. I've got the little t-shirt on. I'm wearing whatever the fuck today. It's laundry day, if you can't tell. I'm just, I'm slinging stuff that would actually look nice. And it's actually like, nice clothes. That's all going in the washing machine today. I'll be back to looking like normal and presentable tomorrow. But today, yeah, it's just the last thing that I can find in my closet. Look at the palm side of your forearm. There's a useless tendon attached to the wrist. What did it used to be used for, though? Yeah? Huh? Ah, yes. Stoned out of my mind. Perfect for an ADHD-coded Evil Becky stream. Here's the thing. I think I've said about this before, alright? After discussing ADHD and stuff on stream the other day, I chased up that appointment that I've been waiting a year for. Getting it in 3 months. Yep. Yeah, I've been waiting. Actually, I've been waiting over a year. I think my initial assessment, and I started was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Yeah, it was. I think basically to the month. I went in for an initial kind of assessment 2 years ago, and then I'm only just getting my proper appointment in 3 months. I'm actually happy for you. Well, I don't know. Okay, I might not even get anything. All right, I might not get in anything. Did you fill your ADHD self-report survey? Yeah, I did that 2 years ago, and I've got people who've like known me for a long time to be able to fill in their thing as well, and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see. But yeah, as soon as because I mentioned it to my girlfriend. And now that's all that she can talk about. Like whenever she's like talking away at me, and I'm just kind of like lost in my like own thoughts, or I'm thinking about something, kind of staring into space, Oh, what, babe? What you saying? Sorry. So you really need to fucking hurry up on that appointment, don't you? Yeah, maybe. I guess so. Oh my god. I got medicated for actually a year ago. Not gonna lie, 1 year on, I'm kind of questioning it. What, your diagnosis? You're questioning your diagnosis, or you question whether the medication's like the right fit for you? You're never gonna convince us you have a girlfriend. Okay. You got 4 out of 5 on section A. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you're questioning the meds. Yeah. Well, you think they've given you a sugar pill? They don't really believe you. Are you able to flip your tongue upside down? Like that? Like that? Oh, you need 4 at least. Well, I mean, I went for my initial kind of whatever, and then I've been waiting 2 years for the proper, I guess, appointment. So I presume that I did, okay? I filled it in, and they said, yeah, maybe. You should probably get a proper appointment. And I've waited for 2 fucking years from it. You know what, actually? I've changed my mind already. I've changed my mind already. If I don't get fucking Adderall, if I don't get fucking amphetamines, yep, I want meth, okay? I'm going to be thoroughly disappointed. I'm gonna. What am I realistically gonna do? I'm gonna what? I'm gonna leave them a bad review. I don't know. Wrong axis. I don't know. Wait, you mean like that? Huh? That's English. That's her tongue. Like that, yeah? Yeah, okay. Cool. Some people can do that. Wellbutrin. I don't know. I don't think in the UK, I don't think they're like prescribing Wellbutrin for basically anything. It's super popular in America. I don't know why we don't use it, but no. Got no clue. No. What the fuck are you doing, man? I don't know. People say the streamer's for women. I'm seeing it now. What the fuck do you mean? I spend like the first however long of my stream just like chit-chatting with chat. Wellbutrin isn't used in the UK. I think it can be for some things, but you need like special permission. You know? You need special permission or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. If Dickers gets an ADHD diagnosis with Vyvanse, in the UK it's called Elvance. Really? What is it? What is methylphenidate not worth it? Is that kind of like, is that what they try and palm you off with, just to see if if you'll take it before given the amphetaminoids? Live is the superior chat. Yeah, I always have it for live for the sidebar, just so I can see it there. I don't know what determines live versus top chat sometimes. It's really, really annoying. Meryl is awful. Way more anxiety. Huh. They're going to put you on Equisim, retard. What does Equisim mean? I'm guessing you meant methyl or methylphenidate. Yeah. Give you panic attacks, though. Jesus, okay. Maybe I don't want that. Maybe that would be a lot worse for me. Okay. Better TV extension will automatically put it in live chat. You know. Yeah. It's whatever. Well, so long as I just have my kind of YouTube chat up, it all goes on, you know, whatever. AHDH med research on stream. Destiny skinwalking much? No. I too can also be obsessed with the prospect of getting controlled substances. All right. It's only a prospect though. Like I say, got a point with nothing more. You know, you know, it's way harsher on the body than amphetamines. Really? Methylphenidate. Okay, maybe that's true then. Maybe that's true. All ADHD medication have an increased risk of anxiety. Yeah, probably. It's the cure for autism. Well, maybe I can, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone. We can kind of sort that out, right? Okay. Oh. Get on... Okay. Get on Pervitin. If I Google this, is this going to be like some... Is this going to be some, like, chemical castration drug for pedophiles? Okay. No, it's not. Fair play. They missed a trick there. That's a sick fucking name for one of those drugs that, like, shrinks the balls of pedos. Pervitin. Which, the fucking, I doubt the Nazis are really using that to, like, commercially market their, like, amphetamines, so, you know. You could probably nick that. I think. Right? We need to have, like... I bet there's too many drugs now. There's too many new types of drugs. And I think it'd be fine, because everyone likes, like, medicine and, like, medical technology and, you know, stuff like that. But I think we've outpaced the rate that we can actually think of cool names, right? Like, you've got morphine, you know, it's like Morpheus, the god of dreams, right? Kind of cool. We like that. You know? Heroin, that's got a cool reason behind it, I think. You know? Wait, what does heroin come from? I'm sure heroin has a... heroin. Drug. Etymology. Heroin. Based on the German heroisch, which means heroic strong. Okay. I understand. Yeah. You know? Cool. Those are all super cool names for drugs. Finasteride. What's that do? What's that about? Finasteride. I feel like I've got to have, like, cooler names that makes it, like, slightly more obvious what it does, or, you know, like, kind of, I don't know. Like, at least kind of give me a hint. Get yourself some Viagra. Does Viagra work? Does Viagra let me know what it's about? Viagra. I feel like it does. I feel like Viagra's a good one. Yeah, I like Viagra. It's going to be about, like, you know, kind of virility and, you know, grah! You know, that's like vigor, yes. Vigor, virility, Viagra, you know? Feel like a man when you're saying it. I feel like that makes sense. Paracetamol. Fucking retarded. Vigor? Sorry? Oh, okay. Cialis. Oh, yeah, that's what the generic version is called, isn't it? Cialis. Shit. Sounds womanly. Viagra. That's a man's drug. Cialis, it's what you take if you want a fat clit, I guess. But it was originally for blood. Yes, thank you, Mirtazapine, for your deep, like pharmacological knowledge. Okay, we all know. Oh, did you? Interesting fact. Interesting fact. Viagra was originally designed to help people with low blood pressure. Oh, yeah, and then everyone started getting like hard-ons. How cool! What, did you realize? Yes, we realized. Cialis makes your dick hard no matter what. Really? Wait. Sildenafil. Viagra is sildenafil. Sildenafil. Huh. So you're saying that Cialis is better than sildenafil? Cialis versus sildenafil. Pseudoephedrine. Yeah, I don't know if that's quite. Oh, hold on. What? I need to speak to my pharmacist. It sounds like he's been giving me the shit stuff. No, I'm joking. What is this? The independentpharmacy.co.uk. Sildenafil acts fast. It can be effective with just 30 to 60 minutes, but only remains active in the body for 46 hours. Cialis takes 30 minutes to 2 hours to work, but stays in the body much longer, making it possible to achieve erections for up to 36 hours after a single dose.
You are kinda like Destiny. You did a lot of uncontrolled substances. You have ADHD without getting it treated, and you harass women.
Whoa. The first bit, yeah, I get all that. The last one, those are just allegations, okay? They were never proven. Wait, Cialis, you're supposed to take that daily. Oh, you can only have one a day, I'm guessing that's what it means. Suited for immediate use. Flexible for planned encounters. Or spontaneous encounters. Wait, who wins? Who wins on the... visual changes. What, people start seeing shit from Viagra? Slightly firmer peak. Oh. Slightly firmer peak erection in some cases. Okay, cool. Oh, no more Viagra research streams. I cannot take it. I can't. That's what she said. I can't. Okay. Dickers, what do you assume the research chemical 4FA does? Fuck all. What's that joke for? It's for fuck all. No? Yeah? No? Okay. If that works, is that just water? Am I getting punked? 4-factor authentication. What does it actually do? Fluoroamphetamine is an epic research system. It's a speed alternative. It's pronounced forfa. Never in my life have I even thought of doing a research chemical. To me, that just sounds like insanely fucking scary. I will sooner do fucking meth and heroin before I ever do a fucking RC. It's not worth it. It's one of those old legal highs. Yeah. Fucking lethal highs, dude. Change like 1 or 2 fucking like chemical branches and technically it's legal. man. That was an insane fucking period of the internet. Thinking back. Could be a fun dono goal. Okay. Maybe that would be a fun dono goal. Until then, we'll stick with the fun autism tests. Okay? There we are. Has anyone here tried DMTA? Actually, I need to there we are. Dono goal for the autism test. Gonna pin it. Okay. And then, because I'm like a professional streamer and stuff, yeah, gonna ask people as they enter whether or not they like the stream. Yes. So I do not have to remind people to do it. They can be reminded when they come in, okay? Which actually reminds me, okay? If you guys are watching right now and you haven't liked the stream, I'd hugely appreciate it if you would. If you want to interact with the stream, feel free. It'd be very, very generous if you'd buy a super chat, buy a super sticker, be part of the stream. I can read it out if you buy a sticker, don't worry. If you feeling extra generous, okay, you can join the channel as a member. That would be very, very cool, right? Get used to the emojis. Get a special role in the Discord. Get exclusive access to members-only content, of which I've produced nothing yet, but, you know. Or, if you're feeling doubly charitable, okay, gift some memberships. Yeah, other people get a membership, and I get money. You're helping so many people, okay? Nice. Anyway, chill over. Okay. Are you watching Toastify's video? He didn't do the topic justice. I am watching Toastify's video. If you guys don't know, that's the first topic that we're going to go over today. He didn't do it justice. Okay. Kalu, if you know a thing or two about this, all right? Feel free to chip in and correct something. Yo! Thank you, Big Aaron, for the 1 Dickers gifted membership. Thank you, Brandroid, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, let's get into it. With that said, super generous, though. Thanks, guys.
Seriously sick of this drama.
Just give me a moment, okay? Tell me it's either yes or no. I just need a moment. It's go. Yes. Please or go no. Upstairs. You're gonna know.
And yes,
Yeah, Nikandros remind me. Okay, thank you. Babka is not going to shout at me. Okay, so obviously the Cine Bear drama kind of blew up after she sent, let's say, SA porn, after she sent essay material of Nightmare Sans essaying a buff, big, strong bunny character. Anyway, sent that to a 14-year-old girl in an attempt to not groom.
You got dicked.
Not groom.
Okay,
I mean, well, she was trying to do that, but in like a lesbian way. But anyway, yes. I can't use that word, Sliggins, but you can, and I appreciate for you for doing so. Anyway. That drama went on. As a result, spin-off of that, right, was Birdie having to raise funds to escape Cine Bear, despite being an adult, not a minor. Anyway, this led to a little bit of diving into their lore. They caught a little bit of the attention tangentially from Cinebird.
You got dick.
From Cine Bear.
Okay, bro.
Mute those for a second. And so now she's got the money, but she's also got the attention of a side of the commentary community that maybe she did not want, okay? So let's have a gander.
A moment, okay? Tell me it's either yes or no. I just need a moment. It's go. Yes. Please or go. No. Upstairs. You're gonna know.
And yes, I do acknowledge that it was wrong to include a 9-year-old OC in 2 of the drawings. And if I ever do draw an NSFW again...
Wait, shit, did I say she? He. Fuck. Apologies. Or I'll just say they, just so I don't get fucking confused.
Just go, okay? That's very dangerous. I'm in the middle of something really
I also understand that some of the things I've done are genuinely unforgivable, and if you feel uncomfortable or unsafe viewing my content because of that, you don't have to stick around.
This absolute disgusting monstrosity that walks among humanity in their skins did these things to these kids and encouraged these kids.
Well, first of all, yes, I'm wearing a little shirt. All of my other shirts are dirty, unfortunately. But second, AGP, for people who were born female, if there was AGP, but for biological females, would that be like APP? Like autophallophilia? Maybe, right? Is that a thing? Or is that just a thing for like people who are biologically male? I don't know. We need to the gender criticals need to get on this. I don't know.
The history of the user known as Birdie is one of the most disturbing cautionary tales to be found online. Though you may have only heard of him recently due to his friendship and fallout with the infamous animator Cinebear03, his history goes far, far beyond that. Birdie's online career started back in 2017 in the animation meme community on YouTube, and by age 13 he had gathered nearly 100,000 subscribers. But the sudden interest wasn't as much from art as it was the constant cycle of drama, petty disputes between middle schooler artists, often mixed with dark adult themes and aired out for the public to see. An entire web of depraved private roleplays, breakups, threats, doxing campaigns. And Birdie stood at the centre of this web for years, both on the receiving end of these attacks and just as much a perpetrator of it. As the years rolled by, this Lord of the Flies model only got more convoluted and extreme, and since then, no one has successfully attempted to put the story together. The accepted narrative today is that Birdie was wrongly cancelled for basically nothing. But how true does that really ring? This is the sordid history of Birdie.
I didn't realize, because I don't know, I guess, much about Birdie's like early lore. Probably because it was, yeah, like 8 years ago. That makes sense. But I didn't realize that at one point they actually had like a bird, like it's not a fursona, like a beak sona, a feather sona, something like that. I didn't realize there was one point where they were actually a bird. That kind of makes sense. A bird with huge fucking tits, by the way, which I guess it makes sense why they would kind of bin that, as they want to transition into a man.
What we know about Birdie's early life and much of the information about his family comes from Birdie's own accounts over the years.
What do I mean, huge tits? I mean, look at the character. Look at the character. That's a huge bird. Yeah, sorry.
It's worth noting that throughout his online presence, he's been an incredibly unreliable narrator, with his claims about others having little to any evidence, whilst the claims against him are backed up with piles of proof. At least in this case, there's not much evidence you could really get for personal familial issues, and some of the claims against his family have been supported by his siblings. Regardless, please take what is presented with a pinch of salt. Birdie was born on September 22nd, 2004 to a family in the state of Washington. He was born female at birth, but later transitioned and took the name of Jack. Right from the beginning, troubles were awry, as Birdie once claimed he almost died during his birth, encountering complications. He would soon grow to become the middle child of 7 siblings, with a few of them even being wrapped up into Birdie's online antics, most particularly his
7
siblings, with a few of them complications. He would soon grow to become the middle child of 7 siblings, with
7 siblings. But Jack's sister is 13. Oof. How many siblings does he have? All I know is his brother and sister. Is it 6 or something? I don't know. Is this ever confirmed outside of this somebody saying like, oh, I got 6 or something?
few of them even being wrapped up into Birdie's online antics, most particularly his younger sister Alvina. If the sheer number of siblings that Birdie has alarms you, it may be because Birdie describes his parents as being obsessed with sexual topics, along with being conservative, Trump-supporting racist, sexist, homophobes, transphobes, anti-vaxxers and conspiracy theorists. Not all these claims can be confirmed, and it really seems like rattling off a checklist, but we can say with some certainty that Birdie's mom is a definite nutjob. Pictures from a public Facebook account show her obsession with private parts, as she even kept glass statues of them around the house. Many view this as a reason why, as you'll soon see, Birdie was discussing adult topics, including sexual ones, in a really descriptive and often violent manner at a young age. Birdie's mother also had a relationship with a different man before meeting Birdie's father, and at some point before 2021, apparently cheated on him with 2 other men for foreskin pictures, causing
G-Man. Also, I can confirm, me and Sophia first dated on December 10th, actually. She and Rin started dating, don't care. I can also say her mother cheated on her husband with 2 men for foreskin pictures and is a Trump supporter. What does that mean? Just the foreskin? Yeah, I don't know. I thought women didn't like foreskin. At least in America. What is a foreskin pic? I've got no clue. The only thing that I can possibly imagine, this is possibly incorrect, it's either just a pic of the tip of the cock, or it's like he was circumcised, but he kept his like foreskin and like framed it. Maybe? No? Nah, it's probably gross, actually. Forget that, scratch that.
Causing a definite rift in his parents' relationship. Birdie explained that his parents fought pretty often and almost separated in 2018. We know that they weren't well off, even aside from relationship struggles, considering that his mom never had a job and his dad quit his job at Taco Bell at some point when Birdie was living with them. Because of this, it's likely the family is just living off benefits. Something that adds to this idea is that Birdie's mom would supposedly give bad reviews to psychologists who wouldn't diagnose her children with the disability she wanted, such as autism, and kept changing doctors until she got satisfactory results. It's possible she was looking for a specific diagnosis so that the family could qualify for more benefits. Because of this, it puts into question the things Birdie was diagnosed with as a child. Now, Birdie has directly accused his parents of abuse. However, what's real and what's fake is really hard to discern. Birdie's—
Hold on. What was that? Most parents don't remember any trauma they put onto their children. It was just a Tuesday for them, but a life-changing event for you. Yeah, because apparently my mum bathing me until I was 15 was a normal occurrence in my dad's fucked up head, lumfowl. That counts as CSA? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yes. It's covert in blank, and it's traumatic and inappropriate. No parent should ever do that to their child. Was this because Birdie wasn't showering? Am I remembering this right? I need to ask. Friend of the stream and former partner of Damaged Coder, aka Birdie. Where is Fat Cato? Where is Fat Cato? And when are they going to answer for exactly the bathing habits of this particular freak?
Directly accused his parents of abuse. However, what's real and what's fake is really hard to discern. Birdie's definition of it extends from "they turned my Wi-Fi off" to alleging physical, verbal, and sexual wrongdoing.
It's like Mr. Tickle. If he was a fucking pedophile. What the fuck does this mean? This is a, like, what? What's that viral video from fucking years ago? Is it? It's like art by schizos. Yeah, art by schizophrenics. Is this it? Wait, where is it? Wait, this is it. Weird art. Weird art of the mentally disturbed. Oh my god. Bloke Cato in chat. I don't know, but yeah, he claimed the essay was his mom bathing him Never heard of anything else, though. If I recall correctly, there was something mentioned about a teacher or something, maybe, also doing that. Why is this not fucking loading, bro? Is this my RAM? Is my computer got AIDS? Oh, it's got a fucking... Oh, YouTube is so fucked, dude. It wants me to click on and say, yes, I know that it's for mature audiences. But since I don't click on that, it just never plays. YouTube, everyone!
Which the parents have denied. It's hard to tell whether they were too harsh that they pushed Birdie away to the internet, or too passive by letting him run free on it. At times, they did genuinely take Birdie offline because they knew something was wrong. However, Birdie seems to paint them out as utter psychopaths who would even watch videos that people made about him on the living room TV. Forgive me for not believing that. It's likely the parents were neglective to a certain degree. Some of Birdie's siblings have stated the same, and CPS has been called on the house a few times. The parents are definitely not completely innocent. When it comes to Birdie's schooling, you'd think the string of bad luck would have ended there, but it turns out that not only were his parents abusive, but also apparently his teachers were as well. Due to his diagnosis of autism and issues functioning in a regular classroom, Birdie was in a sort of special classroom from ages 9 to 11. He claims that during this time, his teachers would lock him in an empty isolation room, similar to sensory deprivation. From not doing anything when he tried to choke on his hair, to being careless and giving him bruises and scratches whilst restraining him, Birdie pretty much describes his teachers as awful people, and even had plans to kill them. Plans that went so far that the police apparently got involved.
Hello, I did a few segments in this vid, saluting face emoji.
Yo! Did you actually Sparkle Rizzle? Spark Rizzle. That's actually pretty cool. That's very, very cool. Hey, I look forward to seeing that. You have to point out when exactly it is. Thank you for the $2.
And that would not be the only time. According to Birdie, when he was around 11 years old, he went on a rampage destroying his sister's bedroom, ripping things apart and such. His parents then retaliated by attacking him, and Birdie defended himself by attacking his father with a fork and drawing blood. The main thing that stays consistent with this story is the use of a fork as a weapon, and his presence was stretched to him rebranding his channel in 2019 to be Around Forks. This whole fork stabbing incident led to Birdie being in police custody again, where he had to wait inside the back of a police car for an extended period of time, along with required therapy used to treat personality disorders. Aside from these two particular instances, Birdie's sister Alvina claims that as early as 2nd grade, when Birdie would have been 6 years old, he was already hitting the other children, and when he was 9, he tried to suffocate Alvina herself, despite him saying he viewed her as his favourite sibling. It's
When I was like 5, Birdie tried to suffocate me. He dragged me to school once and my clothes ripped. I'm going to leave a thumbstack under Alvin's pillow. Thumbtack. Fuck! Where did Obama go? Alvina, I hope Sailor sneezes on you. Jack, please stop. You promised you wouldn't get mad. I'm not mad at you, I'm mad at her. What I cannot... Is this any of this serious? Where did Obama go? Monkey emoji. Sad emoji.
He tried to suffocate Alvina herself, despite him saying he viewed her as his favourite sibling. It's worth noting that Birdie denies his accusations from Alvina, but like I said, he has a history of lying. This is...
Okay. Yeah, one time I walked towards her holding a sewing needle to freak her out, and she started screaming. It was funny. She even admitted she was making stuff up and mentioning things from years ago because she was pressured into it and she found it fun. He's talking about Alvina during this. Alvina has an intense fear of needles. Whenever I talk about needles around her, she gets freaked out and her fingers go numb. Haha.
This is likely why Birdie was not allowed in a regular school setting. I'm no psychologist, so I can't say anything definitive about this all, but I think it's clear that Birdie has been unstable since he was a child. However, it's also worth noting that despite growing up in these same conditions, none of Birdie's siblings turned out the same way.
Like he said, blank, like he wished he could hurt his friends and even DM'd his brother to shut up and wish his brothers didn't have friends. Ha 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 ha, Sailor's life is ruined. What? I know I won't. Oh, why? Wait, what happened to him? Oh, my younger sister too, what happened? Jack traumatized them. Huh? Isn't this Jack's ultimate? No?
It's a big thought of nature versus nurture. All this information about Birdie's childhood comes from a variety of sources, including himself, his siblings, and his parents. It's likely the truth is a blend of a lot of these claims.
Fox's Alvina the sister.
During the time Birdie was in school, he would begin to look for distractions in the form of the internet. His dad had recently bought him his own laptop, and taught him the basics of MS Paint. On August 23rd, 2015, the Birdie YouTube channel was created, and it would begin posting soon after. But initially, the channel didn't go under the name of Birdie or anything related to that. It was first called Foxy Lover 87, reflecting his love over the at the time brand new indie game Five Nights at Freddy's, and one of his characters, Foxy the Pirate. The uploads from this time were usually low-quality drawings of FNAF or My Little Pony characters on MS Paint, along with the occasional video of Birdie playing with toys from around the house. On the surface, it all seemed pretty normal for a kid his age. If you were to come across his videos from around then, they may even come off as cute.
Wait, this is the alt. Niggly DeVito. Bruh, look at this dude. Look at this dude's name and profile picture. What the fuck is this?
Charming. However, when recounting this time in his life, Birdie talks about the darker side of his unrestricted and unmonitored time on the internet, adding that even back then, he tended to have fantasies of non-consensual nature about Foxy. This is
I used to be a Foxy fangirl, but I never showed it, but I wanted the Foxo to rape me, and it wasn't normal. I think I was 10 or 11!
Obviously alarming, and foreshadows a history of degenerate behaviour. The only real impact this time had on Birdie's channel though, was that he would make one of his first original characters, a recolor of Chica from FNAF with a blue and yellow colour scheme, called Polly. This would grow to be Birdie's main character, and where the name Birdie came from. Eventually, at some point in 2016, Birdie grew to have a new interest that became the focal point of his channel and led to his early success. Like FNAF, this interest would be on a new indie game, one widely praised and adored on the internet, called Undertale. His love of the game went from viewing two of the game's characters, Sans and Papyrus, as imaginary friends that he would feed and take care of at school, and when Sans and Papyrus as imaginary friends that he would feed and take care of.
One time I had imaginary Sans and Papyrus, but they were both small kids. I think Papyrus was 5 and Sans was 7. They were my children, and I took care of them. I even pretended to share my food with them. This was when I was 11.
Of at school, and went all the way to viewing Sans as his boyfriend.
I wondered why this person could be like kept in permanent fucking isolation from other students. What are you doing there, Birdie? Feeding my skeletons. Just throwing up fucking sandwiches on the ground. Oh my god, dude. This is actually incredibly sad. At 11, having imaginary friends when you're 11.
The animations and the specific focus of adoration on one character, Birdie had become part of an online phenomena of fangirling, specifically being a fangirl of Sans from Undertale. There was a mini fandom of people who shipped themselves with the character and animated themselves with him in various romantic ways.
I know this is random, says Niggly DeVito. I know this is random, but who do you ship with Sans out of these? Sans Birdie, me, Baka. Cutie the kitten, me, nice. Jenny the panda, me, aw. For Jontron, me, WTF? Okay. Wait, how old are they at this point? Oh, they're like 12, okay. I'm just, oh my god, this is such fucking low-hanging fucking fruit. Okay, yep.
This fandom was a subdivision of the much larger animation meme community, a community based around making short, usually repetitive animations to clips of music. However, the Sans fangirl mini-fandom was actually predominantly ironic, made to make fun with kids obsessed with characters, as this was around the time where cringe culture was at its peak. Because of this, most accounts in the community were trolls, and the few who weren't tended to clash with the rest. Birdie and his friends would often receive and send killing videos, a phenomenon in the community where Sans fangirls would kill each other for his love. Despite this, Birdie continued posting about his love for Undertale and managed to make a good amount of fans and friends through his art and kind character. On the
Dude, and yeah, I recognize the fucking website. This was Google Plus. That site was around for like 2 years and then died. Jesus Christ, this is like a fucking like a time capsule of the internet from like 10 years ago thereabouts.
On the 30th of November
I'm still there.
2016, Birdie joined the now dead Google+, where most of the early information about him comes from. This would be Birdie's equivalent of Twitter, which he used extremely often throughout late 2016 and all of 2017. This was the main outlet for Birdie to communicate with his audience, including sharing more concerning sexual fantasies about Sans, just like he did for Foxy. Though, most often, he would use his Google+ to vent to his audience. Much of the venting at first was about the hate he received online and how lonely he was, leading to many posts about him wanting to not be here anymore, if you get what I mean, all while he was just 12. However, these posts eventually turned to being about relationship troubles once Birdie started e-dating. Birdie's first recorded relationship was with another artist named Rosie the Rose in January of 2017, and the 3-month relationship mostly consisted of romantic drawings and posts. At some point, the Rosie account went inactive and stopped posting, leading to Birdie expressing his sadness and hurt on his Google Plus account. Once he got back into contact with Rosie, he was told that her account had gone inactive because she had gotten into a car crash and was in a coma, leading to Birdie posting about praying for her to get better and even making an animation about it. Eventually, Rosie came back online, although what her explanation was in regards to the coma thing has not been archived. Shortly after this, Rosie claimed that she was going to have her electronics taken away in late March. Taking a step back though, nowadays we know that Rosie the Rose was never actually a real person. It was in fact a persona from a friend who had come out as non-binary to Birdie in 2016, and at the time Birdie did not understand or support the idea of that. So to take revenge, they made an entire account with a relationship with Birdie and a fake coma. Due to this entire failed relationship, along with the amount of hate Birdie had received, he began to take a step away from the Sans fangirl community, setting many of his Undertale related videos in private and getting rid of the Undertale reference in his username, feeling as if the whole community was ruined for him. This led to him entering the general animation meme community under the simple name of Birdie. The relationship between Birdie and Rosie officially ended in April of 2017, despite the fact—
Wait, Birdie fucking killed her! Shit just got edgy real fast! Copy and paste this or share. Thank you everyone for a great life here. Even if I'm going soon, that doesn't mean you should go. Life won't stop for me, so it shouldn't for you. Live life as great as you can. Stuff might get in your way, but it don't stop, okay?
that Rosie had been inactive since March. I guess Birdie was just waiting for her to return. The reason for it ending though is because Birdie began to take interest in someone new, someone who would become a big player in Birdie's first real drama. By the time Birdie had transitioned out of being a Sans fangirl, his YouTube channel had already grown to over 4,000 subscribers, and this change of appealing to the outer animation community instead of just Sans fangirls proved to only increase his subscriber count. Birdie was gaining traction at a rate rarely seen before for people of his age, and at least at this point of time, it was because of his genuine talent in art. However, due to his rapid growth at such a young age, it wasn't long until Birdie found himself in hot water. He obviously struggled with using his platform responsibly, still tending to use it as a place to vent out his private issues, but now with over quadruple the audience as compared to when he was airing out his issues with Rosie. I'm sure how you could see this quickly becoming a problem. The first real drama Birdie found himself in started out pretty innocently, when in March of 2017, around the time he was struggling with thinking that Rosie was in the hospital, he looked for videos to comfort him. He eventually stumbled across another animator that went by the name of Kitty Dog. Like Birdie, Kitty Dog was an animator who was popular in the animation meme community.
Wait, one sec. Before that, I'm so depressed. I feel like laying on the floor and doing nothing. I just want to be with Rosie. I want to be with her so bad. Deep inhale. So, I just got into bed and I feel like cuddling my Sans plush. Fucking help me. Poor Niggly DeVito, man.
Kitty Dog. Like Birdie, Kitty Dog was an animator who was popular in the animation meme community, and soon Birdie found himself binge-watching her videos. According to him, they were the only things that made him feel better at the time, and gave him the ever-so-needed comfort he was looking for. It wasn't long until he began posting about Kitty Dog to his audience, starting out pretty normally with comments like, "I'm gonna watch Kitty Dog's first video," or "I stayed up all night watching Kitty Dog." average tween fan behaviour. But over time, Birdie began adjusting his art style to look more and more like Kitty Dog's and making fan videos. Then it moved to post referencing his love for Kitty Dog in the next month. He made an entire alternate account dedicated to his love for her. His obsession with Kitty Dog only grew and grew and grew over the next few weeks, and so did his possessive nature. Birdie was only
Wait, possessive in what way?
Grew and grew over the next few weeks, and
I think I love Kitty Dog too much for my own good. Whenever I hear her or someone else say, Kitty Dog does not want to be in a relationship, I actually get super mad, super sad. I know I have a girlfriend, but still. And if Kitty Dog sees this, then breath in, fuck.
and so did his
I need Kitty Dog to rape me or I'll die. Is there any possible way of getting Kitty Dog to rape me?
possessive nature. Birdie was only one in an array of Kitty Dog fangirls who adored Kitty Dog in the same kind of way. But unlike most people in fandoms who unite on their love for something, Birdie despised everyone for trying to take away his true love, so to speak. The Kitty Dog obsession reached its boiling point in an infamous video on May 21st, 2017, posted by Birdie and titled Pretty Little Psycho. In this video, Birdie is animated killing other so-called Kitty Dog fangirls, and it blew up for all the wrong reasons. The animation was certainly great for Birdie's age, but the idea that obsession over someone to the point of animating killing others was cringy and weird to the general public. Several people saw this and made parodies and cringe compilations, some of them being the Kitty Dog fangirls themselves, who had done literally nothing to get this unwarranted attack. So what—
Wait. Is this still available? Or is this gone now? Yo, Spinling and Sparkrizzle actually are here. Okay. Wait. Pretty Little Psycho, Damaged Coda. Or Birdie, okay. Why am I typing it all in one word? Pretty Little Psycho, Birdie. Ah, here we are. I thought that was part of the song. This is not like Dickers and Bubka, okay? This is not, she's not made a cute little MS Paint animation video for me yet, okay? Until that happens, she's not considered a true Dickers fangirl, okay? Thank you for the $2. Okay, I kind of like that. This is pretty awesome. Warning, edgy and old drama. Okay. So what did this call?
Why such hostility from Birdie? Well, one piece of information that was
Good for her age is one way to explain this. I mean, if she was, what? How old would she have been at this point? 2017? Would have been, what, like 13? Something like that? I'd say that's pretty good for a 13-year-old, no?
was mostly hidden from the public at the time was that Birdie and Kitty Dog were in a relationship of sorts. They were friends behind the scenes and would often discuss sexual topics and draw NSFW of each other's characters. This adds a lot to explain Birdie's outburst against these fangirls, and his emotions being obviously motivated by much more going on than anyone knew. Kitty Dog herself never said anything publicly at the time regarding Birdie's whole situation, and issues only arose with her after she said that she wasn't really interested in Birdie anymore, and Birdie hated her. The two would be on and off over the next year or so, especially with Kitty Dog later making NSFW of Birdie when he wasn't comfortable with it. After the whole Kitty Dog situation, Birdie would make another alt account of his and decide to date it, that one being named Churro the Ferret, similar to his real pet ferret Chara. Birdie's next relationship was with a person who is going to become integral throughout this entire thing, a young 11-year-old animator by the name of Fontic, known later as Heimguts. Fontic was someone who'd been known by Birdie from back when they had less than 500 subscribers, and back then they seemed to be fighting, but as they came into contact here, Fontic was a staunch fan and defender of Birdie during his controversy with Kitty Dog. The two began dating as Birdie wanted Fontic to be their new Kitty Dog, and their relationship relationship seemed normal, but Birdie's eye was already drifting towards another animator by the name of Sleepykin, or Twisted Doctor, one of the biggest in the animation meme community at the time. Just like with Katie Dog, the obsession with Sleepykin started from watching videos, and they soon became mutuals, but unlike Katie Dog, the two never really had any meaningful interactions with each other. It's strange then that Birdie's feelings towards him were arguably more explicit, as seen by the Chicken Brent Does Not Approve alternate account, accessible only by Birdie and Fontic. Birdie would upload tons of sexual fantasies and NSFW art with his character and Sleepyking's characters, a fair few of them venturing into the topic of SA. Birdie
I'm so glad that Sleepy King doesn't know about my existence. I'm the healthiest child on the planet, ass. But please don't ship this. I drew this because Mystery and Birdie are both murderers and rapists, and
character and Sleepyking's characters, a fair few of them venturing.
This makes perfect sense. Psycho Birdie may also be a rapist, but I'm not adding that. I guess this is where I'm going to post stuff like this. I hope it didn't get me any more drama. Birdie is going to do a rape. It's good for Sans health. That's fantastic. Okay, wow. That is so much talent. And to think, only 13 years old at the time. What the fuck is going on in this person's life?
Into the topic.
Yeah, Goat Cato, okay? I see the fucking, the teeth chattering emojis in chat, right? I guarantee, I hope for your sake, people never find your early alt accounts. I guarantee they will be this bad or worse, okay? It's like, Goat Cato may also be a rapist, but I'm not adding that. I guess this is where I'm going to post stuff like this. I hope this doesn't get me into more drama. Goat Cato gonna do a rape. It's good for Sans health. You don't need to, it's all on her main. Huh. Okay. I guess I lost then. You win, I think.
Of SA. Birdie's obsession with Sleepyking didn't even have private DMs to add sufficient context. It was out of nowhere and plain creepy, as seen from the drawings, and we probably wouldn't have learnt of it had it not been leaked to the public. Sometime in early August, Birdie's Chicken Brent account was leaked and sent around, first to Sleepyking's at the time boyfriend, and then to the man himself. The leaker? None other than Fontic. After growing increasingly hurt and jealous at Birdie's love for Sleepykin more than him, and saddled by peer pressure, he decided to forward the account to an anti-Birdie Discord server. It wasn't long before Sleepykin commented on the account publicly, asking Birdie to please stop this and that it's really weird to make drawings like this that trivialize SA. This entire thing would then erupt in the animation meme community as a major piece of drama, and Birdie eventually apologized. Quick little side note, I mentioned the distributors of the leaks as entire anti-Birdie servers.
You disgusting piece of rape-loving shit. Should that not be hyphenated? Well, what am I saying? Should this not be They're fucking 14-year-old stickers. What are you fucking saying? Okay.
Servers made against a 13-year-old animator. Birdie's controversies, fights with critics, general cringy videos, and his delightful mentions of murder and SA in his work had all formed into a collective hatred for him. Some of this came from active groups, others came from a genre of videos known as Birdie Rants, featuring.
How the fuck do these teenagers have Discord servers A-logging each other? I'm not fucking sure. I got no fucking clue. Apparently, this is like a common fucking thing. I thought this was like a new phenomena, but I guess not. Maybe I'm just aware of it now because these people have started like growing up and they've become adults that people are like vaguely interested in their kind of like public behavior. And so retroactively they look into it now, but it's probably been a thing for like 8 years then, I guess.
Dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Every time anyone watches ACC they come out like roaches. It's always funny to see.
Thank you, Mark. I'm very glad that I've stayed away. I've stayed away from this community. I never heard of the ACC, unironically, until the Just a Robot stuff. I'd never heard of Liar Convoy. I'd never heard of any of these people. I love when normal people cover ACC. I'm not even normal, and I'm still freaked out.
Kids around Birdie's age making videos with terrible microphones criticizing Birdie's actions.
Well, to be fair, okay, so I feel like it's probably not. I don't know. If I had to guess, do communities like this actually have like a corrupting influence on kind of young people who interact with them? Or are they introduced to stuff that might have interested them anyway because of their kind of like psychosexual development? And then it gives them a kind of facet and an environment to express that in, and maybe think that it's like normal to talk about. And so that's why we see so much communication that's so fucking like bizarre. And they you kind of have to look at it kind of like, kind of through your fingers because it's kind of gross to think that a 13 is talking about this stuff like that. Maybe. Or to be fair, these people are so fucking young, introducing this stuff to them is not, we're not talking about the results of somebody's psychosexual development here. We're thinking about like the inputs. To be fair, actually, I completely retract that. No, these people are absolutely corrupted by each other.
Kids around Birdie's age making videos with terrible microphones criticizing Birdie's actions.
Hey guys, I'm here to talk about lovely Birdie dog. So, I just really need to put something out in the world that she's done. I don't want to be subscribed to a kitty dog copy because, like, that's boring, okay? I love kitty dog, I watch kitty dog all the time, but then when there's two kitty dogs, I'm not gonna watch both.
If you really don't believe that all this was popular back then, consider that Birdie rant videos around this time would consistently get tens of thousands of views, and this was the quality of it. Again, it shows that not only were the critics Birdie's age, but so was the audience.
Hello, it is Zur the Freaky here. So, I'm going to do a rant against these two animators. If you know me, you probably see me comment on their videos a lot. It's Kitty Dog and Birdie. Personally, this is not based off any jealousy. Trust me, why would I want to be jealous of those guys?
This is an art commentary community. Where is the fucking animation, bro? This is a still PNG of some, I guess, gollywog character. I'm not sure. What is this? The voiceover isn't just shit. The visuals are like nothing.
Personally, this is not based off any jealousy. Trust me, why would I want to be jealous of those guys?
Over the rest of the year, Birdie and Fontic's friendship wavered between love and hatred. They fought with each other after the leak, but later mended their issues and dated again in October 2017. Their dating ended in December, when Fontic broke it off because he felt he was straight, and in response, Birdie made a new channel named Strawberries. On this channel, he would post events about Fontic, creepy posts, threats, Fontic's face docs, and incredibly violent fantasies about tearing Fontic's guts out. To add to that, Birdie also made a series named Torturing Birdie about his obsession with Fontic, the first of many. All this harassment led to Fontic deleting his YouTube channel and temporarily...
Aww. I need to go back. I need to read that. I need to read that. I've missed so much. You know what? I'm sick of all this fucking drama. Please just forget about it and move on. I hate thinking about this drama every single day and how I can fix it and how it can get worse. Please do not talk about it. Remind me of it. I'm fucking sick of it. Lamau, it's all your fault.
The year, Birdie and Fontic's friendship wavered between love and hatred. They fought with each other after the leak, but later mended their issues and dated again in October 2017. Their dating ended in December, when Fontic broke it off because he felt he was straight, and in response, Birdie made a new channel named Strawberries. On this channel, he would post events about Fontic, creepy...
Do bird have pee-pee? Do bird have pee-pee?
Creepy post, threats, Fontic's face docs...
F you. This person's name is a poo. How many people will you lie to? I mean, it rhymes at the very least. Bro!
An incredibly violent...
Okay, I was going to go to sleep and thought of something I really fucking disturbing, and I just let me paste what I sent to one of my friends about the thing I imagined. I imagined me finding Fontic's address, getting to her house somehow, and when she's asleep, I take a knife and rip her open. I take out all her organs and start slicing them up, and then eating as many as I possibly can, besides her intestines. What? Okay, besides her intestines. Then, when I'm done eating most of her organs, I go to the bathroom in her house and I make myself vomit them all up in her toilet without flushing it. Then, when I come back to Fontic's dead body, I grab a chair or table. Beep! Have some nice vent art that totally has effort. I'm so sad and pissed. I actually got to fucking kill someone. I actually want to fucking kill someone. I just feel fucking awful. Also, sorry, this isn't very good. Whenever I'm sad or angry, I don't have much motivation to make art. Fuck, Fontic. You let your obsessions take you over. It's like you barely care about your girlfriend. You only care about, will someone recognize my art style in school? Or will I hit 10k? And stop being a greedy Roblox whore. I hope you get your eyeballs torn out, your heart force-fed to you, your intestines used beep, and all your fingers to be fried and fed to people who deserve to live. Huh.
Rather than fantasies about tearing Fontic's guts out. To add to that, Birdie also made a series named Torturing Birdie about his obsession with Fontic, the first of many. All this harassment led to Fontic deleting his YouTube channel and temporarily retreating from the public eye. You might imagine all this drama and Birdie's reputation being buried in the dirt would have dragged on his subscriber count. But no, in fact it caused more people to subscribe and tune in for the chaos. Birdie's animations and potential as a young artist was a springboard, but the location that he had launched himself into was completely unknown territory. By December 2017, he was nearing 100,000 subscribers, all gained within 1 year, a rate of growth never seen before, especially for someone who only turned 13 in September of that year. It was a recipe for disaster. During the start of 2018, two more significant players would enter the Birdie drama scene. Whereas Fontic began life as a stalker Birdie fan, DogeJust was the complete opposite, starting out as a hater of Birdie who ran animation projects about killing his character. However, over time they began to warm to Birdie and then began a relationship with him. This one wouldn't last long. DogeJust says that he went in the relationship because he felt pity. So to get out of it, he faked ending it all, with the assistance of Fontic. DogeJust and Fontic would become friends from then onwards, and
Wait, faked suicide?
It all, with the assistance of Fontic.
What the fuck? The DogeJust fake blank was all set up by Fontic to make me suffer. I found out Fontic helped DogeJust with this fake shit by helping people believe it was real.
DogeJust and Fontic would become friends from then onwards.
DogeJust and Fontic, okay. I don't think if I should be sharing this because of other people, but I'm actually kind of considering blank for real. This DogeJust and Fontic stuff is way too much for me. And now they're basically giving extreme hints that they love each other. I'm sorry, I'll probably delete this soon. Huh? That tech guy in the server screenshot is Spoctor. Wait, where?
And DogeJust also threatened and doxed Birdie. If you're wondering, this is the person who Birdie's talking about in an infamous livestream he did when his mom confronted him on why he'd given their address out.
Oh. Could you go upstairs? No. I'm in the middle of something. Mom, go away.
No, I want to know.
Please.
On Discord.
I'm in the middle of something.
I want to know.
I'm...
Give our address to somebody.
Shut.
Did you?
There are people here.
I need to know if you did that.
I will tell you after this stream,
no,
okay?
Not...
Wait, she's streaming at age 13.
Threatened
Wait, what's
and
that
doxed
say?
Birdie.
Sure, ignore me. Guess what you've done now. Alright, you won't see. Okay, we'll see you, and then it's an image. Okay, the city I live in is blank. I live on blank street, and my house number is blank. You got that? That's one of the many things I have. Pay attention to me for a little bit, and I won't do anything more. Who the fuck is this? Is this Fontic?
I want to know. Give our address to somebody.
Shut.
Did you?
There are people here.
I need to know if you did that.
I will tell you after this stream,
no,
okay?
not after now.
Mom, just...
Dad's up there right
now. There
are
people watching this.
I need to know if you gave our address to anybody on the internet. Just answer the question.
Why do you need to know?
Did you or didn't you?
Why do you need to know?
That is against the rules of our internet.
It was a long time ago.
When
I
Okay,
don't know,
bro,
but
you
it
get
was
Yeah.
too big for
to
your
know.
food.
Can you please go
The internet
upstairs?
dad's shutting
And
it
they
off
say the worst thing she could say is no.
True. Thank you for the $2, Mark.
right now.
Hold on! Hold on!
You need to be
Stop!
honest with me.
Wait.
Did
Just
you
go
give our
upstairs.
address to anybody?
Oh, this is off so
Put
much.
that online, our
I
address.
said just give me a moment, okay?
Tell me it's either yes or no.
Mom, I just
Birdie's mom's voice is like scary and devoid of emotion. I don't think it's devoid of emotion or scary. I think she's just being like appropriate, firm, to the point. I don't know if it's like scary. I think Birdie is clearly freaking out because she doesn't want to talk about this stuff, and then wants to like get back to streaming or whatever. But she doesn't want to actually like say to her mum like, "Yeah, I did do that," right? I don't think she doesn't sound scary or like devoid of emotion. She just sounds like pretty stern, right?
just need a
By the way, this won't be the only time Birdie refuses to mute his mic. Okay. It's just a tired mum. It sounds like it. I think this was late in the evening as well, no?
moment.
It's
Go.
yes
Please
or
go
no.
upstairs. You're gonna know.
It's yes or
People
no.
are watching this.
And
you
if
don't-
you did, we call the police right now, and they're gonna come take all this.
Mom,
That's
you
illegal.
go.
That's
You
illegal.
go.
Tell me if you did.
Mom, just one moment.
You did, didn't
Please.
you? The truth.
One moment.
Just tell me.
Please.
You're not understanding.
No, you don't.
Our
It wasn't
rules.
recently at
How
all. It
long
was a long.
ago?
How am I supposed to know? It was a long time ago.
When?
I don't know.
I want you to finish talking to your friends, and then you come upstairs and talk to Dad and I.
No, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I
you
need
gave our last name away,
That's enough.
and now our
Go
address.
upstairs.
Don't.
Just go, okay?
That's
In an unrelated situation around this time,
Allowing the kid to have access to the internet after leaking your address is wild. I mean, he complains about having the internet taken away as a kid and says that, oh, that's my only outlet for like socialization. Clearly, I mean, at some point, the parent clearly hasn't been, or the parents haven't been checking up to see what they've been doing like online and just how much time they've spent like in internet social circles, to the point where that is the majority of their socialization. It seems like, if not like their only form of socialization. But I mean, like 7 kids, 7 kids. Oh my god. Yeah, I see Toastfly's angle on this, because everything I've seen about it before is like, Birdie is actually an executive freak. Their parents are like relatively normal people. Who cares if they're a Trump supporter? Who cares if this? Who cares if that? No, they're not abusing them in this audio. This is just audio of their parents like confronting them. But no, I guess to a certain degree, the very fact that they've reached this point by like 12, 13. Oh, at some point you've got to check your kid's profile, right?
Birdie's private NSFW drawings of his character Polly were leaked in March 2018. Again, rather than concern about Birdie's behaviour at this age, the leak instead sparked up accusations of pedophilia towards Birdie, considering that he had said his character was 9 years old. Others accused Birdie of being an attention seeker, and purposefully leaking this to fulfill that. Tons of messages were brought up of Birdie being into SA and using it as a backstory for his characters, even lowering the character's age to purposefully sexualize it. The community-wide perspective was now one of keeping away from Birdie and not giving him anything. The other new player inside Birdie's story was Toxikai, a 17-year-old edgy doxer who was threatening to take down the entire animation meme community. Birdie and Toxikai entered a relationship in early 2018, which was most likely grooming considering the 4-year age difference. Unfortunately, nobody in the community at the time would pick up on the relationship's problematic nature, and Birdie ended up being the one criticized for dating Toxikai, instead of anyone worrying about Birdie being taken advantage of. 2 days after Birdie and Toxikai broke up, Birdie's channel of 98,000 subscribers was flagged down and terminated. 2 years of work, a meteoric rise rarely ever seen, and it was all gone. Toxic certainly played a part in this, and was the one to start flagging Birdie's channel first, but Birdie also suspected Dojust and Fontic to be involved. Apparently at some point, Toxic stopped flagging the channel, but Dojust wouldn't stop, and was the one to result in the channel eventually being terminated. Because of Birdie's channel termination, most of the big players in the community took Toxic's immature threat of taking down the community pretty seriously, resulting in people temporarily setting all their videos to private. Birdie soon repurposed the Strawbricks channel into his new main account, which is still the case to this day. He quickly built his subscriber count back up due to his loyal fanbase, but his momentum was pretty much stunted by personal drama, and wouldn't recover. Over the next few months of 2018, Birdie and Fontic, or Heimguts as I'll be referring to him onwards, would repair their friendship and begin dating on and off on Discord. They'd get back together and break up twice in 2 months, and Birdie started to become obsessed with Heimguts, but his obsession was unlike anything seen before. Rather than the NSFW art we've seen before and allusions to SA, Birdie's obsession with Heimguts reached a new level. The constant breaking up and getting back together certainly didn't help, but this was beyond a toxic relationship. Look no further than the private comic that Birdie made about Heimguts, titled IDMT, or I Drop.
Who the fuck is Niggly Wiggly? Lucifer is an imaginary friend / not imaginary character that tells Sophia how she can get rib chills to love her. Sophia gets into Rib Chills' house while Rib Chills is asleep, basically rapes her, and Sophia gets kicked out. Lucifer gives Sophia a love potion and says to give it to Rib Chills. Sophia attempts to apologize to Rib Chills and gets her some water with the potion in it. The potion tastes disgusting. Rib Chills spits it out, so Sophia gets angry, and Lucifer gives her more options. What the fuck is this?
Other than the private comic that Birdie made about Heimguts.
Why did you say Niggly Wiggly out loud? I mean, it's just like, you know, you've got like a niggle, like something that's annoying you. That is a word in American English, isn't it? Yes, a niggle, Yeah. Like something that's annoying and wiggly, like a niggly wiggly, right? Yeah. That makes sense. That's fine. I think I should probably stop saying it though. Wrong one. Okay, the stream's falling apart.
Titled IDMT, or I Drop My Tortilla. This is unironically a comic about Birdie asking the devil to get Heimguts to love him. The plot details everything from breaking into Heim's house and essaying him, to failing to drug him with a love potion and him again, getting jailed for it this time. The story ends with Birdie breaking out and kidnapping Heimguts, putting him in a secret underground room for weeks, and then putting drugs in his food that make him pass out, so he could him for as long as he wants. As dark and almost absurd as this was, it appears to be an expression of real feelings from Birdie, as per a timeline he made of his opinion of Heimguts. See that the lines constantly switch back and forth between wants dead and wants to /kidnap /stalk, but is limited.
One sec, let's get a little perspective here, okay? Successful murder, attempted murder, wants to murder but is limited, wants dead, hate. Okay, Toastify, let's start moving it. Yeah. Okay. Then it goes up to... Hello? Hate, dislike, mixed feelings, a fan, a friend, a good friend, crush, love, boyfriend, a little creepy, over the top obsessive, wants to rape, kidnap, stalk, but is limited, kidnapping, stalking, attempted rape, actual rape, /kidnap /stalking. I'm glad we clarified the actual rape. Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Is limited. Now obviously these are ideas that no normal child of Birdie's age would be having, and it's perhaps no surprise that outside factors impacted this. For 2 months in 2018, Birdie was groomed.
I don't know about that. I mean, 13, you're right at the age where you start thinking about, I guess, sexual topics. I've already been over this. Yes, okay, this is absolutely the result of ACC degeneracy. Ignore me.
by a man in his late 20s who went under the name of Maddie. They initially met due to claim that they had information on Toxici, and from then on entered a pretty terrible relationship. Another man in their 20s by the name of Garbage also made a huge impact and encouraged Birdie to be as degenerate as they wanted. This culminated in probably Birdie's most infamous incident to date. After waiting until his family were out of the house, he attempted to his pet ferret Chara. Chara was a pet that Birdie's family had received when she was only 1 year old, and had quickly become Birdie's most treasured pet. He would make accounts with Chara's name and drew it as a character in his videos, which makes this event all the more worse. It's worth noting that whilst this event with Chara has become infamous for those who have only dug a little into Birdie's history, there were heavy outside influences, and there are bad things that Birdie has done to his ferret that he's much more responsible for. IDMT was not the only—
Garbage was a woman. Like a woman, or like a, you know, like a quasi-woman. Because in the ACC, that is important. Yeah, that's bullshit. As soon as puberty starts, teenagers start thinking about sex a lot. I mean, yeah. But would they start be thinking about kind of, to this kind of extent of dark, kind of disturbing fantasies? I mean, it's disgusting to think about, I guess. Especially thinking about a child having these kind of, like, thoughts. Maybe. Possibly. But probably not, no?
Indication of a seriously deranged obsession that Birdie had with Heimguts. Over the months, as there were more breakups, Birdie began to reach cartoonish stalker levels. For a decent while, he had a shrine dedicated to Heimguts in his bedroom, with its centerpiece being a printed picture of Heim's face that he taped to the wall and talked to every day. Birdie also sewed several plushies of Heimguts characters to cuddle with, and aspired to one day infuse them with Heim's saliva or blood. There are plenty of dreams that Birdie had about Heimguts, including various fantasies about SA. Birdie also had a folder about Heimguts on his laptop, consisting of 2,000 plus items, like pictures of Heimguts and DMs they had together. Birdie also doxed Heim to others, knew what he was doing was disgusting and sometimes relished in it, and actively manipulated the situation to his advantage. Whenever Heimguts would get a glimpse of his psychotic machinations, and obviously broke up, being freaked out, Birdie admitted that he would use his friends to manipulate Heim into saying that he's changed.
Proper fans, the sort you'd tell what you told me and more. I guess a lot of them helped me with the rib chill stuff. So, right, what did they tell you to do? They didn't really tell me to do much, but they lied to rib chills to get her to believe I'm fixing myself for her. For her, Christ's sake. Okay, I'm sorry, that was bad.
Almost like lulling him into a false sense of security. This got to the point that the two almost met each other during Thanksgiving, but thankfully that fell apart. Birdie's world had become solely attached to the internet and the people on there, even if they had terrible intentions in their minds, and his attachment would be proven in a stream to YouTube on July 30th, 2018. During the late hours, Birdie was streaming and going well past his bedtime. His dad noticed this, came in and told him to turn off the computer. Birdie refused, and his dad threatened to turn off the internet for the night if he didn't go to sleep.
Tommy's live talking about Chud again soon. I thought he was supposed to go live yesterday. Wait, is he going live tonight? Ugh.
Maybe if I had my computer in my room.
That's not gonna happen, and we could still hear you upstairs.
Well, can you, like, not come in here because you're gonna cause drama?
You can be on if you're talking during the day, but not at night. It's 3 in the morning now.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. 2:45. It's 3 in the morning. I think you control the time.
Dad, stop! You're gonna make someone hate me!
Well, it would be fine because you won't be on the internet at all in all directions.
If you cut off the internet, I'm gonna myself. You know that.
In present time, Birdie has gone on to provide more context for this, saying that he believed his dad was going to turn off the internet forever, not just for the night, and that affected him because his whole life was on the internet. But as others saw this, it was a direct confirmation that Birdie would threaten his life just to get what he wanted, and his behaviour since then wouldn't help, especially when it came to the incident that ultimately destroyed his positive relationship with Heimguts. According to sources who are more biased towards Heim, Birdie was in their friend group chat with Heim, Dojust and a few others, and expressing intentions to end it all. The others tried to help him, but he went quiet and stopped saying anything, so everyone just left. If he wasn't engaging with it, he was probably baiting for something. Birdie then posted a vent apparently painting everyone in the group chat as just evil, and it completely tore the group chat apart. In response to this, Dojust raided Birdie's Discord server, before then breaking into his DeviantArt account and vandalizing it with LeBron James Sprite Cranberry memes and cringy roleplays. The account would be renamed to Sprite Cranbirdie, a name he kept for quite a while actually. Birdie would get his account back and accuse Heimguts of being involved in the hack with no evidence other than proximity. And despite multiple people telling him and proving that Heimguts wasn't involved, he still kept up the lie. This prompted Chaim and Dodgejust to post an entire Google Drive and change.org petition on the 21st of December 2018, alongside a low-quality stream on the Dodgejust channel. The drive mainly aims to prove that Birdie's constant obsession had made Heimguts completely stressed, to the point of being sent to a mental hospital. Inside it documents many of the obsessive things that Birdie had said about Heimguts, and much of what we've already seen in the segment. The publication of this drive seemed reasonable to the public, and as they saw it, Birdie's behaviour here was disgusting and lined up with past actions. But despite posting an entire Google Drive and change.org petition, as well as a stream, and claiming that Birdie's actions sent Heim to a mental hospital,
I'm slowly becoming more and more violent and more something, and it's not, okay, but I'm terrified of therapy, and I'm terrified of talking to my parents, and I don't know what to fucking do anymore. I don't want to hurt somebody. I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to hurt anything.
The two of them got back together on the 25th of December. This relationship between Birdie and Heimguts is the last one they had, and it was explicitly sexual between both of them. Heimguts would be completely invested with Birdie's obsessive creations like IDMT or his plushies, and even compared himself to Birdie's groomer Maddie at some points. They broke up again on January 2nd, 2019 for the last time, but their fights with each other would not end there.
Okay, one sec. Pause. 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 Pause, pause, pause. Pause. I'm hearing alerts. The Tommy C has just gone live. And you know what? At this point, I'm not beneath it. I'm not beneath it. I'm not above it, rather. It's not beneath me. We're stream sniping. What I'm trying to say is we're stream sniping. Call in, maybe. We'll see. Well, let's see.
Actually, call with him because here's how the call is gonna go. If I go live,
okay.
I think
here he is, Tommy C, the man himself with the fresh trim. Ooh, dear. Okay.
I think what a hypocrite would I be? Like, duplicitous fuck. Why would I sit down and have a call with him? Because here's how the call.
Wait, what?
I think what a
Is this just how he starts the stream? What is going on?
Hypocrite would I be? Like, duplicitous fuck. Why would I sit down and have a call with him? Because here's how the call is gonna go. If I go live, it's gonna go for the own, right? And if I go privately, it's gonna be let's declare peace, which I'm not really interested in because I don't desire a resolution. I don't. I kind of agree with what he said. Okay, so you what? You don't trust me? Fuck off, right? Which would be kind of the normal response, and then move on. But that's not going to happen. In fact, everything that Chud's done thus far is just reminded me that I'm pretty much I'm pretty cool with it. I absolutely think he is who he says.
What has Chud done wrong to Tommy over the last few
and what have you? So
over the last
I will
week
do
or
calls.
whatever.
One of the rules is you're not going to ask me to call him because I told you why I wouldn't. You're just going to have to accept that. The other one is you're allowed to bring up one topic, so you can't flip around and just constantly move the ball. One, and you can go back and forth on that. And then after the one topic's done, you're done. But if you think you can argue better than the other guy, you're a different caller, then you can pick up the topic too. The same one and try to argue it differently, I guess. I'll do it that way.
So he's solely doing call-ins today. Okay, fantastic. But you're only allowed to discuss one topic.
Put your pens and papers together, and you can go prepare for that. But I will let you know about that. And he definitely the pussy. It's really difficult to give a shit when the type of people that are calling you pussies. I'm like, who, Beaker, Mr. Tough Guy over here? I don't. It really has. I don't know why anybody could get upset about it. But so I'll answer some of the more interesting stuff this weekend that was on Twitter.
Okay.
And then I'll answer some of Chud's stuff. I know there's I think there's some diamonds in this stream. So I only took the stuff that sort of related to my main topics about the New Year's stream. And then we'll just watch Illuminati.
Yeah, he means
there
Queen
you
when he
go.
says Beaker.
Okay, buddy.
Soy jacket come. I like the. I don't know. It's yeah. Can you make a soy jacket out of that? That'd be kind of interesting. Soy jacket job incoming. Also, I want you to stick around because if we go by Chud rules with oversharing, I guess you're totally game if you're oversharing. Well, Chud overshared, and I've got something to say about it. So just stick around. First part is funny. Really.
Oversharing, bro. You were talking about his living situation with his fucking kids. I doubt you'd be terribly happy if people were to bring up the fact that your ex-wife fucking left Germany without your consent and now lives in fucking America. At least Chud lives in the same country as his children. What are you talking about?
I gotta be honest. In this, I've really enjoyed two people.
No,
Lumpy Willie with all his whole text thing, and I bully bullies. He's always on the wrong side of history consistently.
Wait, who? Lumpy Willie
about it. So just stick around. First part is funny, really funny actually. I gotta be honest. In this, I've really enjoyed two people. Lumpy Willie with all his whole text thing, and I bully bullies. He's always on the wrong side of history consistently. They've been extremely funny to me. So I haven't muted them yet, I'll be honest with you. I was like, you're fucking a horrible father. Or whatever.
Okay, Lumpy
Willie keeps it entertaining. So I did have an interaction with Aiden last night in DMs. But he left something out, which I thought was kind of funny.
Oh.
So let's listen to what Aiden had to say.
None of you are like capable of critical thinking. Got it. Well, the answer I got was, in essence, a fucking character assassination. He said, I
didn't assassinate you. I just said I told you why I wouldn't be on. But go ahead.
Known you long enough to know you're very bright, but you're also very shifty. I mean, think of how you blew up, for example. You essentially snitched on a guy even though he deserved it, right?
Huh?
First of all, what happened in that situation,
How is that a character assassination?
Yeah, I felt like a character assassination is supposed to be public, not private.
It
just makes no sense.
He writes me. Oh god, I should.
Wait, no, retards. I think what Aiden's point is, rather than actually discussing like the statements that Aiden has made, you're saying like you've always been shifty. Echo sign, echo sign, echo sign. You've always been kind of shifty. You know, kind of insinuating that he's untrustworthy or something like that. Yeah, that's kind of going after his character for why you don't want to speak to him or have any association with him, rather than the points he's made or any kind of substance. So
the way he writes me, it's so hysterical. It's totally like inhuman. I feel like it came from like an HR thing. So I'll read.
Aiden
read
is a little bit autistic.
I'll send it to you right now, Jeannie. Okay. And read it in a HR voice, and that makes it funnier. So this is a guy that I've known on and off for years, right? I was never very close with him. I liked him. And then he writes me this, and like this is to get me on the show. Like I have no plans to give anybody any interview on anything. I'm gonna hog it all to myself on my own fucking platform. And he writes me this, Jeannie.
Hey Tommy, thought I'd invite you to hop on my stream for a convo. I know and partially agree with your comments about getting gotcha'd and debated, and that was one of my public criticisms with your convo with Queeman. I think you've known me long enough to know I'm not trying to make you look bad or hurt your career, but I disagree with some of the criticism you've levied publicly and think I can genuinely change your mind since you aren't willing to talk to Chud directly about this.
Doesn't it feel like you got you got a disagreement in the office or something like that? I remember.
Well, we heard that you were grabbing Susan's ass.
I got. Well, no, I don't know about that. That'll be just you're out in your ass. But this is something like you got into it with another employee at a meeting,
Aiden.
and then they wrote you this to kind of meet you halfway. I mean, Jesus Christ, why would you think in a million years I would respond to that? In fact, the only thing I did respond, I just said, let's see. I responded with audio. But and by the end of this, he asked me, can I use this? I was about to write yes. And then I was like, oh shit, I bet he fucking takes me out of context and tries to make it like a shifty Jew or something like that. So then I go to write no,
okay.
But I really don't care that much. And I'm like, no, if I write no, then he says like, oh, you said you're okay with leaking DMs, which I am under certain circumstances.
Okay.
To make a point or whatever. And so I was like, I'll do nothing and I'll see if he leaks it, right? Now he didn't. If you notice, he didn't leak the audio, and he didn't. Which I don't know, may or may not be on purpose, right? But he took the crux of the conversation. So I'll actually play you the actual audio. He leaves something out. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe he wanted people thinking I was calling him a shifty Joe. So yeah, here it is, the actual audio.
I've known you long enough to know that you're quite bright, but also shifty as hell. And what I mean by shifty is whoever you're around, you'll shift to. You'll say anything, do anything. I mean, Jesus, Dayton, how did you get noticed? You snitched on somebody. Not that they didn't deserve it. And I don't think it's really changed all that much. So I'll give you this. You can debate me. You can debate whatever I say on stream to your heart's content. Tell Queen I said hello.
So that's it. It was a character assassination. It's how I actually see. He doesn't know he burned a bridge with me a long time ago. I just didn't make it.
Well, whoa! Aiden burned a bridge a long time ago. Okay. The thing that I'm getting there is it does seem like some kind of character assassination. Hey, to be fair, calling it a character assassination is like a little bit, I don't know, it seems like over the fucking top. But ultimately, what Tommy's saying there is, no, I don't want to have a conversation with you. You want trustworthy, you want good faith, you want kind of, whatever. The most annoying thing about this little freak Aiden project, okay, is that I raid into him, I think it was last night, and then as soon as I raid in, he's like, oh, hi, dickers. Yeah, what Tommy C has said is kind of true. You do try and, like, say whatever to appease anyone. Huh? So then he's trying to fucking character assassinate me.
Dicked. Okay, bro.
So he's got no leg to stand on, so far as I see.
Aiden Steinberg, Sheckelstein Underground, Cabal, Nose emoji, Star of David emoji, Moneybag emoji, Bank emoji.
Thank you very much, Boy, over the $2. Oh, yes, I'm obviously joking, Shelby. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. For everybody in chat who has got the same level of Asperger's as Shelby, that was a joke. That was a little bit of kayfabe, a little bit of a little performativity, Yeah, but still, fuck this Aiden guy.
Assassination is how I actually see. He doesn't know he burned a bridge with me a long time ago. I just didn't make it a public fucking thing, right? So no, I don't trust him. And I'll be honest with you, Aiden. I know who else you're talking to, and I told him not to talk to you either. And this goes back years. Like he was hanging around some. Fucking told him not to talk to you either. Trust him. And I'll be honest with you, Aiden. I know who else you're talking to, and I told him not to talk to you either. And this goes back years. Like he was hanging around some fucking commie a couple years ago, and he was a communist, and he was hanging around this group, and he became that. And he was hanging around Augie, and he became that. And that's what I mean by shifty. Fucking Chud's shifty. He's shifty, and 90% of YouTubers are shifty. And if you sit there and talk to me like if you make AI sound like warm, there's no chance. And I'm not going to talk to anybody. Aiden,
okay, to be real about Aiden, right? He does sound like that quite a lot, but he's kind of like Aiden is just slightly antisocial. It's nothing that he's doing to like be a certain type of way. He's just a little antisocial. That's it. Like, I get it. You receive a DM like that, it's like, fucking hell. Gotta read this entire paragraph. How am I even gonna respond to this? Do I have to write a fucking sonnet back? I get what he means. But also, I am like, if I've got a lot of thoughts that I want to put in a DM when I'm like speaking to somebody, I can be the exact same way. So, ultimately.
I promise you, I'll give you as much to talk about for the next, probably all summer, all you want, right? But I don't need to talk to you. And this goes in the chud. I think that's nice. So nobody was calling me Shifty Joe. Definitely wish I didn't use that, but I've used that before, and they're all shifty. And
my god, he's unironically taken the fucking. He's taken the Shifty Jew comment seriously. All right.
Exactly why? Because he ships to whoever he's around. He left that part out conveniently. So now that it's out, I know absolutely. Like if he would have not put it out and did the whole stream, and I didn't hear anything the next day, and I wake up the next day, and I said, I mean, look at this shit, Diorio, look what Tommy C said.
Well, Alex Ekmo was probably just goofing.
Yeah,
Alex is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know if he is or not. Like
I like Alex. He's all right. He's all right.
Dare call him. I wouldn't dare call him a shifty too. That's that line. But I will call you shifty because I'm sorry.
Okay,
that's not,
you're getting too big for your boots.
Can I interest you in a 20k loan with 25% interest?
No, thank you. I'm not a tenant farmer, but thank you for your offer. Very generous about it. Thank you very much.
That's exactly what he is. He just, I don't know, wherever he's around, I don't trust him. I didn't know Jaden was
He's like a glass of water. That's all Aiden is, dude. He's just a glass of water.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah,
he's around.
He's always been like
he's
that.
a glass of water.
Yeah. I told him that, but he's just like he's not. He's a lousy friend, and it's like he even said in the thing. He's one of the most hated guys on Augie's stream. Like he really thinks
no one likes him.
Just slithery. Whatever. I thought he kind of got over it.
Shifty.
I had a good conversation with him during the election in November, and that went well. But then, after that, I'm like, he hasn't changed a bit. I thought he did. Whatever. Yeah, exactly. Hashtag hit Aiden. So I won't deal with Aiden. Let's go to, I'll answer some of Chud's. Like, I didn't get all of this. I'll be perfectly honest with you. But I got the stuff, like the major stuff I wanted to cover.
Okay.
Don't we have the other thing first, though? I thought we do the other thing first, the lay something.
No, that's at the end. That's lay something at the end. Okay. That's because that's like fucking ridiculous. That one I should have covered because it didn't have any traction, but I'm just covering because these guys think they have such a fucking own on their hand. It's too funny to me. Like they solved it, or the one thing. Let's check this out. So
this guy's so fucking lazy. You could look at the entire VOD and look at the entire bit where he said what he said. I mean, true, yeah, but then again, I mean, I've heard it. I saw that clip and I just thought, like, damn, that's wow, yeah. Won't look into that. I bet that part of the stream is boring as fuck. And then I moved on as well, so I can't really blame Tommy too much for that. But yeah, maybe if he's going to bring it up on stream, maybe he should bring up the entire thing. Especially since Lumpy did a very shit job clipping. And so there's very obviously, like, extra context that's missing out there.
This is just a couple things Chud said related to some of the stuff that I said. Oh, I have to move this. Oh, look at that. Hold on. Because I haven't used video in the longest time. But this is only about 8 minutes. Let me fix this shit. Where's the capture? Okay, Chud talks. Oh, I can move it. Oh, there we go. Boom. That works.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
Let's start it off.
Like self-employed business owner, right? So obviously now my class status sits at a different position because I've streamed and built up a small amount of money doing this. But I grew up.
So I want you to keep in mind the reaction to this. I probably should put the thing on screen. More than likely has to do with this screen because y'all meet and have a pint. And I write, first off, that would be assuming he leaves the house. I'm basically calling him a shut-in. Having a pint with a good humor working class Englishman is always fun. Having a pint with someone LARPing is no fun at all, right? And I can't imagine he would be terrible fun. But there's more to it than that. So we'll get into it.
Get off the fucking fence, dude. You cannot excuse this level of fucking. Shelby yet again getting a rad score in the quadruple digits. Holy shit!
But I guess like he took that fucking. Like, I'm just saying he's not a bro, or for you guys in the UK, I'm saying he's not a lad, and he isn't, right? I mean, I think he would even admit that. That's all I'm really saying, but he took it literally.
Like self-employed business owner, right? So obviously now my class...
What do you mean he took it literally?
Right, I mean, I think he would even admit that. That's all I'm really saying, but...
He's not a lad. You're saying he's faking his working class status. He's not a lad. I don't get that. Wait, what is he even saying then? Because when because when I interpreted Tommy as saying he's a fake working class and he probably came from money, I'm assuming that he's saying that he's like middle class, middle upper class. He was talking about his fucking accent, but now he's like, he's not like one of the lads down the fucking pub. What does that even mean? He took it literally.
He took it literally.
Like self-employed business owner, right? So obviously now my class status sits at a different position because I've streamed and built up a small amount of money doing this. But I grew up on a council estate, which is the equivalent of like social housing. So I don't really know where this idea is that I'm some sort of like fake.
It's the way you act. You're not a lad. You're just like a fucking weirdo shut-in. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Like working class person. I was brought up by a single mother on a council estate. And, I don't want to get into it, but like my dad was not around.
Yeah. I think
for a lot of my life. And he passed away when I was a teenager. So it's like, I don't know where this, like, what do I need to fucking show you my fucking, like, I don't know, the house I grew up in?
See, this is the thing. Like, he's sitting there acting like he's not on his heels. And he's sitting there acting like he doesn't give a fuck. But who's demanding that? Like, a passing comment meant to take a dig at your masculinity more than anything. Is turned into like, no, I'm working class. I swear to God, I'm working class. All right, Chud, you convinced me. You're working class.
He just can't take the bants, dude.
Oh yeah, exactly. And then he just talked about his dad. I guess that gives me permission. We'll get into that in a second. So he's getting like, what am I gonna do? What I gotta prove it? When I do this? No, you don't gotta prove it. You're not.
Wait, Tommy C has prepared a segment talking about the fact that Chud's dad left home when he was very young and then died when he was a teenager. What do you mean we're going to get into that in a little bit? Is this what Tommy C was referring to earlier when he was talking about, well, if we're going to mock each other for oversharing? No, I don't know. I don't know if this is a thing in the US. Okay, I'm pretty sure that it is. But people who are like culturally working class, born in a working class family, like wear that on their sleeves. That's part of their identity. That's part of their pride, right? Because you've had to like go through struggles, go through difficulties, go through all this kind of shit, right? And then to like strip that away and to claim that you aren't, when you feel like a lot of your life has been like difficulties and struggles and shit, like, yeah, you'll probably want to like, what are you talking about? Am I not like a working class person for you? Yes, it's the exact same thing in the US then. Okay, cool. I don't know why Tommy's so surprised at this. I mean, unless he thinks that he's just winding Chud up. Because he did say the only reason why he did the other segment was to try and get Chud to respond. And it seems as though he doesn't really care about the points he's making. I mean, in the thread that happened with Leia something, he's basically saying, I never made an argument. I never made an argument. You know, I just never, I've got no clue. I've got, you know, I just said it's something to think about, right? So he's clearly running away as soon as, you know, somebody starts to try and like nail him to the point. So I'm assuming that he's probably just thrown that out so to get Chud to react to it on stream. Probably. I mean, it's just like trolling or whatever. Dicker's brother, you've got to stop ascribing Tommy's baby to Americans in general. Bro's actually just severely regarded. No, okay. I only say that not to like, you know, be circumspect or not to be like insulting to Americans, although, you know, not to say that I wouldn't be, because I do. But that's not the motivation here. It's genuine because I'm not actually sure exactly where like cultural lines like diverge. So I don't want to like assume something, you know?
A fucking shut-in because you're faking working class. You're lying. You're a shut-in because I guess your father wasn't around. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, dude, Tommy, we just demand a death certificate. Show us that he
like
died.
I ever was going to do this. So listen to this. This is so funny.
Or something like that. To demonstrate to you, like, oh no, look, this is where I grew up, look.
I was never going to do that. I didn't care that much.
Yeah, that's a council flat that I grew up in.
But he's so audience captured. They asked, well, Tommy said you weren't working class, so but he's got to answer it. 1 hour!
No, you fucking retard. Oh my fucking god. No, Chud is saying this is something that obviously I can never prove to you. What do you mean I'm not working class? Do you want me to prove my fucking class status to you? Is the obvious point. Not Tommy asked to see the death certificate of my father. I don't think that it's actually saying that.
Fucking hour. Jesus Christ.
Like, what am I supposed to do? How do you engage with that? It's ridiculous. It's just
there
absurd.
we go.
Exactly. It's kind of absurd. Why engage with it? Who cares if it's true?
But he's literally...
If you know you're right, like, who gives a fuck if I think you're lame?
He just like, you know, fucking... He's literally just slinging out whatever crazy shit comes into his head.
Yeah.
Despite the fact there's like no evidence to back it up.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, that's the thing with this.
Well, it's not jokes. This is like insults. What's the joke? He's a fake working class. He's fake working class, and also like insulting him or saying that he's like what? You're fake working class or whatever. Saying he's not working class. Then be like, why is he even talking about this? Why is he even talking about this, bro? You said it. What are you on about? Maybe you think that he's like hypersensitive around a lot of this stuff, but like you were just throwing out kind of like insults at him, and then he's mentioned it on stream. Maybe he shouldn't. I mean, if you're like admitting at this point that you're just like trolling the guy, I mean, fair enough. Chud's played into it. Chud's referenced it on stream. Chud lost, I guess. But I don't think anybody expected this kind of engagement from you. It seemed like an earnest kind of back and forth. No? Not you just trying to like fuck with the guy.
You know, these non-commentator commentators, like, there's no evidence to back up to support your joke. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm saying something. The first line is, like, that would be assuming that he leaves the house. All right, now it's like fucking tongue-in-cheek. Yes, I'm sure he leaves the house sometimes. Having a fight with a good-humored working class thing is fun. Having a fight with somebody LARPing with one is no fun. Now, admitting...
That's not the only time you said that comment, though. You've said that several times. You said on stream, I bet he comes from money.
I am saying that he's fake working class, right? But it is fucking tongue-in-cheek. But he's like, my dad died and my mom and give me a fucking break. I thought you were relaxed. You know, I tell you something. The guy that's calling me loaded and fucking angry and mad and coping is the one biting his lip, throwing his shoulder forward and fucking yelling. Not me. That's you. Like, why would you buy? Who cares? This is like so like not a point, but it just shows me you're rattled. The other one where he shows me. I'm not trying to drag anybody in. I'm not trying to drag anybody in.
Huh?
Whatsoever.
Did he drag somebody in?
No, he hasn't dragged anybody in yet. Well, a little bird told me he is, but whatever. So watch this.
You know? And I'm not talking about, I'm not saying that.
Tommy C always yells, I am a yeller and screamer. You're absolutely fucking right, but not in this case.
So I don't, obviously it's a long time ago. I'm not.
Yeah, so it wasn't tongue-in-cheek at all, and he did, in fact, mean what he said. Like, my comment to Tommy in DMs, I retract my apology. And in fact, it was a psyop against you the entire time, and you got caught. Obviously, that is entirely tongue-in-cheek. I'm going in there, sending, like, a little, like, snide, tongue-in-cheek, petty response. I retract my apology. And also, it was a psyop against you the entire time. You were right. That's tongue-in-cheek. Obviously, I mean none of that, right? It's ridiculous to message back 5 months later and retract an apology. That's an obvious joke. But no, you actually think that he's, like, faking being working class. Did he bring anything up here about going outside or getting pints? No.
Trying
I am very feminine. That's true.
It's just,
well, he's not going to emotionally manipulate anyone. This is fucking funny.
And I'm not talking about, I'm not saying that because I don't, obviously it's a long time ago. I'm not, trying to be emotionally.
You can tell he's working class. Like maybe you can tell by his accent, but Jesus, he's, I'm thinking of, some of the working class guys I've met. They're a lot of fun. And this guy is just lame. Oh, by the way, I heard there is a part, I haven't found it yet in this, where he threatens to take all my points apart and really destroy me, but he's not going to do it yet. If anybody could find that for me, I'd love to hear because I haven't come across it yet, if it exists.
Just search the
because I would
transcript.
love to hear that.
Manipulate anyone. It's just to point out that, like, I do come from like a working class background. I'm not a fake. I wasn't like born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I wasn't born into like loads of wealth, and I'm having to build wealth in order to hopefully pass something down to my kids, and that'll be like the first.
Yeah, he did call Chud boring. Well, this has been like the biggest viewership that he's had in like 6 months.
I mean, to be fair, I don't really like to talk about this because I don't like to think.
Bullshit. You love talking about this. This makes you.
So why bring it up then?
Why bring it up?
Why even bring it up then?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, the first, he's done like 3 hours on me already. If I was just completely making shit up, oh, fuck that guy. I was nothing but nice to him. But no, he's, he's probably afraid I'm getting a little too close to something he doesn't want me to get close to. And traditionally, I get there eventually, or somebody else does, being inspired by me.
My family dying for money, but like,
But my family died for money.
My grandparents did okay. They weren't like, upper class or anything, but they did okay.
So your parents did okay, and then I don't know, whatever. I don't care.
So they did help support my mother, but like, I remember having like clothes that didn't really fit when I was a kid. And...
Why?
Don't tell me.
God, you gotta stop oversharing, buddy.
Yeah, I don't. But
it's not a good look.
Clothes.
Not a good look, man.
Clothes, like, oh god, talk about overselling it. Like, my god. Listen, I'm not trying to emotionally mail it, but the clothes didn't fit, and sometimes we didn't have breakfast. And, if we had a slab of meat, we had to cut it with my brothers and sisters 4 ways. And then if we had a slice of pizza, we had to cut that 4 ways. I mean, give me a fucking break, Chud.
He works in a coal mine as a kid.
It's a tweet making fun of that you're like nerdy, all right, to make it simple.
No, you fucking dolt. Okay, let's go to his other stream then. Because this is not that tweet that he's pointing at. It's not the only time that he said this. He said this again and again and again and again. Wait, where is this? Is it in this stream? Working class. Savaganda. Don't fail me now! Google. Fuck! Please.
Accept the clarification.
And it was my fault.
Okay.
I didn't realize that when people see the word look the other way, it's a...
Working class. Working closer. Class. Yeah.
Schizo take, it's always the British. No, I'm not going that far. I will say this. I do get the I do get the sense that Chud is not like a working class Englishman. I don't know how to read. I know they can tell by each other's accents, and I'm not that familiar with it. But something tells me no. I wouldn't be surprised if Chud came from money. First of all, I also wouldn't be surprised if. But yeah, something tells me no. I think he LARPs as one.
So, yes, this is. He's trying to pretend that he's like pulled it up like one fucking time in this one tweet. That's not the only tweet that he's made about it, and he said it on stream.
That you're kind of a dork, that you take this shit way too seriously. That's all it is.
And it's like,
I mean, should I make that a soundbite? Is my clothes didn't fit when I was a kid? And
I mean, that'd be a bit far. That just seems a little bit weird. Although, to be fair, okay, I like Chud. Okay, obviously, come out of his community. So I am biased going into this, obviously. Like, me and Tommy have had, like, a tiny amount of history together, I guess. Like, I'm not exactly his Keemstar or anything. But, you know. So, yeah, is Chud over Sharon? Maybe. But I mean, it's hard to go into whether you're working class or not without kind of giving these kind of details but because to be working class is kind of to go through like hardships and stuff, right? I don't know. Like if I was defending my like working classness against accent accusations that I'm some kind of Tory or tough, I would be saying this happened to me and I did this and I went through that and I'd list off all the things that like struggles that a working class person has or like a lower class person has, right? But, you know, should have just left it. Yeah, whatever. If Chud didn't want this mocked, maybe he shouldn't have said it on a stream, kind of responded to Tommy C, who is like vociferously going after him. Yeah, I mean, Chud can't really complain, I guess.
He sets it up with, I'm not trying to manipulate anybody, and I really hate talking about it.
But he keeps talking about it. He fucking keeps going.
Y'all go hate Tommy C for making fun of I was impoverished. Go hate him because he's making fun of an impoverished person. Get the fuck out of here, man. Nobody cares.
Bro, he didn't say that at all. What?
You know, I don't know. It's just like, it was...
Nobody asked for your proof. God.
On holiday, it was just kind of like a standard working class kind of growing up situation.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I'm not saying this. I don't give a fuck about sympathy. Okay, don't be fucking gay about it. It's just to point out that yes, I have a working class background, and it's bizarre that someone would try and claim without any evidence that I don't, because I do. I know my life. I know what.
Then why do you have to? Are you selling them a fucking image or something like that? Fuck that guy. I grew up in housing. He doesn't know anything about me. No, I gotta explain myself.
Fucking my growing up was like. So why would you question that with zero?
I don't know if Tommy was like dropped on like his head as a kid. Or if he like, you know, kind of, well, he never saw combat. I don't know if he tripped on one of the cookery pots in the Iraqi kitchens, but like, yeah, I don't know. You think the fact that he's like responded to this or chosen to like talk about it at the start of his stream, presumably, like looking at his bars, like make an offhand remark or like a comment or response to it? Well, yeah.
It's obvious that
that's a sign that he's like guilty or
How would you
hiding
get
something.
the evidence of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to hunt it down. It's a passing comment.
You're like interview his fucking mom. How the fuck did he get the evidence?
I'd have to touch you. It was a passing comment on somebody telling me to talk to you. That's all.
No, you said it several times, you fucking spad.
Jesus.
He's just in a fucking drunken, blind rage.
You look more loaded than me on your second stream on me. I got news for you.
Lashing out, saying whatever the fuck comes in to a CT-riddled brain. And that's it. That's, you know. Oh, yeah, I heard about that as well.
This is good.
He was also saying you're a derelict father when he has a daughter growing up without mistakes. Okay, well, I'm not going to get into that stuff, okay?
See, I wonder if that was like a threat to go after my daughter or something like that.
I'm
Because
fucking
I
fake.
never said anything about his fatherhood. I don't know if he's audience captured. I
What?
never said...
Bro, you've got to be fucking trolling. Kids? You want to talk about kids? Do you want to talk about his children? Are you fucking insane? You think that was a fucking... Okay, Tommy C is genuinely just, like, retarded. Live with...
Intellectual that is really short, coming from Beaker Queenman himself or him. them calling me a pussy has like zero effect. I think Chud's a sad sack of shit. I think a lot of people in this business, or it's really a revenge of the nerd situation. I mean, what is Chud? Is he a left-wing intellectual that is really sharp commentary on drama? Or is he really just a pathetic guy that doesn't live with his kids, that is trolling for bussy on his time, on his off time?
Okay. What did you say, sorry?
Anything about his fatherhood. I don't know if he's audience captured. I never said he was a derelict father. So I think it's like, hey, he said something
He's
about
a sad, pathetic guy who doesn't live with his kids. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the words derelict father never came out of your mouth. Cool. What's the point of bringing that up then?
About my daughter. My daughter has moved out. All right, she's gone. Like, so I just found that a really weird thing because I never asked the father. So he basically starts this off like he starts reading it. Yeah, I heard this.
Brain, and that's it.
Oh, what happened here? I lost some volume. Super. I hate
the bussy allegations more pressing. I mean, I debunked this when I went through the live stream last time, right? I debunked these last time. But you know. Yeah, Chud isn't interested in bussy, interested in Gok. Very, very different. Important correction, I believe. He's only making these vicious attacks because Queenman's tone was also vicious whenever he covered Tommy. He's absolutely trying to test and see how much Chud is willing to take. Maybe.
Using this fucking thing.
No.
That makes sense.
No, I gotta restart the fucker. Great. Oh, no, it did work. I kicked my fucking thing again.
That makes sense.
There it is. Sorry, no, I kicked it again. I fixed the one thing and I got the other problem. So yeah, listen to this. This is like bizarre to me.
Oh yeah, I heard about that as well.
I would love to. Like I said, he's a derelict father. Jesus. And why would I do that? He's just going to do it right back to me, you know?
Give me a fucking timestamp of where you said that.
Where did I do that? I didn't do that. So he's either fishing for sympathy like he was with the other stuff, or he's misled. But then again, he said he heard about that.
You
really look like a bastard talking about your fucking children right now. Game, set, match.
Also saying you're a derelict father.
I mean, okay then.
Carry on drama, or is he really just a pathetic guy that doesn't live with his kids, that is trolling for bussy on his?
I mean, there we go. I guess.
When he has a daughter growing up without mistakes, okay. I'm not going to get in.
He's not going to get into that. You brought up his kids. I think the only thing I said is, did I say something about your kids want to find out about the Gok thing? I mean, come on, that's public. My kids are going to find out all about the stupid shit I did, including this. You know? Tommy, you did say immediately after I said you were talking about others because I couldn't believe you said it. Well, please give us a timestamp because I didn't call him a derelict father. And that's what he said.
That's
I
the
never
clear implication.
I have no idea what kind of father he is. None.
Into that stuff, okay? If he wants to fucking, take some shots at me on the basis
He's fucking lost
it's
it.
up to him, but...
Yeah, that's your dream. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Kevin Melt.
Going by your rules, that, you overshared.
I'm not interested in that personally. So I don't want to get into that side of it, okay?
And here's another thing I want to point out. Like, this guy, I make a comment to either my chat, like, look, it's nothing new. You've been mooching off. It's been going on since Baited. So I'm making my sort of retirement stream. I said, look, I make a joke, either responding to a chat, I can't remember, somebody in chat, or responding to just a meme in general. And I said, well, I guess you can't say I'm mooching off my wife anymore. When I got a job.
Oh my God.
You can see the smile on my face.
Explanation
he says that's oversharing.
About how he
oversharing. It's been a meme for
mooching
fucking the better part of 8 years. And then uses that to go on my wife. And I tell you something, it's like, I'm sure you wouldn't want to insult my wife, but I mean, like, why should I be friends with you if you're going to talk to me about that way and say, oh,
who says you have to be friends with him?
It's literally a feed my family.
This guy complains so much about people fucking restating his arguments or not engaging with his arguments. Chud says, do I need to show you the death certificate? Like, how much do I have to show you to prove that I'm working class? You go, I never asked for the evidence. I never asked for the evidence. And now you're talking about people saying you have to be his friend.
Right?
Oh, we have a timestamp.
I made the female. Yeah, let me see this. A derelict father?
No, you fucking dipshit.
I'll apologize.
I just sent it to you.
All right. I'll put it on right now. Hold on. Let's see where I am.
Yes, the exact words, derelict father. Yeah.
Playing an intellectual that is really sharp commentary on drama, or is he really just a pathetic guy that doesn't live with his kids, that is trolling for bussy on his. That's not a derelict father.
Okay.
On his off time. And that's what I think he's. I'm saying he's fucking pathetic. Well, guess what? He could say I was pathetic too because I'm divorced. I never said he was a derelict father.
Oh,
I think he actually put that in on purpose. I said he's lame as fuck, a lonely fuck. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't have his kids, has fucking nothing, and sits around and trolls for pussy on the internet. I never put his parenting into question once. Are you kidding me?
What are you trying to hit?
See in this video. He looks like a kid that got caught. And when he gets caught, all right, that's enough. I know I didn't call him a derelict father. Because, I mean, I got to be perfectly honest with you. If I call him a derelict father, my kids are fucking game after that. 100% game. You know, and I know that. God. And I didn't do it.
What are you talking about?
But he wants you to believe
status,
I did it. So
his
it's
living arrangement,
him calling me out is just so out of line because he's so desperate. Because he knows there's something in the bow back
calling you out is out of line.
Word, and he knows the Turkey Tom stuff looks sus as fuck. So he's got to get me on. You're bringing up, you know, my family.
Yeah,
it just sounds desperate to me, and he does. He does sound like a guy who's got caught. You're right, Tommy G. So let me go back to the video. I'm dying to see this shit. I wish it paused. Let's go back. But no, I never said anything about him being a derelict father. And it's just the way he says it. It's just, I'm not going to talk about your daughter. Like it's a threat. I'll talk about your daughter.
Oh my fucking God.
You know, I don't know. It's just like, it was, we didn't go on holiday. It was just kind of like a standard working class kind of growing up situation, you know? I'm not saying this, I don't give a fuck about sympathy, okay? Don't be fucking gay about it. It's just to point out that, yes, I have a working class background. And it's bizarre that someone would try and claim without any evidence that I don't. Because I do. I know my life. I know what fucking my growing up was like. So why would you question that with zero evidence? It's obvious that he's just in a fucking drunken, blind rage, lashing out, saying whatever the fuck comes in to his CT-riddled brain. And that's it. That's, you know. Oh, yeah, I heard about that as well. He was also saying you're a derelict father when he has a daughter growing up without mistakes. Okay.
A daughter growing up with us. My daughter's 17. She has her own place. She left the house.
A 17-year-old with their own place has left the house. Now, if we wanted to dig in and say, well, publicly available information, I don't know why we're sharing exactly that much stuff. If a 17-year-old kid has their own place, something has gone wrong there. Okay? Something has gone very, very wrong if your minor child lives alone away from you. If they've moved out at 17 and found their own place, gone to that much effort, in my experience, that's very hard to do. Okay? It's very hard to do.
And
she's German. She's gone to the United States.
I haven't had full custody of her since 2010.
So since she was 2 years old, then, since 2010, 15 years ago. So she was 2 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, come on, man! You gotta stop oversharing, right?
No, please.
But that brings me into oversharing.
Please keep oversharing.
I want to get in chat. Is oversharing? That means you're 100% game to your buddies. Put one in the chat. Two of you don't buy it.
Oh, it's all Chud's audience in the chat. So.
Okay. So, is oversharing? Is oversharing okay? Like that leaves you open to get like goofed on anything? Because I'd like to see if it's embarrassing.
Usually it's 17 in that scenario, they're runaways. Well, they've been kicked out, I guess, one of the two.
Embarrassing and funny said, and yes. Okay, so that means you can be, oh, that's not funny. Just why? I mean, oh, that's not funny. Oh, that's not funny. That's not funny. Right?
I mean, just pointing and laughing at him when he says that his clothes didn't fit him as a kid. And yeah, that just... I mean, maybe you can go like, oh, what are you doing, man? But when he's talking about a childhood story of his, yeah, that probably feels over the line, retard. What's there not to get?
All right, how about this? I've been contacted by the ghost of Chud's father, and he really, really wants to be on the show. I think we're going to have an interview with him. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to check if Chud's okay with it. And we're going to interview Chud. And from what I understand, like, he's really disappointed in his son on the way things turned out. Is that okay? Can I do that? I mean, by Chud's rules, I can, right?
He brought it up.
Yeah, he brought it up. But you don't talk about something personal. That's the excuse for him saying fucking rotten shit about me. He says a bunch of rotten shit about me. He's like, oh, why are you so upset? You can't take the bans. And then the shit that he says when he was my buddy is no different. Actually, CTE's new, right? CTE.
Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! I've been in communication with your dead father, and he's telling me that he's from beyond the grave when he died when you were a kid. He's telling me, actually, he's disappointed in you. Wait, maybe we need a laugh track in there. I can't hear any. I can't hear any applause from the audience. There's something. Tough crowd, I guess. Tough crowd.
Tease no. But there's one difference between the way he talks about me. It's like, yeah, look, I got a little more self-respect than that. You can't talk about me that way. I got news for you, pal. I'll say what you want. I mean, Aiden is asking me to call in. I gave Aiden. Yeah, no, I told you we're not taking call-ins. We're not taking call-ins. I go back to the thing as I set the rules for call-ins. We're gonna have a full stream full of call-ins. So that's about it. There you go.
Big for your boots.
Jesus Christ, so heartless like you with Selena, sneezing face emoji,
and I gotta be honest with you, his fucking idea of not debating has had nothing but fruits. Everybody's freaking out, and it's really enjoyable to watch.
Selena was a bitch, and she deserved what she got.
Because I did set some notes. Where is my note button? Did I close that fucking thing?
I think he might like restore your
Also,
PC,
I don't
so,
personally know
away.
Selena, so you know.
It should still be saved.
No, yeah. Oh, so they did the oversharing, so I guess I can do what I want with that. Oh no, let's go into the next part of the video that I thought was interesting.
I'm not going to get into that stuff, okay?
I'm above it. I'm not going to get into Tommy's kids. I'm above it.
My kids, it's up to him, but I'm not.
I'm not going to talk about your kids. What about your dad?
Interested in that person.
What about your dad? Can I talk about your dad? I talked to your dad's ghost. I got Thomas Edison's machine. We're able to talk to your dead dad. How about that? Is that fair?
I don't want to get into that side of it, okay?
All right, let's go to the next one.
That's what private means.
I mean, if it was funny, I think it'd be okay. And I think some of the oversharing stuff earlier, where he's talking about his working class bona fides, I do have to say, I mean, fair play. He said it. He's made it public. He's decided to talk about it. Is it fair game? Has he overshared? I mean, maybe. Fair play to him. I don't think Chud can complain about that. But I mean, there's no joke there. It just feels like it's brought up kind of weirdly, like maliciously. Yeah, it's just there's no comedy there. It just feels kind of gross and kind of beyond the pale, no?
God. So this is him talking about. I'll say the biggest reason I won't talk to Chud. First of all, because he proved that he's completely bad faith. Chud keeps telling everybody, which is a lie, that the reason I have a problem with him is because he broke Bobax's privacy, which never came out of my mouth once. What I said is he heard something secret and spilled it for his own fucking benefit.
Okay.
He said he's gone from I didn't know to who cares, back to I didn't know, back to who cares, and now he's back and I don't know. I didn't know. So I'm sorry.
Well, it's not mutually exclusive. No? It's not mutually exclusive, Tommy, you fucking retard. Okay, so apparently he's not taking call-ins this stream. He's going to have an entire stream dedicated to it.
He told somebody, like, and Aiden didn't care. Like, that makes, like, look, you're asking me why I think you're a snake. That's why I think you're a snake. It's not that you hurt, like, I guess it's like a lefty thing. Like, you have to have hurt somebody to make it mean, I don't care if you hurt him or not. I tell you what, that's exactly why I won't talk to him. He's like, why are you defending Bobax? When he knows damn well I want. He consciously is doing that. So he wants a straw man. You let him straw man. There's no reason to have a chat with him.
Oh, after he's
either
gone
online or off. If I talk to him online, he's going for the W. It won't be an honest conversation. I don't expect anything less from him. If it's private, it's going to be, let's not talk about each other. I promise not to say something about you, or you don't say something about me. And I'm not in the mood. I'm okay with things being unresolved. So here's Chud coming up with a tier list on when it's okay to, I guess, break your word.
You people are like, okay, you people are literally the Down syndrome individuals I was talking about earlier, right?
Anybody who disagrees with you.
Because obviously there's different levels of privacy, right? And different things you're going to be concerned about.
I've said it before, but it bears repeating. He reminds me of the worst public health dementia patients who talk about wanting their
That's pretty funny.
Adjusted. Decades
Thank you for the super chats.
Alcohol.
Yeah, I think they just shout that over and over again. If you say it over and over again, well, I'm not going to hear that guy's side. He's drunk all the time.
And it's like, you know, this bizarre idea that it's okay to take that picture and go around to all your mates and go, oh, look at Boblax, what a weird queer, ha ha ha. Right? And then that gets to me, and I'm not friends with Boblax. And I mention it publicly on a stream. And the person that told me got told by, like, the other person. But the person that's...
So he's admitted he was told, but then still pretends that 5 months went by and he thought everybody knew about it? Like, he's on both sides of this. I didn't know, I did know.
Read it. It's fine. Totally fine.
But keep in mind, my thing is, you were told, you broke the promise, whether it's to a piece of shit or not, it doesn't matter to me. That's why I don't trust you. Deal with it.
Do that. Go and have a laugh about your queer.
Was it a funny moment on stream? Yes, it was. But you're asking me why I don't trust him. He has a problem.
Okay, retard. I mean, he's complaining about Chud pausing him when Chud's looking at his audience, his arguments, and saying that's like, what, bad faith? Now he's doing the exact same thing to Chud. Huh?
He says I'm calling him a snake without any evidence. That's my evidence. That's enough for me.
Huh?
I think he talks to me Two-Face. I think he talked to Willie Two-Face. I think he was trying to make a move on Nick. All this stuff adds up, and he keeps on telling me that I'm making about Black's privacy, which I can give 2 fucks about.
Mates behind their back, no problem.
Boing, 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 boing. Person in lotus position emoji. Shushing face emoji.
Yeah, shushing face emoji, I think, says my thoughts on that, okay? Thank you for the $2 a bio.
But the second I mention it on a stream, snake, terrible. Terrible.
So he's saying that because they were passing it around. Yeah, because your excuse was, I don't know, as soon as it left your mouth. Here's another thing I noticed. We were looking at the stream earlier. All he starts talking about...
He didn't know if the existence of the public was... the existence of the picture was public. Not the picture itself. That was private.
What was that, Genie? APG or some shit like that? What did you mention we were watching before? It was something transgender or cross-dressing related, and then he fucking comes. It looks so opportune. Like they're saying, "Hey, they were talking about it. I thought it was out already."
I think it's AGP. Yeah.
AGP, yeah, it's like AGP. And to me, it looked like, "Oh, there's my opportunity." To him, it's like, "Oh,
no." They were talking about AGP, and they were talking about the transgenders, and then Oggy said, "Oh, like, is that what Bo Blacks is?" There's been nothing in the public sphere about Bo Blacks being anything to do with AGP. And so, yeah, I can understand in that moment now, he's like, oh, okay, wait, is this public then? You're referencing that he's AGP. What, is that, yeah?
I thought it was out. 5 months went down. 5 months, nobody said a thing. And by the way, I think you were told by Nick as well. Everybody, even Alex Gitmo kept his mouth shut.
Wait, you think?
Everybody, even Alex Gitmo kept his mouth shut.
Wait, you think you were told by Diorio? Why didn't you ask Diorio? Are you not in contact with him anymore? What do you mean you think? You've either heard it from Nick or you haven't. Because Aiden is saying that he never made anyone promise about it.
I mean, so yeah, I'm allowed to think you're a snake. And the fact that you keep strawmanning me and argue like you're defeating arguments that I never made makes me like, all right, no, I'm not calling that guy. I'm not fucking deal with that guy. Why don't you go back?
I am boing and boing 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 and boing 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 and boing. Person in lotus position emoji.
Person in lotus position emoji. Person in lotus position emoji. 100 emoji. Thank you very much for the $5 a bio.
Back to what you were doing before, Chad. Why don't you just say, okay, that guy doesn't trust me. Fuck him. Because that makes sense. You constantly explaining yourself. It's just sus as fuck.
Also, yeah, he brings up this 5 months thing for I don't exactly know what reason. But apparently that's in question.
Where are the 5 months? We knew in August, Kevin. It came out in January.
Private is private.
Okay, I could first send him this. I heard him. Private is private. Now there's a private tier list.
Okay. If private is private, if that genuinely is your position, what do you think about like leaking DMs for no meaningful reason?
But Tommy did it too. What a brilliant argument. This guy's such a brainiac. Please, if the clip exists where he threatens me, he's going to take me apart, but he's not going to do it yet. Please send that to me. I'm dying to hear that because it sounded more like, here's something I noticed about the commentary community. They want to take this to like a new level of intellectualness. And I think he's one of them. But if he said that, I am dying to hear that.
What do you think about that? Because DMs are supposed to be a private communication, right? I mean, like
barely talked. Dude, we knew about the dress for months.
Oh my god. Aiden gave the image to Chud. It was peer-to-peer communication. It was not a gay little group chat where the image was posted and they swore up and down, hands on the Bible, to never leak it. I mean, yeah, true. That's the thing. So he's correct. Yeah, in terms of private information. Just like swearing someone to secrecy and never letting them see it. And this is on a need-to-know basis. For example, right? I've shared some of the Jelly information that has her docs information, like her home address, her name, right? I've shared that in confidence with a couple of people and said, do not leak this. This is not for public consumption. This is merely in private to prove some of these claims, okay? I've been so explicit with that with everyone, and I've been explicit to make sure that everyone fucking knows nothing, okay? But if I was to send somebody something and then leave that up in the air, that's a different thing. And then if I'm sharing something to a group chat with all these people in there, and everyone's like, oh, damn, we better not talk about this, we better not say anything, yeah, then the understanding is nobody's going to leak it. But this is just Aiden showing Chud something. It's like, whoa, look at Bo Black's in a dress. And then Oggy is obviously referencing it. Oh, I guess the information about the Bo Blacks must be public then. You can understand the fucking process.
Dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Cover the chronic flirting with Jelly SS. Sar, person in lotus position emoji.
Person in lotus position emoji. Thank you, Abayo, for the $2. I'm not familiar with those. I don't want to be familiar with those.
If he got talked to after that,
still told him.
It's already still told him. I mean, see, that's the thing, and that's what he's like. They want to sit there and say like, no evidence, no evidence. You were told, you did it anyway, and you played dumb. And here's the best part: he's gone from it doesn't matter, somebody told me, to I didn't know. Oh, I guess I forgot.
Because
I was
like
told. It's all over the place.
We have a
That's
clip.
not mutually
No, dude, we have a
exclusive.
clip of fucking Aiden telling where he said, "Yes, I told Chud that the dress photo is private."
Yeah, I know. So
That's
this
it.
is
Instant match.
This is
It doesn't matter.
Guys, this is my,
Do we? I've got a clip of Aiden saying that he didn't say that to Chud, but he thought it was implied.
my opinion. This is what makes you a snake. You know, you could sit there and say there's no evidence. See you blue in the face. That's enough for me. That's enough for a lot. And you know what? Here's what he knows. He knows it's a lot enough for some YouTubers. YouTubers will like humor him, and if he brings this up a lot, Tommy, it wasn't a big deal. It was just Bobax, and they'll go, yeah, I ain't telling you shit. And he knows that. And that's why he keeps defending himself on it. That's why he keeps strawmanning me and saying, like, fuck Bobax, probably. What are you defending Bobax? No, that's a good example. Not one.
Tommy just bought
Thank you for the $2
about just like scrolling through a portion of them.
To make a point, like, I don't give a shit about that. And I've never held anybody to this fucking standard where they couldn't leak DMs for a good reason. So I just said, hey, here's one. And there's nothing in there between you and me. Let's be honest.
Oh my fucking
This is
God,
more Tommy
this is
did it
so
too.
Why?
retarded.
What's the reason for that?
So fucking retarded. I've never said that somebody can't leak DMs for a good reason. Yes. You can also kill people for a good reason. You can also steal things for a good reason. What is a good reason is the fucking question. At what point does it become acceptable to leak something private publicly? That's the entire question you fucking sped.
It's just, why do you write in all caps all Lumpy Willie?
Well, Tommy, on the privacy tier list, technically your DMs did not have anything, according to Chud.
let me hear.
Wait, the dress... I mean, just...
On the privacy tier list, technically your DMs did not have anything, according to Chud.
Let me hear this.
So absurd. It's obvious this insane double standard that applies. But Tommy C is literally... This is the thing. He has got...
My thing is leak him if you have a good reason. I had a good reason. And my reason was to prove I was willing to leak him. There was fucking nothing.
Motivated reasoning. He's come to the conclusion that I'm a snake, and rather than critically engage with the information that he's got and come...
I killed for a good reason, okay? I would never kill without a good reason. My good reason for killing was to prove I would kill. What are you talking about? It's so fucking retarded, man. At that point, you don't have a standard. At that point, don't pretend there's any kind of moral consideration of any of this. There just isn't, okay? You're just fine with leaking whatever, whenever. It's totally fine for you. Just own that. Don't pretend that there's this good reason methodology behind it, because apparently you'll leak it just to prove that you will leak it.
It's YouTube drama. It's fucking YouTube drama, Chud. I don't like you. I don't trust you. I think you're a snake. If it really didn't mean anything, you wouldn't keep talking about it. If fucking, oh God, like Nate, like if somebody else called me, I would just totally ignore it.
To reasonable conclusions about it. He's working backwards to make every act that I've taken mean that I'm a snake, right?
Yeah, I think I've seen enough. Yes, you have no evidence. Okay, Tom, Bobax, the way you talked about me, the way you talked about Nick, and then you ran back as soon as it got hot and just pulled the same thing. Hey, let's talk privately. I want to be able to.
Okay, so we've got Bo Blacks, which is in question. Aiden said that it was never private, or he's never actually said that it was private to Chud, but he thought it was implied. Tom, literally wrong, and he's even watched the video and responded to it. The way he talked about Tommy, maybe mean. At this point, I don't really care. The way that he talked about Nick, who cares? Nick doesn't.
Criticize you on this, but I know it'll take drama. By the way, have you seen the H3 criticisms or Nick criticisms? No. Because he wants to chip away at Nick's credibility more than likely.
That's what he's doing at the moment.
How
any possible piece of information that he can draw on, he's using to back up this claim that I'm a snake.
They stream at different times.
Maybe I'll use no information next time.
They have their own separate audience.
So it's like, well, obviously, with that logic, I mean, this is conspiracy logic, right? This is my conclusion. Anything I find I'm going to find a way to back up this conclusion that I've already made.
That's fucking nuts.
It is not.
I saw you full of shit with the slasher stuff. I saw you do the Bobax thing. I saw you do the Tom thing. I saw the way you talk about me. And by the way, let's get this out of the way. If you were an enemy talking that way, I just ignore it. But you're pretending to be my buddy, right? That was the best part of that other stream. Like, I said something really nice about him, and he calls me a lazy fuck at the end. That's my favorite part of that stream. You know, like, so that's not drawing a conclusion. These are incidents happening where, like, I don't think that guy's cool, and you're the one freaking out that I'm calling you a snake. If there's no truth to it, like,
oh, there's
no
so
truth to it,
retarded.
right? But you're having trouble explaining yourself with the Bobax thing. I'm saying, like, if you leak something like that, somebody tells you not to do something, you agree to it. That's what makes you fucking sus to me. If you put all the other stuff I mentioned on top of it, yeah, I think I can come to. I didn't say he's a rat and I found all this stuff. It was the stuff happened and I said he's a rat.
I mean, has he forgotten about the Willy stuff, or has he realized that it's like totally retarded? And maybe he's gone back and watched like the full clip. Maybe he's realized there's something there because he watched the clip where Chud explained it. And it seemed as though he was having a bit of a difficult time kind of grappling with exactly what Chud was saying. In seeing that, well, Chud kind of did explain it. You just want to see which particular points he agreed were, like, potentially biased by having a relationship with Destiny. I mean, and when we're coming down to, like, that thin of a critique, do we even have a critique at all? I don't think Tommy thinks so. Because otherwise, he would be bringing this up. Especially if he's bringing up the fucking slasher stuff, dude. That was fucking nothing.
You know? He claimed you gave your word you wouldn't leak the dress shit. Okay, I'm fairly certain it was Aiden that told me.
I thought you didn't know. I'm fairly certain. Deliberately vague.
Right? So, how does Aiden feel about this? Is Aiden...
It doesn't matter. To me. Like, what is this? Like, if Aiden is... Maybe Aiden isn't offended. Fuck if I care. That's what makes me think you're a snake.
No, you fucking dipshit. What he's saying is, I think, tell me if I'm giving too much charity. I think what he's saying is, if Aiden doesn't feel as though his agreement with Chud has been violated, then... What can you say? What can you say? What can you say? Because earlier, you were... I think a couple streams ago, he was standing on the position. His foundation of the Bobax point was, Aiden told you not to leak it. Aiden told you it was private. And now he's like, well, I think Nick told you. I think Nick told you. And now you don't care what Aiden says at all.
in particular...
But Aiden doesn't care. Like, his argument doesn't even make sense.
Really, like, aggrieved by the fact that I leaked it. Like,
I think Nick told you to. I'm pretty sure, Nick. You can ask him. I'm sure you've been calling him a lot.
Obviously, if you as a third party want to be bothered by that, that's fine.
Wait, I'm pretty sure Nick told you. I'm pretty sure you can ask him though.
Like,
I think Nick told you to. I'm pretty sure, Nick. You can ask him. I'm sure you've been calling him a lot.
Why don't you ask him, you fucking retard? No? Why don't you ask him? Does Nick want nothing to do with this? Or is he just... Okay, here's the two things. Is he saying this with pure speculation? And he's not even sent a DM to Nick to ask him? Or has he asked Nick about it, and Nick has said, I'm not interested in this. I don't want to get into this. I don't want to answer either way. I just do not want to. Like, what?
Obviously, if you as a third party want to be bothered by that, that's fine. That's up to you at the end of the day. But if the person is not that bothered about it, you know, I've you know, I mean, I got the nickname Leaky Logic because I would, like, spill something on stream. You know, not like a sort, you know, it's a bit cheeky, tongue-in-cheek sometimes. Like,
so was your fucking DM drop because there was nothing in there and I scrolled through them, like, ultra quick. So how is that different than what I did?
Like, you know, not...
Yeah, well, you're called Leaky C for a reason, Tommy, so...
Yeah, well, I'm called... Hey, man, don't call me out. I'm called Leaky Logic.
Is it public? Isn't it public, you know? But it's not, you know, it's just not a big deal. People just don't really care.
I think when a YouTuber tells you something of that magnitude, when you have fucking Bobax, like, dead to rights, and you're going to have plenty of contact with the dresses, not when everybody agreed it was too far, even with...
What are you fucking... You're bringing in all this exterior fucking detail that's totally extraneous, by the way, because you realize that your point is completely retarded.
Some of his A-loggers, and you just happen to drop that when everybody agreed,
something
like,
of this
rights,
magnitude.
And you're going to have plenty of contact with the dresses, not when everybody agreed it was too far, even with some of his A-loggers, and you just happen to drop in the big stream. And then you've gone to you've said, I was told, and you've also said, I didn't know, which makes it sound like you're lying. I don't know which way you're lying, but it makes it sound like you're lying. That's a completely reasonable conclusion to come to. And thinking, with all the other shit, yeah.
He said, I think Aiden told me about the existence of the photo. Or is he saying that Aiden told him that it was private and off limits? I'd love to a little bit of clarity on that, but I'm not sure.
You're a rat. No, it's you did shit, and I was like, yeah, you're a fucking snake. not the other way around. This is the last.
So I thought of, I think there was some like.
Here's the thing, okay? Here's the fucking hell. What is this fucking stream overlay? Okay, here's the thing. It doesn't matter, Dickers. You're never going to get that clarity. Yeah, probably not. Doesn't matter. Here's the thing. But on that point, okay, over never getting the clarity. If this was, let's say, in an alternate universe, okay, me and Tommy C are busy mates. We're in private call. I mean, sometimes you have this with the creators. And they'll give takes and they'll say things like, yeah, I don't really trust that guy. Yeah, I kind of think this. Yeah, I kind of think that. And they'll give the basis for it. And you know that it's a little bit more vibes-based. It's not the kind of argument you'd present to the public to try and take somebody down. All that would really happen is like, this is the reason why I don't fuck with this guy in particular. And it's like, okay, I mean, well, whatever. This is your personal feeling on the matter. What the fuck am I going to say? Okay, interesting. Right? If it was that, that'd be one thing. But then trying to like present this to the public and prove it, you've got fucking nothing. You've got nothing but vibes. Indeed, boneless hole. Leave Chud Logic alone. That's what I've been saying this whole stream.
Things that were moving.
Yeah, leaky logic seems like a cope. Yeah, it does seem like a cope to me.
That made me think something was going to happen, but I didn't necessarily think it was going to happen that.
All right, this is him. This is weird because I really don't know how to take this. This is him talking about the Tom stuff. And by the way, if you stick around, I'll probably tell you something you didn't know.
Oh, it'd be the first stream he's ever done where that happens.
Things that were moving that made me think something was going to happen, but I didn't necessarily think it was going to happen that soon. But no, there was no collusion for me. I just, a third party passed me.
So what he's doing is he's denying, by the way, I have no evidence that he colluded with President Sunday. What I said was, I'd love to see your communications between him during that time.
The information. And I got wind of it. And, I told the commentary guys about it because I thought, again, another topic I've discussed at length, but I told the commentary guys about it because I, didn't want them to fuck themselves over by, doing some shit with Destiny when this was like on the precipice in the background to come out. And, it's like, I mean, not to...
Okay, so what he's telling them is he's not telling them about Sunday's video, right? What he's saying, he's telling them,
wait, Chud was the one who told Furio and the rest? I know this. I know this. I've heard about this. I think Nick has explicitly said that Chud was the one who passed him the information. And that is why Beckett and President Sunday had so much more information than Nick did, because it had passed through way more hands. Yeah, about the DMs. Yeah, from Straighter Aid. Yeah.
There's some shit coming out. You might want to distance yourself from DDG, from Destiny, because this is coming down the pipe. By the way, I heard about it. I can't remember. It was late November, early December. Nick told me, and he said he was pretty much done with them, but he wouldn't say anything until apparently the victim was negotiating, and he didn't know if she would change her mind. And I really didn't think too much of it because I gotta be honest with you, I wasn't too surprised when Destiny recorded somebody high. It just wasn't out of the realm of possibility for me.
Okay. Not to suck my own cock, right? But I was trying to...
He's trying to act like a hero. So, all right, so he gave him the heads up.
I was trying to do right by them to make sure they didn't put themselves in an awkward position when this thing came out. Do you see what I mean?
So you know about the video 100%, right? You knew the video was coming out. What I don't know is if you knew the content.
Wait, what? You knew that something was coming out?
When this thing came out. Do you see what I mean?
So you know about the video 100%, right?
No, he doesn't know about the video 100%. He says he knows that something's coming through the pipe. There's a story that's developing. Something is brewing. He never says anything about knowing about the video.
You knew the video was coming out. What I don't know is if you knew the contents of the video. In other words, the video was initially supposed to be fucking Willie. I fucking verified that. Tom and Nick. Old Beckett gave Nick a heads up, and after a phone call with President Sunday toned the fucking the triple commentary gotcha way down. And by the way,
no, Beckett forced Sunday to call him, and Beckett was there in the call. I mean, at least he's fucking getting the name of Beckett right, but he's got the timeline totally wrong. No, Beckett did not contact Nick to give him a full warning, and then Sunday contacted him, and they had that. That was one conversation that Beckett forced President Sunday to call Nick.
I can remember a bunch of people going after Nick, even though that stuff came out. It didn't stick about him knowing and not telling anybody. So one of the things he told Sunday is, I don't know if you can change your mind. I don't know if she's suicidal. I'm not getting involved with any of this. But he spins it really strangely.
Fellas will be needling you about months and months and months. This is a feast compared.
This doesn't even make sense because there was 2.5 weeks between the New Year's stream and when we started working on the video. Lol, really? Because that video came out incredibly quick. I have heard about that. The turnaround time on that video was incredibly fucking sharpish.
Compared to the usual crumbs for shitters.
Yeah.
Yeah, shitters are gonna have a good time. Yeah.
That's great.
Yes, we are.
There's Creeman stream for tonight. Dude, I've got to stop doing that, man. Because Creeman doesn't just fucking cover that. You know, I'm sure he'll be covering something else later. Okay.
What about your other? What about your runt son?
But yeah, no, I didn't. There was no sort of collusion there.
What about the runt of the litter?
It was just like, I mean, you know, dude, this is what's difficult about it, right?
No, don't move on.
Obviously, there's private conversations that happen.
No dick is mentioned?
You don't want to like start fucking leaking them. But like, if you did, that's the only real way you could prove what's happened.
You mean you can't put your side of the conversation to make me look bad and black out theirs? Really?
Wait, so
I mean,
now,
Jesus Christ.
now you are asking for evidence of that? Okay. What? He just what? And now he has to supply his DMs. Why does he have to do that?
Does a DM include your side of the conversation as well? So if you got this dinger out there, but you can't do it because you got to get other people's permission, when you're just telling me you're leaky logic.
Dude, the golden rule, man.
I do it to you.
There's no good fucking reason to leak those DMs, and that is over a video that has had an insane fucking ripple effect. There is currently a civil lawsuit that has been filed because of the videos released by President Sunday and Beckett. And a lot of this stuff covers what people knew at different times, the kind of collusion that happened, what Chud's source is, perhaps. Yeah, why the fuck should anyone need to know about that? Why should need to disclose that?
No, I'd do it to you. 100% I'd do it to you. But he's trying to suggest, yeah, I'm really off the hook on this. But yeah, and I did warn those guys.
But you don't want to do that, you know? But my word is my bond. For what it's worth to you guys, I did not work with President Sunday to snake Nicholas, okay? Nicholas, listen. Nicholas snaked himself by talking to President Sunday.
Who said that? Nicholas saved himself
by
going to President Sunday.
Huh?
Beckett tipped him off that he was going to be in the video, and they were going to spin it in such a way that they covered for Destiny. Now you...
No, you fucking dipshit. That's not fucking true. That was Sunday's fucking narrative. The editor who worked on the video, Kilo, nor Beckett, agreed with that and tried to get Sunday, I guess, to not include that part. But no, he's not sweeping for fucking Destiny. That Sunday's video is where the Destiny infinite rape machine analogy comes from. No, it was not. It was not to sweep for fucking Destiny. And no, does Tommy not realize there were 2 calls that happened? One with Nick and Sunday alone. Then a few weeks later, the call before the release of the video, where Beckett forces Sunday to at least give him a heads up that that prior call is going to be included. No, Nick speaking to President Sunday was snaking himself, is the point.
Give them a heads up. That's probably when I heard about it. About, look, these leaks are coming out. Then, you... for some reason, put Turkey Tom on defense, and somebody sent me a video. It doesn't fucking help him at all. It's actually pretty funny. I mean, like, why would you? But you're acting like you saved them, and you're saying that Nick screwed himself. Nick didn't screw himself. If Nick hadn't talked to that guy, from what I understand, they couldn't put anything Willie because they didn't know if he knew or not. Turns out he didn't. But they were gonna. He was trying to say is these 2 commentators knew they're connected to Destiny, and they did nothing, and that was the context. Beckett called Nick. Where I think they talked initially, Beckett was, and the second conversation, which you can hear on President Sunday's video.
And by revealing the fact that he knew President Sunday.
What I'm saying is, did you know about the contents of the video? Did you know that they were trying to shoehorn Willie, Nick, and Tom in there?
Why did he know that?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen any evidence of such.
No, you haven't.
But when you put Nick, or you put, Tom on defense, for no other fucking reason than to, we're just having a debate. We're just having a debate. Just looks sus as fuck to me.
I mean, that's not what he said. This fucking F-slur complains so fucking much about other people strawmanning his arguments. It's embarrassing to even lay it out, but no. The motivation behind that was not like, oh, we're just having a debate. Oh, we're just debating about nothing, aimlessly, for no reason. It's like, no. Tom was having a conversation about the Molina stuff. They had an argument over that. And then Tom was kind of downplaying the kind of backlash he was going to get from Destiny's audience. And Chud felt as though that was, I guess, snaky or not kind of like standing 10 toes down or whatever. He was downplaying the kind of backlash that he was expecting to get, which he knows as an Orbiter. That's Chud's argument. Agree or disagree, that's his argument. I feel like I've just lost like 15 IQ points by having to explain that. Fuck me, this is doing psychic damage to me. And you can repair that psychic damage, okay, by liking the stream right now. What we've got, about 200 viewers, and we've got 84 likes. I'd appreciate it if you move your cursor over, move your thumb over, like the stream. If you want to go one step further, super chat, super sticker, okay? Super chat obviously gets played out on psychic damage. Yeah, fuck you. Super chat obviously gets played out on TTS. Super sticker, I'll describe it back to you, okay? I'll put in that effort. If you want to buy a membership, you can start using the emojis, get access to members-only content, get a special role in the Discord, all that kind of fancy stuff, okay? Or, feeling extra charitable, you can buy somebody else a membership. Gift it randomly throughout the chat. Help somebody else. Help me at the same time. Double dipping. Anyway. It is rough out here. It is rough out here. What can I say? I'm reduced to eating dry toast and apples. It's really getting that bad. They don't feed me well in the asylum, okay? Let's go.
Man, you can sit there and say that, this is all conspiracy theory, but I'm clearly not the only. I guess everybody's conspiracy theory?
No, the stream is not over.
That's fine. But I just think that's fucking weird. Weird as fuck.
Wait, Tommy's stream is over.
You knew about it, right? You knew about the video? If you knew about the video...
I was worried that it was going to go on.
If you knew that they were going to show in Willie, Nick, and Tom, and didn't tell them, you did fuck them.
What reason do we... potentially, yeah. I've got no idea why we've got any reason to think that. In fact, you've just admitted you have no reason to think that. So you're retarded, I suppose. Yo, Cats are flocking with the 5 Canadian, Shiba Inu in a kimono, giving a thumbs up and saying good job. Thank you.
I'm sorry. You fucked him. Check this out. Oh, this is Leah stuff. Something one. This is too funny. So this is interesting, and it's actually something I didn't know, but I don't know how it changes anything.
Wait,
Tommy C is getting this factually. Oh, wrong one.
Oh, cool. He's actually going to reference the.
Tommy C is getting this factually incorrect on 11/30/24 before the New Year's stream. Turkey Tom did 2 things.
Yo, more Metzger with the 1 gifted membership. Thank you very much.
Talk about Destiny's leaks on stream. What he leaves out is the stuff about the filming. Everybody knew, people knew about the leaks by this point, but they didn't know what they contained. But that's probably
Wait, people knew about the leaks, but they didn't know what they'd contained. No. What? No, the leaks were done by then, you fucking dipshit. There were more leaks that came afterwards, but no, there were leaks that came out by then. This was not the full leaks, no. But there was already discourse about, did these girls consent even then? Based off comments that Melina had already made, I think, by this point, publicly.
Convenient for her. To distance himself from DDG and Destiny. Now, I didn't know this, and I'm going to assume Chud didn't know this.
Let me go in my Destiny folder.
This is, the New Year stream had no effect between Chud and Turkey Tom. Source, Leah, because she knows? I still, whether he knew about this video or not, I still think it's weird that he put him on defense. And then when he was pressed on, he was like, well, we're just having a conversation. So here is what Tom said a couple days before the New Year stream.
We knew Destiny was gay. That part is not so bothersome. It is what it is. We knew.
So he's talking about the leaks. Nobody knew about. It was not public at this point because that didn't come till January.
I mean, like, people did know about the.
They knew about the leaks.
They knew
leaks.
They
knew. That's all they knew.
But like not to the extent that it was.
Yeah. You listen to Leah, bro. No, I just want to debunk this thing. This is fun to me.
It was a gooner. It is what it is. But I will say the Destiny community is getting a little bit too hot for me lately. Not in that way.
I didn't know this. I'm going to give Chud the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to assume he didn't know this either.
Okay. I saw him on stream.
Wait, Chud didn't know about this either.
A little bit too hot for me lately. Not in that way.
I didn't know this. I'm going to give Chud the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to assume he didn't know this either.
Okay.
No. Tom had been explicit on several occasions. There was no ruse. There was no subterfuge. There was no ruse. There was no secret. Tom had publicly said that he was moving away from Destiny. There was not like, again, Tom was not being smuggled out like a fucking slave off a plantation up to the north where he could be a free man. He was public about this.
I saw him on stream talking about how he wants to brigade Hassan's community, and I don't like Hassan, but it's just getting a little bit too hot for me. So I think for now I'm gonna be laying off from the Destiny world for a little bit.
It's kind of tacit. It's not throwing Destiny on the bus exactly. It's like I'm staying
away.
How
about the 2 other times that he said it? He's explicitly saying that he's moving away
from DTG, not so much Destiny.
Oh my fucking god, you fucking dipshit. Who is calling for the brigading of Hassan? Who is heading the community? Whose actions is he talking about? You fucking dipshit.
Yeah. Hassan's community, and you know I don't like Hassan, but it's just getting a little bit too hot for me. So I think for now I'm gonna be laying off from the Destiny world for a little bit. That's my take there. That's my take. It's getting a little crazy. That world's getting a little crazy with the ad boycott, stuff like that.
So he doesn't exactly throw Destiny on the bus, does he? He just says, I'm leaving the community.
Who's leading the ad boycott? Who is leading all of these actions? The brigade is against Hassan that he's disavowing. The ad boycott against Twitch. Who is leading those efforts? Who is spearheading them? It's not his community. It's Destiny.
He's getting too hot.
I'm laying off, all right? I'm laying off. So, that's about it. That's about it for that segment. We've got a lot of other stuff to get to, but you wanted to see it. You wanted to hear it. There it is, chat, all right? Q has contacted me. Q has said what he said.
So, I don't know what Leah's fucking trying to do here. Oh. The New Year's streams had no effect on Tom. I guess because he distanced himself from DGG earlier. He still put him on defense, even if Chud didn't know about this video. Hey, Leah, if Chud does know about this video, that doesn't make him look good at all.
Oh.
Because here's the fucking dirty secret, right?
No.
Chud knew that the Sunday video was coming out. Whether he knew what he was doing with it, who knows if we'll ever find out. He 100%. So why would he put him on defense like that? If he knew about this, then he's put him on defense after he's trying to move away. That doesn't make him look very good.
That's not a ruse. That's no ruse. That's the point.
If he knew what Chud Logic was doing, or excuse me, if he knew what Sunday was doing, and he knew about this
that's
video.
A big if.
He looks, he's as big a snake as I'm saying he is.
If you raped a child, you'd be an even bigger sex pest than anyone had said you were. If you had raped 50 villagers in Iraq, you'd be an even bigger sex pest than anyone says you were. If. If ifs and buts were seeds and nuts.
Like, New Year's streams had no effect. Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? So I said I would address this on stream, and she accused me of goalpost shifting when I didn't even make the argument. But I will tell you something new. Fucking hold on a second.
What happened to the ruse?
This will shed some light on this. There was an agreement in the stream.
Okay, to clarify on my bringing up about raping kids, okay? What I'm saying is, he's saying if this happened, that would be really bad for you. If you did this, that would be really bad. I'd have to like really come down on you very hard. You could say if for a lot of things.
C can see an alternate universe and there he is correct. What then?
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, he's fucking, who's the black guy from Invincible? That guy with the big fucking head. Thank you very much for the 5 Canadian, 5 New Zealand diva. Fuck, it's even worse. What I'm saying there is, if you bring up, well, if this happened, if that happened, if this was true, if these morally reprehensible actions were true, that would be morally reprehensible. It's like, yes, obviously. But if you're just going to bring up, well, if this random accusation that I'm making is true, that would be really bad. Why even fucking bother? Why even fucking one guy me? Exactly. Fuck you.
By all streamers. I'm not sure if this is out, so I'll tell you. No Destiny talk, period. They all agreed, including Chud. But Diorio made a crack. So they figured, okay, Diorio wasn't supposed to say something. He wasn't trying to put Tom on thing. So now we can talk.
I don't think that's true. They didn't say no Destiny talk. Nobody said that.
Made a crack. Chud streamers. Put this down somewhere. This will shed some light on this. There was an agreement in the stream by all streamers. I'm not sure if this is out, so I'll tell you. No Destiny talk, period.
That I don't think that's true. Now, what I have heard is there was an explicit agreement behind the scenes that nobody was going to name Pixie. Nobody was going to speculate over who was in the leaks. No one was going to reveal the, at the time, very strongly verified kind of conclusion that Pixie was in the leaks. Nobody was going to confirm exactly who is. There are more people, to be clear, there are more people that still to this day have not been named in the leaks, despite it being all but proven that it's them in those particular videos and images. And people discuss that behind the scenes, and that has been public since January. I don't know if this is private, but there was a no Destiny talk. I don't know if that's true. I'm assuming that that's what he's talking about. Nick mentioned Melina first, not anyone else. Yeah. There was an agreement over the Pixie stuff to not name Pixie. No Destiny talk. We'd have to go back and see like who talked about it first. But if there's an agreement on that, I don't know why this conversation went over like on and on and on and on. Because Nick was feeding into it, Tom was feeding into it, and Chud was talking about it too. So if there was a no Destiny rule, everyone's broken that. I don't think this is true. I think Tommy's fucking retarded. And by the fact that he's saying that, well, I don't know, maybe you'll have to ask Nick. I mean, I wonder what Nick would say. I'm sure Nick probably told you that not to leak the Boba. So I'm guessing he's not in communication with Nick. Not nearly as closely as he pretends to. Or not nearly as closely as what he's kind of intimated. Nick mentioned Melina because Melina was public. Yeah, exactly. What's been public since January? The agreement to not name Pixie.
They all agreed, including Chud. But Diorio made a crack. So they figured, okay, Diorio wasn't supposed to say something. He wasn't trying to put Tom on thing. So now we can talk about everything. Cat's out of the bag. So Chud fucking puts Tom on his heels. That's sus to me. So he's told, on Bobax, he was told possibly by 2 people, right?
Possibly. Possibly by 2 people. What do you mean possibly? You've got no evidence that Nick told him anything, and then Aiden has said that he didn't.
I was told not to talk about it, so I imagine Chud was told not to talk about it.
I imagine.
And
I love imagining.
They all agreed not to talk about Destiny. Nick fucked it up, and then he immediately puts Nick on defense.
They all agreed not to talk about Destiny. Nick brought it up, and then Chud put him on defense, where he disagreed with what he said. This fucking burn pit inhalation victim is incredibly fucking angry that whenever Chud disagrees with Nick, that seems to be the pattern here. Unironically.
Or excuse me, Tom on defense. Yeah, this is not, I thought you were a snake or I wanted to believe and put it together. These are all the things. And Leah, this doesn't mean a fucking thing. So
he doesn't even remember his own arguments, bro.
Oh, well. This thing sucks.
It's actually pathetic.
Might be time to move on to OBS, man. It really might be time.
Yeah, it might be. Oh, God, redoing everything's going to suck. You know what? If I go to OBS, I should probably just get a whole new thing, but I'm retired. I'm only part-time.
Just refresh the widget, bro.
Now. This thing sucks. Unless it wants another thing. No, it's fucking... I hate this thing. With bloody passion. So that's it. There's your Chud. Enjoy. It took an hour? Fuck. If you want to do...
No, I mean, like, it's irrelevant if he knew, if Chud knew about Tom's stream or not, because he's...
It's not! Then why did you bring it up?
Still pressed him on it. That's it. He fucking pressed him on it. On any public major fucking stream.
I think that's a weird thing to press him on that. If he knows about Leah's video, it's fucked up.
Yeah, so like what? Like you want to find out even more about it? So like, why is he?
He said he's this. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Chud put Tom in a position to be the Destiny defender. He already said that he knew the President Sunday video was coming out. Admittedly, we don't know what he knew about it.
No, he didn't say
how far he knew. We don't know.
We don't know.
He said that something was coming down the pipeline, and then you're claiming that he knew that it was President Sunday and what Beckett working together to get these leaks out. Yeah, I mean, Kilo was in chat earlier, and he mentioned that no, the video was like prepared very, very quickly. It was made kind of at the tail end of January, and it was made like that. The turnaround was incredibly fucking quick. And yeah, the Pixie DMs were making the rounds. Specifically the Pixie DMs with Straighter Raid. And the Straighter Raid DMs with Destiny. Straighter Raid leaked them. And was like circulating the shit around.
No idea. But I'm sorry. I have plenty of reasons not to trust me. And if, the smart thing to do, Chud, would be like, okay, fuck that guy, you don't trust me. But you know what? You know people trust me. You know I got a pretty good nose for this shit.
Huh?
And you're panicking.
Who trusts Tommy Senile?
For this shit. And you're panicking. You're hoping that people coming in here in the thousands is going to like, I'm just going to wake up one day and think, oh no. Or like a million streams and videos. Oh no, it's not. I've been here before with bigger YouTubers than you. Like million streamer guys, not guys just like FaZe Banks. Remember when they all came in? And Jeannie, you told me something. You said it was overwhelming at first, correct?
Yeah.
And then what was it like the next day?
I was fine.
It's just texting the screen. That's all it is.
Okay.
I don't know. We did an hour?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Do you want to do what's her face?
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. I mean, I think the video's timestamped.
It's so fucking late though. Why don't you just leave this up? See if he replies to it. We'll do what you call it tomorrow. Let's do Illuminati tomorrow. What do you think?
All right. Sure.
I'm fine with whatever. So if you're tired, then
yeah. Well, it's not. I got back on my fucking schedule, and I didn't think this would take an hour. I'll be perfectly honest with you. But I should have known it was like a 10-minute video. Whatever.
Pretty snaky if you ask me, man.
Let's see if he goes
Snake
back.
behavior. I'm watching the Blair video.
Let's see if he goes back. But yeah, like you have no reason not to trust him. It's just like kind of fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? Tommy running for calls. I will do it. I'll see how he responds to this. I want to see what you all regurgitate, but I will pull calls. By the way, I'm the only motherfucker that pulls calls. So I mean, you cut that out years ago. But I will do it. You can call me pussy then. And I gotta be honest, I don't care if you guys call me pussies because come on.
Just text over the internet. Really? It didn't really change my day. Yeah.
Really. My entire identity does not being a YouTube drama intellectual. It doesn't. I don't care that much.
That time I think it's
like probably because you failed at it. But anyway, there we are. I mean, that's the latest installment of the Tommy C drama. I guess he still doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about. He still has got no idea about any of the details on this. He could read up on
clarification.
All the details about this are like documented like very, very few other kind of like public dramas or kind of like situations, or I guess you can call it instances of investigative journalism even are. Even if you don't watch the videos themselves or remember the contents of them from Beckett and Sunday, you've got Beckett talking on live stream afterwards. The whole drama around that, when people were talking about the kind of ethics of leaking this stuff. And then you've got the Kilotonics video. And that weird kind of Shota Con profile guy talking about it as well. You've got so much documentation. All of the stuff that I'm bringing up, like, oh no, actually there's this. Oh no, actually it was public that this was a thing. No, actually, remember that. This is just from me watching content and talking about it. I'm fairly sure Tommy did more Destiny streams than I did. And somehow none of this is actually sunk in. He doesn't know any of this. It's frankly embarrassing. Anyway, that's that. How can you be this stupid? Years and years and years and years of alcoholism, I guess. I genuinely don't know. There's a reason why Tommy never succeeded at drama coverage. It's embarrassing, but yeah, there we are. Oh, why hasn't Willie helped him with his research? Well, Willie would have to do research first. So I think that might be why. Oh my god. Okay, we're going back to what I was covering before this, okay? We have still got 200 people watching, 92 likes. That's better. We like it, okay? Gonna move back over to reviewing this Host 5 video. If you want to support the stream, you can hit a like, okay? I appreciate that a shit ton. Takes 2 seconds for you, helps me out a shit ton, okay? Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifting them, buying them, whatever. There you are. Thank you very much. Anyway, let's take a look at the rest of the Toast 5 video. We're about halfway through. Let's get back into it.
In the early days of January 2019, an account under the name of posted to YouTube, showing a lot of these sexual DMs between Heimguts and Birdie, and a statement saying that neither party was in the right. This alternate account, which would turn out to be Birdie, would go on to paint it out as if the entire interaction was non-consensual, which was a bold-faced lie and easily disproved by Heimguts in the following days. Any points that could be made about Heim's drastic switch between hatred or love, or the unhinged comments inside, were obviously discarded in the face of a false allegation. Another thing worth adding is that Birdie would also start a transition during this time from female to male. Birdie has since stated that they always felt like a boy, but there's been a lot of speculation on whether this was done just to be in Heimguts' dating pool. There are messages of Birdie double backing on the decision and directly citing Heimguts, and even when Heim changed his mind about being straight, Birdie still planned to hide all the girly stuff in his room to better appeal to him. After suffering the ultimate betrayal, quote unquote, Birdie's opinion of Heimguts was completely against him. His partner replacement was himself, or rather a voice in his head named Carol, who he said he was dating.
Me and Carol are actually kind of concerned because, like, how the fuck are we going to get married in the future if we do? Me want imaginary girlfriend. I'm not dating myself. Carol is just a completely different person. She's trapped in my mind. Now, this is a little bit of interesting lore that I've heard about Birdie. I guess I've, like, somewhat followed. Is her, like, alt? Or her alters? Like, I've never been able to actually follow what the fuck she's talking about. Or, like, how many, like, different ones there are. It seems to be a disassociated situation. But is this the start of that? Is this the first altar?
dating. Yes, this is a real thing that happened. Interestingly, the OCs that he made of Carol look suspiciously like how he drew Heimguts in real life. But,
Also, I mean, that's evidenced by it, but if you don't know, okay, hate to be the bearer of bad news, Birdie is just, like, not actually DID at all. Like, the idea of dating one of your alters is insane. Like, people who report having DID, there is memory lapses when alters take over, or when they kind of, like, switch personality. It's incredibly uncomfortable, it's incredibly disorienting, and, like, you know, periodical amnesia is a commonly reported symptom. So, no. Dating an alternate personality of yourself, just, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all.
Don't think about that too much. Birdie also made a new channel named Chrysophobia, which means a phobia for the colour orange, obviously alluding to Heimguts' character being orange primarily. Birdie's channels would become a place for him airing out his issues through vents made about Heim, Dogejust, and others he fought with. This contained everything from vents about Heim for months straight, to drawing himself as the villains of World War II, and making violent animations about MLP characters because Heim liked MLP. It's during this time that Birdie began to shift the narrative into him actually being a victim of Heim. Tons of these vents were basically conveying this issue, and again, please just see for yourself from the evidence provided. Birdie would also start talking to a new person by the name of Purple, who he may have had a relationship with depending on who you believe. Purple would later leak their DMs after he hacked Birdie's account with Dogejust and Heimguts, and Heim would also send Birdie a number of Discord friend requests with cryptic and threatening messages in the names. However, it's worth noting that this stuff was only for a couple of months, and Birdie's vents about Heim continued long after that. It was also around this point that Birdie dated another person by the name of Toxie, or Temiskulls, not to be confused with Toxikai. Toxie was 12 when her and Birdie entered another sort of relationship in mid-2019, after Toxie had gotten in contact with Birdie as a fan willing to defend him. For clarification, Birdie was 14 at this point. During their relationship, Toxie claims that they talked about her being a lolly bean, doing sexual roleplays with childish characters.
What is a lolly bean?
Toxie claims that they talked about her being...
Yeah, anyways, look. Am I an adorable lolly bean, oh whoa? Yes. Wait, that's not them talking about, is it? That's just, well, okay. If you're responding to that and saying yes, I mean, she's 14! I don't care.
A lolly bean, doing sexual roleplays with childish characters, and Birdie saying that he loved how sweet and pure they were, something allegedly repeated with further relationships. Birdie would later claim that Toxie, the 12...
I'll be completely honest with my biases on this front, okay? A cis man doing this, gross, disgusting, potentially predatory. A trans man doing this, I don't care. No, I'm joking. I mean, they're 14. Who the fuck actually cares about this stuff?
12-year-old groomed him, the 14-year-old, and also forced him into roleplay and being bisexual, which sounds absurd. Not the last time that he'll accuse a younger person of grooming him. Also around this time, because there's no other place I can put this in the script, Birdie said that if his sister was and murdered and he let it happen, he wouldn't feel guilt for it.
1, you're either not being true to me and is saying this looks cool, or being defensive. Saying this look cool, be defensive. 2, you aren't exactly sure how to describe it, and just say that you didn't really feel any guilt, but still, in a worst case scenario, you would feel guilt. For example, letting your sister get raped and murdered and not doing anything about it when you're fully able to prevent it. Would you truly feel any guilt if you're able to block it out like that? If you're able to, then 3, you have antisocial personality disorder. Basically, you're a psychopath. Once again, the reason why I've concluded these is because a regular human mind cannot just block out guilt and be done like that. It's not possible for a person without some kind of disorder to be able to do that. Wow, 14-year-old psychoanalysis. It is actually quite possible for somebody who's not a psychopath to be able to block out guilt. Suppressing emotions is something everyone is able to do. I mean, just in case you guys didn't know.
So,
how's it going,
yeah,
Janky?
just more great, upstanding citizen behaviour. During the summer of 2019, Birdie would have his internet shut off by his parents. We don't know much about Birdie's time away, or even why it specifically happened, but we do know that he returned around October 2019. So enter Birdie's next partner, GoatCatto. 6 years ago, GoatCatto was far from how they're known today, and were yet another animation meme tween. They had gotten a lot of flack after pushing ultimately false allegations against another YouTube animator known as Sashley. But Goat's drama with Sashley is what brought them closer to Birdie, who had befriended them prior after people had labelled them as a Birdie clone. Birdie would give Goat a lot of advice during the backlash,
Wait, Blow Fatto?
Sashley. But Goat's drama with Sashley is what brought them closer to Birdie, who would
wait.
tween. But he returned around October 2019.
Okay.
So enter Birdie's next partner,
Bloke Fatto
Goat
mentioned.
Kato. 6 years ago, Goat Kato was far from how they're known today, and were yet another animation meme tween.
Okay.
They had gotten a lot of flack after pushing ultimately false allegations against another YouTube animator known as Sashley.
I have tried before, okay, to look into this drama. I've tried for all of 10 minutes, I'll be honest. And then I realized it was ACC spurgery, and I never touched it again.
But
Gokato has told me about this. I didn't realize there was a 1.2 million view video talking about her involvement in it, though.
Drama with Sashley is what brought them closer to Birdie, who had befriended them prior after people had labelled them as a Birdie clone. Birdie would give Goat a lot of advice during the backlash, as well as just being there as a friend, and he also decided to break up with the voice in his head as things progressed.
Aww.
Eventually, this would turn into a relationship. Much like many of Birdie's relationships, his one with Goat Kato started well. It was fitted with a healthy dose of Heimgut's hatred, as
Heim is a slut. Is a slutty, horrible person. Imagine using your significant other for fame. Fucking asshole. Better get ready to die. Starts blasting.
as always, thanks to multiple raids from Goat.
When were this DMs? But at the same time, come at me, ho. Yeah, I shake when I'm in fight mode. Huh? Oh, so this is Goat Kato with a different name? Okay, I reported 2 of Heim's videos for being sexual and violent. Oh, 2019. Okay. To swoop for a moment, yeah, Callow is right. We love Bloke Fatto here. This was like 6 years ago. I don't really care about this shit, okay? It's just very, very funny to gawk at. The character depicts as a minor. It shows graphic violence. All we have to do is wait for her to post something even worse. Then I can report it, and she might get a strike. I don't know who this black Bloke Fatto person is, but this is despicable, damn right evil stuff.
And Birdie's Discord server directed by them. But Goat Kato wasn't really much into the raids because they hadn't got the history that Birdie had with Heim. And
wait, is this Goat Kato with a fucking UTTP profile picture? What the fuck was going on with this? Yeah, I know, and no Heim was not harassing them recently. Give me proof. I mean, to be honest, I think Heim kind of deserves it after what she's done. But that's just my opinion. No, I meant have fun of them. Making fun of them, making videos about them in general. They regret it when they're done. I'm sure they would not like to constantly run their mistakes constantly.
Call up Black Kato right now, make her answer.
I'm not gonna...
Lotus position emoji.
I'm not gonna call up Black Kato right now, okay? That would be funny, but I won't unless I see something I actually want to get like an answer for. Okay, I don't want to ruin my my chances of getting a Black Kato insight into this. I feel bad. All her embarrassing shit she did as a teen is well documented. I mean, I do as well. To be fair, I will give that charity. Okay, but I give that for all of these people. They're like embarrassing teenage years where they're just essentially, mostly retarded. Is like documented in Google Drives and screenshots from 6 years ago.
Even apologized to Heim directly after one of the raids. On the 19th of November 2019, Birdie's server conducted another raid, this time on Heimgus' stream. A fair few people were up for it, and Birdie encouraged them to raise hell, which they did. But Goat wasn't really down for this. They felt that Heim was still human, and people should just let him be. And this unique idea of not wanting to raid someone's stream sent Birdie into a complete mental breakdown that forever fractured the relationship.
Shrugs. I did a bad to them, but I didn't continue doing the shit. But Jesus, I feel like I'm getting yelled at for leaking this. But hey, Lamau, I can vent if I want to. Shut the fuck up if you think otherwise. It's so stupid.
This incident was only indicative of a growing issue within Goat Kato and Birdie's relationship. Throughout their conversations, Birdie would continue to rant and rave about Heimguts, and when Goat had their own issues, Birdie wasn't there to listen at all. All this continued to upset Goat, along with further accounts made by Birdie, specifically to harass Heimguts, and they broke the relationship on November 30th. Goat would send Birdie
Wait, this was... Oh my god, I thought they dated more recently than this. I didn't realize they dated 6 years ago. Oh my god, okay.
Polite paragraph about how they...
Wait, how old is Goat Kato? How old is Birdie? Isn't Birdie like 19? And isn't Goat Kato like 23? Huh?
They felt Birdie was just obsessing over Haim, and how that just didn't sit right with them. Birdie then woke up, delivered a fairly childish response, and made the entire breakup public with an animation.
Goat Kato is 21 currently. Birdie's 20. Okay. Sorry. I was trying to Cameron F305. I apologize.
According to Birdie, Goat Kato was now a Heimgut White Knight secret agent the entire time, and he didn't even love them anyways, and he knew they'd eventually break up, which seemed—
Oh, that's actually a good point. Yeah, it was just her birthday the other day. Yes, because I saw that. I saw that on Twitter, because she's finally able to drink now. Yeah.
particularly hurtful to Goat, who didn't express any emotional hatred, just wanted Birdie to change and didn't want to deal with all the drama. Eventually this would push Goat away to Haim's side, and Birdie and Goat would fight on and off for the next year or so. It was during Birdie's relationship with Goat Kato that he was apparently arrested again, this time—
Wait, hold on.
So, it was during Birdie—
Goat Kato. Hugs. Hud. I hope shit gets better. Thank you, Huggo. Smooch. Babak Smorcho. I miss you. I miss you too. I'm glad you're okay, /back. Hi, I'm back. Hi. I know you're not alive right now, but I'm back from being kind of arrested, and I miss you so much. I was crying a lot thinking I was going to be able to talk to you for a long time. Nuzbuff Jab did? Are you okay? What the fuck happened?
Birdie's relationship with Goat Kato that he was apparently arrested—
No, I'm not okay. I'm traumatized and I'm scared for my future.
Again, this time after a violent fight with his parents. Much like many other things with Birdie, the legitimacy of this arrest has been questioned to this day. At the time, Birdie said that his parents saw him having a playful fight with his little brother, and just took it way too seriously. However, he's since changed the story to say that his parents sent his little brother to rip up his art. Birdie was then trying to stop him, and the fight ensued from there. Birdie was apparently arrested and spent a night in custody. Despite doubts about who was correct in the argument, how Birdie was hiding from the police with a heavy laptop in hand, no online record whatsoever, and how the punishment didn't match what happened here, based on past offences. Near the end of 2019, Birdie entered another relationship with a user known as Julian, and their relationship would persist throughout most of 2020. It's at this point that the harassment towards Heimguts reached its absolute peak through—
I'm so angry right now. Why can't Haim just die? She isn't needed anyway, she's useless. Yet so many people love her. Why does she just exist and why don't she die? Please just die. She thinks she's an innocent little girl and brags about her childhood and how ruined it, blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up. If I met you, I'd shove your face in a blender. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're not fucking special. You're not fucking innocent or a little girl. You manipulated me and many others and made me and other people do sexual shit. Fuck you, fuck you. I hope you die. Fuck you. 2020. 16 again. I don't care.
Through death threats and alt accounts. There were many messages
kind of fucking unhinged though,
containing graphic discussion of Haim's body and messages about wanting to torture Heimguts for several months. Birdie would also say he was and messages about—
There, you press the button, the middle comes out. I used to fantasize about having somebody, mostly Haim, against the wall with me, holding this thing around their neck. Then I'd press the button and stab them.
wanting to torture Heimguts for several months. Birdie would also say he was intentionally trying to use the Birdie name to subtly manipulate Haim's emotions, and in around late 2019, posted events which traced over nudes that Heimguts had sent him when he was 13. Birdie's hateful obsession with Haim would extend to whatever he liked publicly. When he posted a drawing based on the anime Panty and Stocking, Birdie would post a drawing killing the characters. Same thing with My Little Pony, like we mentioned before. In fact, there was an entire series of drama and harassment because Heimguts posted about the fictional character Rayman, and that infuriated Birdie because he was a fan of Rayman, which inspired a whole lot of harassment. Birdie would also start remaking both Torturing Birdie and I Dropped My Tortilla. This is probably not even an extensive list of everything that Birdie did. Keep in mind that as far as we know, Haim only went near Birdie's level of harassment once, and that was in early 2019 when he would send friend requests with cryptic messages associated with a hack. But we're comparing Haim's instances over 3 months to Birdie doing it for around 2 years. Birdie can state that he's the victim of Haim and all this was the public being misled, but it's hard to believe that when he was actively also misleading the public. Him and his friends doxed Heimguts and spammed his name anywhere they could. And then Birdie posted a DeviantArt statement straight up lying and saying that he wasn't doxing Haim, and it was so tiring having to deal with these false statements. Birdie's relationship with Julian was going fairly well for about the first half of the year, but things began to take a change when Birdie introduced another person to this relationship known as Jay. Julian's issues against Birdie began to...
When she did what?
Julian was going fairly well for about the first half of the year, but things began to take a change when Birdie introduced another person to this relationship known as Jay.
Added another person to the relationship? They're having Discord polycules at this point. How does the rape thing work then? At this point? Is this like that's a... I guess it could still... It would just have to be 2 on... Disregard.
Julian's issues against Birdie began to rack up. He didn't feel particularly good about opening up his relationship to be polyamorous, and as time went on, he began to feel like the neglected party. There was even an entire period where Julian felt Birdie would just use him for sexual purposes, when he was far more interested in Jay romantically. So why wouldn't he do the sexual stuff with Jay? Well, Jay wasn't particularly interested in it at all, and at numerous points when Jay didn't want to do Discord ERP, Birdie would get depressed and make several vents about it. A bit overdramatic, I'd say, but hey, we're talking about Discord ERP, and that seems about...
Wait, why are you gay? Cat didn't want to do nasty things with you, and you got upset. Why are you gay.mp4? Is that still available? Birdie. Oh my god, it still is a thing.
Good luck. Thanks. I come the crowd, but I can see your face out there. No.
No sex, huh?
Thanks. I come the...
I've got to start doing this. Is this even like emotional manipulation? Like if somebody says, no, not tonight, honey, and then you make like a slideshow, I guess like ArtCC parody of Titanium, does that count as... I don't know. Maybe this might actually be a loophole where this is like an okay form of like emotional abuse, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Vents about it. A bit overdramatic,
I'm gonna have to try it out and see how it works.
But hey, we're talking about Discord ERP, and that seems about right. After a number of personal arguments, Birdie and Julian would break up in late 2020. Julian would then get into more petty back and forth with Birdie, and after an incident in which Birdie faked his death to Julian as a prank, Julian decided to leak a bunch of stuff from his relationship with Birdie. The worst of these leaks was, of course, the ferret incident, where the public finally found out that Birdie tried to fuck his ferret. It was mentioned in these DMs whilst both people were revealing their biggest secrets, and it's public.
Okay, I warn you. I regret this awfully. I genuinely have no fucking idea why I did this. When I was 13, I was being manipulated by Maddie. I had no fucking idea why. But when my family left the house, I tried to make Chara do shit on me. I'm so fucking upset at 13-year-old me. I didn't even go through with it. I was so ashamed. I don't abuse animals. It was a one-time thing, which, like, I have no fucking idea why I did that. Why? I love Chara so much. I would never do like that. She's like a daughter to me. I'd never do that. That poor girl. I thought I'd take the secret to my grave, but now I know how much I trust you. So please, now will you tell me yours? Please respond soon. I feel so bad. What the fuck? What does that mean? Tried to do head. I don't even know how that makes sense. I don't know what that makes sense. Insertion or peanut licking? I do not. Oh no, I don't want to. I seriously, fuck. I really do not want to think what that entails. Oh my, I need to enjoy the video for a little bit. Technical difficulties.
To fuck his ferret. It was mentioned in these DMs whilst both people were revealing their biggest secrets, and its publication caused a lot of backlash. Birdie responded by confirming the secret was real, it did happen, he deeply regretted it, and it affected his life horribly. But it's at this point where we're gonna pause. While Birdie can say that the incident with his ferret Chara was affected by him being groomed by a 30-year-old man, that cannot be applied for his treatment of his ferret overall. Sexual stuff completely aside, valid questions were raised about Birdie as a pet owner. Birdie had stated before that Chara was fairly unhealthy because of his family's financial status, but I'm pretty sure having maggots and fly eggs in your ferret's cage indicates a lot more than just finances. It does not cost that much to just clean a cage, and if there are so many flies in your room with you and your ferret that you start constantly drawing yourself surrounded by them, something's up. Speaking of Chara's cage, people speculated that it was also too small for her size, and poor diet and lack of nutrients may have been leading to her fur constantly changing and degrading in colour. It began to turn lighter, her tail fur wasn't growing back, she was losing a lot of her brown markings. How about Birdie talking about petting his ferret and feeling her ribs, or saying that she brown markings? How about Birdie talking about petting his ferret and feeling her ribs, or saying that she always pooped when Birdie gave her baths, or a picture of Birdie throwing his ferret? As far as we know, very little action was taken in response to any of these claims. There was some in June 2019 where Birdie finally cleaned Chara's cage, gave her some food and vitamins, and took her out of the cage. But flip forward to around 6 months on, and Birdie hadn't let Chara out of the cage since then. Chara the ferret...
What the... First of all... I don't want to let Chara out of the cage, because I haven't done that since the accusations, because I've been kind of scared of her. But I think she needs to come out. Should I... Wait, aren't ferrets supposed to, like, get shit tons of exercise? No? Like, they can get... Because they're so long, they can get stuff, like, stuck in their intestines. No? Like, it's relatively serious. I thought. Don't... Yeah?
Around 6 months on, and Birdie hadn't let Chara out of the cage since then. Chara the ferret died in November 2022, and was cremated with her ashes being put into an urn. We have no idea how Chara was treated beyond the window into it that we have, but if Birdie accidentally leaving her ashes behind after moving out of someone's house is anything to go by, it probably wasn't that good. Returning to late 2021, Birdie and Julian would continue to fight over the next few months. At some point, Birdie was in a group chat and made-
What the fuck is this? Julian's nudes? The messages were essentially this 20 times over. I don't want to be mean, but it does look very similar to Julian. Wait, have they actually seen... Have they actually seen their nudes? Okay, that's not funny. Especially if that's a kid. But at the same time, I guess Jack's a kid, so what am I to do?
Made fun of Julian by describing as nudes. In response, Julian just straight up leaked Birdie's nudes. Birdie would go on his server and post a bunch of very unhinged messages and threats towards Julian. Julian would then make several accounts to spam Birdie's social. Whilst this was going on, Birdie was still dating Jay, and their relationship is shown...
Doesn't Birdie have a cat now? Somebody saved that cat? No, actually, if you're not caught up on the law, okay? No. Doesn't have the cat anymore. The person who Birdie was staying with, completely forgotten their name, I think their name is Queenie, okay, has taken away Squirt from Birdie, okay, and I think has given her back to Cinny. I think Squirp is now safe. I think.
Through the volume of art he made about it, cataloguing every month, as well as the plushies and the pony art. However, what really happened is up in the air. After getting out of the relationship, Jay would accuse Birdie of abuse. Jay said that Birdie would isolate them from their interests, friends, and had to cut off his personality and become a different person, all to please Birdie.
No, Izzy is keeping the cat. Cinny has it now, yeah. Okay, well, whether Izzy is keeping it, or whether Cinny has it back now, Squirp is safe. Squirp is safe.
Birdie has
Rest
since
assured.
stated that his breakup with Jay was one of the worst experiences of his life, and that it sent him into another psychotic break. But Birdie has also said that he feels super bad for how he was gross to Jay. For the rest of the year, Birdie would post more depressed art about Jay and how he was still attracted to him, which definitely made Jay feel weird. In fact, at some point later during 2021, Birdie also attempted to unironically make a love potion spell from TikTok so that Jay would get back together with him. On May 11th, 2021, Birdie entered his next relationship with someone known as Draggy, which lasted a total of 4 days. Draggy was around 13 years old when he and Birdie, a 16-year-old, began dating, although they had been friends prior and would continue to be friends for a bit after. From this relationship came the absolute gem from Birdie. I think you're pretty mature for your age. That's one of the reasons.
Chat should be aware. What? Ah, ha, 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 ha. Should have hit the $2, buddy. Should have hit the $2. Thank you very much for the $1, Windy.
Reasons I've considered you as a viable option for a partner. You don't seem like the kind of person who would give up when things get hard. Birdie would bring up several topics and videos that a lot of people agree should not be discussed with a 13-year-old. This includes Birdie talking about and sending NSFW, discussing a dream about SA, discussing NSFW titles on videos, and sending uncensored rape porn in a group chat with Draggy. Following the short relationship, Birdie said that he broke it off because he didn't want to hurt Draggy, and that he was selfish and decided to try dating Draggy whilst he was in a wrong state of mind. He then denied that he said he ever felt guilty for the relationship, and has since accused Draggy of being a sadistic attention seeker who made the decision to date him. Many people who have since learned of this incident have accused Birdie of grooming, and I'm not surprised people have this view, nor do I really blame them for coming to such a conclusion. The fact that Birdie has since responded, saying that Draggy, a 13-year-old, actually groomed him instead, is such a stupid argument that has just strengthened the case against him. Months before, Birdie also befriended another 13-year-old named Nessa whilst he was 16, and without even asking for their age, he sent them mangled NSFW of the girls from Doki Doki Literature Club. After he learnt of their age, Birdie continued to talk about SH and was friends with them as recently as 2023, where they were still talking about sexual topics. During 2021, a familiar face had also raided.
Ticker's scared of covering Parry's chud video.
Indeed. I'm not sure. I clicked on it and I watched like 2 minutes and it starts just going through like stuff that Chud posted like years ago about like his prior employment experiences. I don't know. I thought it was weird. So, I'll probably give that a miss. I'm not sure.
Its head, someone who you might recognise by the name of Cinnybear03. Much like Birdie, Cinnybear had started as a young Sans fangirl making animations. This is hinted at in her old name, Scootaloo Loves Sans. Unlike Birdie, Cinny had had nowhere near as much drama and seemed to be a genuinely talented artist who was going to make it beyond the pit of dregs in the animation meme community. Cinny and Birdie had an on and off friendship throughout the years, mostly from Cinny desperately trying to be friends with Birdie. During 2020 and 2021...
Really? Wait, what? Wait, Cinny was desperately trying to be friends with Birdie. So far as I can tell... Wait, what? Wait, doesn't Cinny massively dwarf Birdie in terms of like subscribers and viewership? I'm fairly sure Cinny was almost at 1 million. No? At least as of recent.
Cinny would start to have a crush on Birdie, made a plushie of his character, and drew several pieces of art, including an entire hand...
What? 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 I thought that Cinny wasn't a lesbian. No. What? No?
Birdie made a plushie of his character and drew several pieces of art, including an entire hand-drawn comic about Birdie S.A.
That's F to M? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Her. This was all very weird to the public, considering that she was in a relationship with someone else at the time, and also everyone saw Birdie as a psychotic freak who had harmed so many people, so there was a significant amount of backlash towards Cinny. She would later make a video clarifying she didn't support Birdie's most egregious actions, and was even against him doxing Heimgoods, but felt that Birdie was still young and had a lot to learn. But little did she know that Birdie would reach new lows mere days later. During May of 2021, Birdie would join an online group known as DICE. Often described as a cult, DICE was essentially an online group of kids dedicated to bringing the worst out of each other, a Discord server hierarchy numbering in hundreds of members, where people were often encouraged to harm themselves, harm others, and indulge in degeneracy. The group began with its creator and leader, Mortis, a 15-year-old from Ireland that created DICE as a splinter off of another larger group named Trash Cult. Mortis—
Oh, Irish people starting groups to essentially just terrorize and ruin other people's lives. Interesting.
Was obsessed with Birdie during 2020 and 2021, even being one of his many impersonators, and it was during May 2021 that they became friends despite her many discussions.
I said this in the Chris reaction, but I used to be a leader of DICE at 11. 11 years old. How old are you now?
Actions.
I saw the one picture of you, I guess, doing your dog. What happened with that? Is that like real legit shit?
Well, I haven't done it for like years.
So you do admit to doing it?
Yeah.
I'm 16, lol. Okay, so this was like 5 years ago. Okay, I forget how young everyone in ACC is. Okay.
I do. Well, sometimes...
Hater is also a 16-year-old. Hater is also a 16-year-old. So when Hater says, ooh, minors, yummy, she doesn't mean that, okay? She doesn't mean that. She's had her own experience recently with, I don't know if you've ever watched Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, with the child catcher from Chitty. Followed her on Twitter. It's a whole saga, okay? I think she's just venting frustrations and, yeah.
Sometimes when I look at my dog, I just feel bad. I don't know. It makes me feel gross, but at the same time, I still like that.
I'm not banning minors from YouTube chat, okay? 16-year-olds are fine to be in my fucking YouTube chat, right? Chill. The Discord is 18 plus, just because that can cause issues. But no, YouTube chat is fine.
Sort of stuff.
The group itself has a far bigger and more disgusting history that will not be discussed in this, as we're only going to take a look at Birdie's involvement. And you might be surprised because it's a lot more than Birdie lets on. To this day, Birdie has said that he was in a bad mental state when he went into this cult, and that he was only there for around 2 weeks, which is technically true, but his impact whilst in DICE is a lot more than he lets on to this day. Earlier this year, an account by the name of Cherry came out with screenshots accusing Birdie, who was 16, of being in group chats with 12-year-olds and encouraging them to SH. This included...
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, this is exactly the kind of reason that I don't want minors in my fucking Discord, because they are the ones who perpetrate the most evil. I mean, for example, you know, I turn your attention to... Like, would you want this person interacting with other minors, other children? Potentially vulnerable? I wouldn't. I'd be frankly terrified if I had a child and knew that this person was interacting with them. How, Ninja? I like little kids. And if you don't know, that's a popular online meme referred to as pedo bear. So, you know, just stay on high alert, I guess. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Okay.
Pictures, tips on how to do it effectively, and videos. Another account by the name of Edward expressed that Birdie joining the server and talking about it publicly had only led more people to join the server and get harmed themselves. Related to this as well, a year after leaving DICE, so in 2022, Purple and Draggy would operate a Sting account posing as an 11-year-old girl named Olive, trying to ensnare Birdie as a pedo. What they did get is Birdie asking someone they believed to be an 11-year-old that they should still draw gore and cannibalism art. There is simply no excuse for the fact that Birdie was exposing this stuff directly to people much younger than him, and the fact that it was being normalized when Birdie came back as an adult just adds to this. Following his involvement with DICE, Birdie would mostly leave the public eye for the next 3 years, due to intervention from his parents after one of Birdie's siblings had an internet addiction. Ironic considering I imagine Birdie would be the prime example when looking for that, but sure, okay. Now, a lot of the information in this segment mainly comes from Birdie's video I'm Back, that explains his side of everything, so again, take it with a pinch of salt, we don't have much of the other side. By the time that Birdie had broken up with Jay, he says that he began to deteriorate. He notes that his parents once swarmed into the basement and yelled through the door of his bedroom for an hour whilst he was hiding, saying that Birdie was lazy and faking depression to be a victim. After that, they cut off the internet, which led to another psychotic break for months. Birdie would later be diagnosed with psychosis or schizospec in September 2023. It's still unclear, I don't know which.
Diagnosed with psychosis? Okay, talking out my ass here. Is psychosis a diagnosis? Or is diagnosis a symptom? Can you be diagnosed with psychosis? I don't know if you can. Wait, I'm unsure what disorder in particular, because I had to stop seeing my psychiatrist when I moved to another. So diagnosed with depression with psychotic features. Okay, so you weren't diagnosed with... Okay, cool. It's a symptom, yes. My teeny tiny little grain of medical knowledge has actually worked. That's right. I've watched House MD. Every episode, every season.
On one instance, Birdie claimed that he tried to end it all, and his parents refused to give medical attention and threatened to call the police because he was threatening them to take him to the hospital. Birdie eventually got his internet back through loopholes and decided to finally start studying for a job. But at the beginning of 2023, his parents just decided to randomly kick him out as he was 18 now. No reason provided than just his age, according to Birdie. So he then had to go live with his grandma. Now initially his grandma was accepting of him, but issues arose because Birdie wouldn't wake up to go to school on his own or do his homework himself at age 18. There's a plethora of disorders cited along this, including an undiagnosed heart condition, but
Yo! Nate? Back from the dead?
Is it just me, or is watching commentary nowadays, and its myopic obsession with Ethan Hassan destiny, Israel-Palestine, and thrice-covered ACC drama like suffering through a sentence of scaphism?
Thank you, Nate, for the $10. That's very, very generous. I mean, unfortunately, okay, commentary, people like me, we thrive off of misery. Whether that be the misery of Ethan, the misery of his wife, or the misery, the misery of Palestinian children, or trans children, you know? They have to have some kind of, like, I guess, we don't like hard targets, okay? Palestinians, trans children, yeah, gays, the mentally ill, they've got to have some kind of pre-existing, they've got to be fucked when we get there, you know? Because that, with those people, you can't fuck them further,
You got dipped.
you know?
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
The Destiny skinwalking allegations gain more ammo.
What does that mean? Thank you for the $2, Mark.
some of these issues seem totally on Birdie.
Oh, for wanting to take them, for wanting to mock Palestinian yeah, okay, fair play.
At one point, he talks about the fact that he had to just bring in a laptop to school and do his work on the corner. But if he forgot to bring his laptop, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He paints himself as the victim in this and the staff neglecting him, but I just have to ask, who on earth forgets to bring a heavy-ass laptop as—
One sec. What? Oh, the House MD thing. It's one of the most popular television series of all time, okay? Scaphism. Is that when you're, like, dragged underneath the bottom of the boat while it's got all those things? Smeared her with honey and positioned her on a wall of city, and hornets came and consumed her. An ancient Persian method of execution. The victim being trapped between two small boats, one inverted on top of the other, with limbs and heads sticking out, feeding them and smearing them in milk and honey, and allowing them to fester and be devoured by insects and other vermin other time. Huh. You learn something new every day. Thank you, Nate. What was I thinking of with the fucking with the barnacles, with the having them under the boat? When you like drag them underneath the boat and then like their back gets like torn open and stuff. That's my content. Yeah, well, okay. This person has self-harmed enough that I don't think that flies and hornets are going to do that much, okay?
got to bring his laptop.
I am not feeding them any honey, right? I'm not sticking them between two boats. They have like nestled themselves in between the boats and are just shoveling the honey into their own mouth. And I'm simply watching them and kind of pointing and going, you know? Different. It's different. It's totally different. It's totally different.
He wouldn't be able to do anything. He paints himself as the victim in this and the staff neglecting him, but I just have to ask, who on earth forgets to bring a heavy-ass laptop, especially when—
Oh, I'm doing that to you with the yeah, okay.
it's the one thing they need to bring. Over time, Birdie's grandma started to get sick of him and became more aggressive. She accused him of being manipulative, Birdie said she was being verbally abusive, and this led to Birdie getting kicked out and staying at a homeless shelter.
Wait, what is this? Could I have all the chocolate chip Cliff Bars and the water seasoning? Okay. I'll bring that stuff in your blanket, flag, clothes hampers, hangers later this evening. I'll stop at Costco and get a big box of Cliff Bars. Let me know what time you have free later. Also, your parents can't handle you. Nobody can handle you. I think you need to put some work into trying to not being so much to handle. You burned your bridges here. Telling people you didn't feel safe here was incredibly hurtful and underhanded and hurtful. If you didn't want to get kicked out, you should have talked to Nana and Jean about what you can do to deserve staying there. What do they need to see from you? How can you prove yourself? Are you willing to help? I mean, this just seems like somebody who, yeah, can't really... Dude, this is heartbreaking. I mean, man, at this point, they're 18. You can only blame environment for so long. Especially when it seems like you have people who are like giving you good, if slightly harsh, but good advice. Like telling you what you need to know, right?
Birdie said she was being verbally abusive, and this led to Birdie getting kicked out and staying at a homeless shelter. During a stay at the homeless shelter, this was also apparently hell on earth, as the water was dirty and people swatted and pizza bombed the place. Birdie was then picked up from the shelter by his nana and lived in her house with his husband. He got a room in their garage, but apparently it turns out his nana and her husband were also abusive to Birdie. They all had fights with each other before he went back to the homeless shelter and then back to his parents' house. This is despite the fact his nana offered him her beach house to live in, which I imagine most people who were homeless would grasp that opportunity at the first time of asking. Now you may be thinking, why didn't Birdie just go to a friend's house, sleep over on the sofa? And to be fair, an attempt was made, but its existence has only brought more accusations against Birdie. As soon as Birdie got his internet back in 2022 through undisclosed loopholes, he was in communications with his internet friends. Keep in mind he had no IRL friends at 16, so his closest friend was Refix, or the Maryland guy as he's known by others. Refix was a close friend who had offered to house Birdie in their home in Maryland. However, in Birdie's I'm Back video, Birdie goes on to accuse Refix of emotional abuse, saying he bribed them with gifts and held them above his head as manipulation. Refix would then block him just as he was ready to leave for Maryland and went on to harass Birdie, leaking artwork and vents and causing another psychotic break and insane paranoia. Unsurprisingly, this has since been contested by Refix, who posted his own side on Twitter with more evidence to add. During their friendship,
I remember reading into this. I watched this, I looked into this off stream. Yeah, this was like a really, really, really weird little rabbit hole to dive into. I will say, as with most ACC drama, it's a spurgfest on both sides. But, I mean, yeah. Obviously, I came down a little bit harder on Birdie. Because, I mean, unfortunately, in every story and every drama that Birdie's involved in, they are unfortunately the bad guy. They're unfortunately the loser.
But Refix kind of played the role of being Birdie's wrangler, holding him back. In fact, he apparently was the person who got Birdie out of DICE.
Wait. Literally going insane and laughing like a crazy person. Going to kill Jay. I wish he was never born. I wish I never met him. I'm going to sleep with that blank thought in my head tonight. And it's going to be there tomorrow too, and for the upcoming months. Everything that could go wrong went wrong within the span of a day. My face feels like it's been crying constantly, even though I've cried once, because everything feels like it's trying to hurt me. I can't have nice things. Why should I be allowed that? A safe space, a birthday. I don't deserve those things, do I?
Holding him back. In fact, he apparently was the person who got Birdie out of DICE.
Ross is Birdie. Yeah, I got that.
Per his side, he was a completely providing friend who was constantly stressed by Birdie's overdependence on him. He consistently felt that he was responsible for Birdie's life, and him changing his profile picture to make it seem like it was ending only added to the stress. At some points, Refix felt like he was the reason. The DM shown paint out Birdie as an obsessive partner of sorts, even if they weren't technically in a relationship.
What the fuck is that? Stop fucking ignoring me. Fuck you, Plankton voice. I will destroy all of... I can't do a Plankton voice. Die. Why are you ignoring me? I thought you cared about me. I hate you. Fuck you, Vinny. Fuck you. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why? Talk to me, goddammit. I'm trying so hard to talk to you. I'm going to kill you.
There was a need to constantly talk, and when Refix did something else for a few hours, Birdie would start to melt down. He would go on to isolate Refix from his friends, and after their relationship, would make YouTube accounts to harass him. As for Refix's harassment, it seems there was a bit more beyond the cropped screenshot, as Birdie had sent someone to forward a cruel message to him on Facebook Messenger. Then he replied asking to leave him alone, and Birdie framed it as him just being attacked out of nowhere. With seemingly nowhere to go, the bridge burned with Refix, and not looking good with anyone in his family, Birdie really needed a Hail Mary to keep them off the streets, or away from his nana's beach house, and one came down from Missouri to Washington in the form of Cinnybear03. Birdie and...
Oh my god, yes, this is what I'm thinking. Oh, it's not, she's not nearly 1 million, she's over 500,000. Right. Still a huge fucking channel.
Cinny had been talking with each other and rekindling their friendship, and after being left with no options, Birdie went to live with Cinny. The two drove back to Missouri and cuddled with each other on the first night watching videos. For now, it seemed like Birdie had finally found a home where they could feel safe inside. But having moved so far, it would take a while for Birdie...
This is what they look like! Which is which? Okay, this is Cinny. This is Birdie. I heard F to M. I guess I got my hopes up. I just, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. I've been, like, completely lied to, I suppose.
to set his new life up. In the meantime, his identity was obscured, and he was only referred to as Jimmy by Cinnybear whilst on stream.
How fucking pale are these people? I mean, okay, I can't say much, alright? But I mean, like, literal mayonnaise. Okay, you can't really, okay, the camera doesn't really do it okay, I do see, actually, I look incredibly, yeah, never mind. Maybe their camera's, like, all fucked up and busted as well.
For example. Birdie's grand return came on April 14th, 2024. This video, titled I'm Back, aims to be the be-all end-all of Birdie drama videos. However, it's filled with a lot of obscuration and misinformation. Standout points include Birdie calling Kitty Dog a groomer when he was 12 and she was 14, and then saying that his relationship with Draggy when he was 16 and Draggy was 13 was actually not grooming because he was in a lesser state of mind that time.
Now, because it's genuinely traumatic for me.
There we go, okay? Now you get my real skin tone without a huge fucking whitewash. There we are. Here we are. I'm not so white. Just making my fucking setup less well lit. Just so I can show you that I'm not completely pale. Okay, fantastic. N-word filter? Yeah. White as fuck. Still very white. I am a white man. I'm just forget it.
But I will include some screenshots in this section as I elaborate. Anyways, this shouldn't have been drama in the first place, but Kitty Dog encouraged me to make drawings like those, and that's why they exist. I know a few of you are probably going to say this as some sort of counter-argument, so I'd like to acknowledge it. The age gap wasn't, like, huge. I was 12 and she was 14. But, like, let's not get caught up in the logistics of grooming. I am not misusing the word. I can confidently say that this is what this was. There was a huge power dynamic. Kitty Dog was aware of the power she had over me, being a massive creator that I looked up to, and I was not old enough to consent to these things. I was 12. Another thing to bring into consideration is that apparently Kitty Dog was also being groomed during this time period, but this still doesn't excuse her behavior. Especially when we consider CO.
Is everyone fucking raped in this? What do you mean she was also being groomed? Is everyone being groomed in this story? I mean, why do I, but yeah, of course. Yes.
CSA to be a trauma response, which stands for child-on-child sexual abuse. Exactly 5 days after said breakup, I was asked out by my former friend Draggy, who was 13. I was 16, and it was my responsibility as the older person to turn them down. But because of the mental state I was in, I was unable to make the right decision.
No,
They were-
no, that's not a good defense. That's not a good defense. If you're 16, okay, and you have flirty texts with a 13-year-old, the proper defense is, who gives a fuck? It might be a little bit of a stretch of an age gap, but fundamentally, who fucking cares? The excuse should not be, I was in a really rough mental state, Your Honor. You don't understand. I know it was inappropriate for me to sex with that 13-year-old, but you've got to understand my mental state at the time, Your Honor, please.
were entirely aware of the mental state I was in. I addressed my worries with us dating, but they insisted that they wanted to date me, so I agreed. Our relationship lasted less than a week, and nothing of a romantic or sexual nature happened at all. You can also see several instances of me establishing with them that
I don't think I'd be ready for a relationship. I'm unsure right now if I'm in the right state of mind to date you. Huh? Toastify? Analyze this for me, please. Is this kind of substantive? What, they dated but they didn't do anything sexual or romantic? What did that even mean?
I was not in the right state of mind to be making any proper decisions. But despite the sheer amount of times I said I wasn't in the right state of mind, they continued to pursue me anyways, which, I mean, what can I say? They were 13. Again, it was my responsibility to turn them down, which I would have done if I was, like, lucid. But in all honesty, I think I was taken advantage of.
See guys, I didn't groom Dragon because I was mentally all gone, not in the right state of mind. But that doesn't apply to Katie Dog, even though she was being groomed at the time. The double standard is incredibly blatant and malicious. He also addresses the Heimgo situation and ultimately apologizes, but in this segment he tries to make an equivalence by showing a period of harassment that Heim did for a couple of months, as opposed to Birdie's 3 years straight of harassment. And also, let's play Birdie's admission statement here.
I would like to take accountability for my behavior towards him.
Okay.
When I was 12 to 15 years old, I had an intense obsession with him, which included me archiving all of his art and making videos about him constantly and sexualizing him, stealing his OCs, borderline stalking him, doxing him, and encouraging harassment of him. This is something that I believe that I genuinely needed to be held accountable for, and thank you to all of you who did, but the harassment that I received because of this was not okay.
No! Having seen the context and everything that went on here, do you think the statement with no screenshots is representative of what really happened? I mean, he still makes a heavy implication that his stuff with Heimgos in 2018 was non-consensual, despite the fact that was easily disproven.
Malachi managed to get my entire audience on his side for a long time while manipulating me and gaslighting me for several years. We dated 8 times, I believe, and he took advantage of me sexually. He created an alt account so that he could interact with me. Weirdly enough, while taking advantage of me...
This is exactly why a video like this had to be made that looked at Birdie's past. He is still lying about this. The fact that a video about Birdie's past wasn't made before gave Birdie the opportunity to slither out of his own past. I would not be covering what a 14-year-old was doing online if Birdie wasn't being openly and verifiably dishonest about what happened to everyone. This entire...
I understand now why everyone cares. This has been my question through a lot of this. They're 14. Why does anyone care? They're 13 here. Why the fuck should I care about this? I get it. Right, so they're lying about it up until today.
Video seems to be symptomatic of how Birdie will overextend on his claims against someone to make them look worse. Essentially...
and that's totally valid as well. Like the cam stuff, I don't think many people would care about the cam stuff. He was 19. It was like 2 years ago with the jelly stuff. If he was just honest about it and like move forward, nobody would care. But if you're lying and twisting, you're like the monkey with the little nut in the box, you know? You're trying to pull it out, and you're just struggling the entire time. And the hunter, I'm the hunter with Cam, and with this guy, Toastifies the hunter, right? It just every night you come along, chop. Yeah, me and Toastify, we always get our monkey in the end. That's right.
Exaggerating and lying and adding more and more on top.
I am obsessed. I am unhinged. I am a freak. I'm a monster. I'm a psychopath. I might... No, I'm not going to go that far, actually. That might sit... Okay, that's... Yeah, never mind.
Long as he can get away with it. He could have just left it at Kitty Dog may be uncomfortable during New Year's, something that he has evidence for. But no, he goes above and beyond and says they're a groomer, without realizing these same standards could be applied to him. Another thing worth addressing is the excuse that, well, I was psychotic. You see Birdie using this in the video a couple of times, especially with the Draggy segment, and you see a lot of Birdie fans using this as a defense. In fact, some of them may have already commented it before watching the video. Here's the thing, we're still unclear on what Birdie is diagnosed with. I'm not a psychologist, and I doubt you are either. So all we can see is that we have no idea what Birdie actually has. Birdie says in this video that he was diagnosed with psychosis both back when he was 14 and in September 2023, except he's not sure which disorder it actually is, so he just calls it psychosis. And when he was...
Wait, the fuck do you mean monkey? Okay. Okay. I make a joke about DEI and reference gorillas. That's too far. Dickers, you're going to lose your channel. Dickers, you're running close to the line here. You could, well, you know, if you get a strike for that. Okay, cool. I will leave that on the table. I'll stop. Yeah, okay. But that was probably too far. I thought it was tongue-in-cheek, and I thought the context was that I was mocking the people who... Okay, cool. I'll leave that out, okay? A particular Mexican woman with, I will stand 10 toes down, had an ape-like nose. A particular Mexican woman who had an upturned little monkey nose, okay? That's too far. I call a white man and a white trans man a monkey in an analogy. That's too far. Who can I call a monkey at this point? If I call myself a monkey, I'm still going to get people in check. Oh, no, it's not a good look. Oh, what do you mean by monkey? What do you mean by monkey? I don't give a fuck, okay? We're all monkeys, if you think about it, you know? We're all apes. Yeah? Also, okay, first of all, I need to get to this as well. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. You're not the guy to be unhinged, an unhinged maniac, okay? I went on a call, a public interview with Cam, okay, and brought up that I knew what his fucking blackmail was about. I am that guy. I am that guy. I did what Aiden would not. I did what Aiden could not. I know what happened to you all those years ago. Okay, never mind. I'm a bit gay for that. I mean, gay people can be unhinged too. Never heard of Dharma?
Diagnosed when he was 14, he was actively also lying to his therapist and complaining his therapist wouldn't diagnose him properly, and by his therapist, he means his school counsellor. You see what I mean? Was I lazy going to school? Well, I'll have you know I have an undiagnosed heart condition as well. What is the process of Birdie even finding these symptoms?
I realized I lined up behaviors in my head, and I thought, why this isn't something a normal person would do. Normal people don't have these thought processes. What's going on? And so I tried to look into it, and I'm not going to tell you what disorder it is, but I have another mental disorder that I match all of the criteria, and it's one of those evil abuser disorders.
This is my point. None of us are professionals, and we're dealing with a serial liar who's still continuing to lie. We don't know what to believe, so don't take Birdie's word without some sort of evidence. You've seen throughout this video that it's happened before. All I'm saying is look before you leap. After Birdie's I'm Back video, his streak of not addressing drama would last 2 days, when he did a collab with his friend Aggress, making a meme post over the Borderline 12, which for those unaware is a school shooting memorial.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Can we not?
Check DMs, it's the clip you're talking about, person in lotus position emoji, person in lotus position emoji, shushing face emoji.
Okay, this is going to exonerate me. This is going to exonerate me.
Digging. SD magazine.
Okay, no, ignore the sound, ignore the sound, ignore the sound.
Digging. SD magazine.
Let's watch the full video. Stop doing the noise. No? Please stop doing the noise. Dick. Is nobody seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing it.
SD magazine.
Why does it keep on going to this? Why does it keep on going to this?
Miss Ballistic. Digging. SD magazine. Digging. SD magazine.
Send me the timestamp. This all that's happened is I'm just hearing myself doing monkey noises that I can't. Okay, let's...
by Texas Monthly. Before telling Selena, Abraham started doing some quiet digging. As D Magazine writes,
Now I'm
several
just on the
signs
stream. I'm say that. It is right. Okay, I take it back then.
father was made aware of some suspicious behavior. In January 1995, Abraham Quintanilla was informed of an issue with the fan club. Members were complaining that they'd never received any of the merchandise they were promised, despite sending in their $22, as reported by Texas Monthly. Before telling Selena, Abraham started doing some quiet digging.
Okay. Monkey noises made up so much of that stream, Dickers. Don't lie. That's not true. This is the only time I did the... Ignore that. Ignore that. That is referenced in passing. Nick Fuentes is seeing what... Okay. Oh, here it is.
Selena.
He looks totally normal. See,
Abraham-
he's also Mexican. That's the crucial context here.
Started doing
Normal.
some quiet digging. As D Magazine
No? Is nobody seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing it.
writes, several signs that Saldivar was embezzling money from the fan club and boutiques were uncovered. From unpaid bills to forged checks that Saldivar had written to herself and her family. On top of all that, it turned out that Saldivar had a history of similar behavior. She was once accused of embezzling funds from a previous employer and defaulted on a student
Come
loan.
on, bro.
The woman who had obsessively dedicated her life to Selena was on her way to being kicked right out of it. On March 9th, 1995, Selena, her father Abraham, and her sister Suzette confronted Saldivar about her suspicious accounting.
Come on,
Given
dude.
only unsatisfactory excuses, the Quintanillas concluded that they could no longer trust Saldivar and relieved her of her duties. When she tried to show up to work the next day, Abraham kicked her out. The whole ordeal apparently pushed her to extreme measures. The very next day, March 11th, Saldivar purchased a weapon.
She does have intense FAS going on. Yes, intense fetal alcohol syndrome. That's what I'm getting at. Do not care. Do not care. No, that this go woman back to the is monkey stuff. You You were were spitting with Mexican, okay? To make that especially clear, I completely disavow all kinds of racism in all its forms, He okay? won. I think we should have a compassionate, kind of like love-based society.
Oh.
Don't worry, Babker, I've read my DMs. I've read my DMs from about 3 or 4 people now. Okay. Yeah, last stream was goated. There we are.
Birdie
One
would get a
second.
ton of backlash on
I'm
it,
still
and
listening.
responded by apologising multiple times, saying he didn't know and blaming his autism. Some would say a pattern was beginning to re-emerge. During July 2024, whilst playing on the game Ponytown with a fan, Birdie also came across Jay and Julian and had a slap fight with them. It's also worth noting that since his comeback, the art he'd posted was NSFW artwork that was derivative of what he had made of him and Jay. A lot of the audience of the I'm Back video, many of them also being kids during these past situations, decided to take blame for their actions and applauded and supported Birdie. Even with a video that has at least 2 glaring issues that don't even need context to poke holes in, Birdie's diehard audience came back quickly. Everyone felt that it was time to move on and give Birdie a big second chance. However, Birdie's I'm Back video had gotten over 600,000 views, and gathered the attention of a fair few people outside the animation meme community who had no idea of any of the history. One of them, Deadwing Dork, made a 5-hour stream basically making fun of the entire video and Birdie's life. In response, Cindybear jumped to Birdie's defense and posted a 2-part video numbering multiple hours, in which he fought against every part of Deadwing's points. Whilst the details of this are probably for another time, Cindybear's loyalty to Birdie seemed incredible. Some people would see her apparent stress as she was working 2 jobs to stay financially stable, whilst Birdie did not work and just stayed home all day and collected benefits. He even needed Cindy to be his caretaker. He had to be asked to split the rent and still didn't fully agree at first, and when Cindy came home, she'd find him just in bed or drawing. Birdie's over-reliance on Cindy meant that if she suddenly lost everything, that would be a death blow to his current situation, and as fate would have it, that's what happened. Over a number of days in mid-September 2024, 3 Google documents were published regarding Cindybear. Document 1 was around Cindy's strange sexual behaviour around various minors, whilst Document 3 talked about Cindy's treatment of a former partner. But Document 2 was the most egregious, detailing the experiences of a 14-year-old who accused Cindy of grooming them while she was 21. Whilst there wasn't a relationship, so to
What's so funny? I'm just thinking about a joke that I heard earlier. That's it. You wouldn't get it. It's fine. You wouldn't get it.
Say, Cindy showed this minor incredible amounts of NSFW for 6 months straight. She encouraged the minor to do the same and got upset when they didn't. Cindy even sent an entire hand-drawn essay comic. Some things never change, I guess. At the time of the document's release, Birdie and Cindy were on vacation. It was only when they came back and looked at the evidence that the ball started to roll. Cindy would post a video apologizing for what she did and saying that she was a groomer. Then, the next day, Birdie posted a video confirming that Cindy was a groomer. This video, which was secretly recorded while Cindy was in the other room, talks about the situation as Birdie claims he had no idea it was ever going on. He also claims that Cindy would essay him, grabbing various parts of his body or poking them as a joke, even though he said no. It's worth noting Cindy would deny these claims, saying it was all consensual and there was no indication of discomfort. Alongside this video, Birdie also started a GoFundMe for moving elsewhere and escaping, as the benefits were no longer coming in for him.
It's actually fucking criminal. This person raised like over 10 grand to help them move. What people get away with in the ACC is fucking unhinged.
GoFundMe would reach its goal of $10,000 in a matter of days, and even went above, reaching $11,000. Even after everything Birdie had said and done and all the controversies, he still had a fan base that was willing to donate so much to essentially save his living situation. To me though, it's weird there weren't more questions raised about Birdie's knowledge of Cindy Bear's grooming. Knowing someone who turns out to be a pedo is one thing, but being in the same house with them for months, sleeping in the next room or even in the same bed, that's another issue entirely. There wouldn't have even been a time where Birdie was out of work, so their schedules wouldn't have conflicted that much. He was home.
Is that their tongue? Or is that just an incredibly weird bottom lip? To be honest, I'll be real, okay? I'm about to be so real right now. Jack looks so freakish. I would not be able to tell what gender like they were born as. They've got the ugly, chiseled, cut-off jaw of a man, and then all the weakness in their facial structure of a woman. Plus the little cow thing, the little moo, you know? I would not be able to tell either way. They could identify, they should honestly, this is one of the only people I will ever say this, should just go for non-binary. That's the easiest way to go. You will never be misgendered if you go for non-binary. Just any all pronouns, they, them, just go for that. Like, this trying to identify at either end of the doesn't work. It's not going to work.
The entire time. Around this
Is that transphobic? I actually don't know if that's transphobic. Saying that you shouldn't try to identify as a man or a woman, but you look so weird you should just identify as non-binary. Is that transphobic or transpositive? I'm going to go with transpositive. I love trans.
Time, Birdie would get into a call with Queen, Cindy's IRL friend that Birdie had recently met and became close with. They started to become really good friends, and Birdie would eventually stay over at her house for some time. A few days later, Cindy would post another response to the situation, stating that Birdie and others had coerced her to admit that she was a groomer. She responds saying that the sexual themes she discussed with the kid weren't actually that sexual, which is just a blatant lie, but I mean, how else could you even defend this? This is all for another time though, because this video led up to the fight between Birdie and Cindy Bear over the cat. Birdie had recently gotten a cat to take care of, but during his fight with Cindy Bear and Birdie getting away, Cindy apparently stole his cat, according to Birdie. In response, he broke into Cindy Bear's house after this and left a white hat with the words groom on it. Cindy would then respond to Birdie, saying
Did not realize this. I knew that he gained access to Cindy Bear's like apartment or house or whatever the fuck, but I didn't. By the way, I left Cindy's apartment last night. I have Squirt with me, don't worry. Unfortunately, had to leave Stupid behind. I left a little surprise for her on the couch. Groom. Is that not just encouraging her to do it more? What are you doing? That's like leaving. That's like leaving a cap with the words drug on Bill Cosby's couch. That's just encouraging him to do it more, surely.
and left a white hat with the words groom on it. Cindy would then respond to Birdie, saying that the cat wasn't with him or with Birdie. It was with Queen. Cindy was only asking for the cat back because no one else was in the position to take care of it, and legally the cats were in Cindy's name because Birdie didn't want to use his dead name to get them. When he broke into Cindy's house to leave the groom hat, he stole the cat he was emotionally tied to and took it with him. Eventually, Queen ended up as the owner of the cat, which was probably the best outcome we got. But Birdie now had to explain himself. He was under fire for posting lies and had possibly given a groomer a W. Birdie went on Twitter and explained that
I can't remember the joke. And discussion of the joke that I can't remember is unfortunately banned.
The accusation from Cindy were all false and meant to shift the attention away from her, but the snowball was already rolling down the hill, and people were really starting to look into what Birdie had been up to. Days earlier, Birdie had posted art of him dressed as a character from the animator Zontan, known for his sexual drawings of underage characters aged up to be adults. Birdie claimed to have no idea who Zontan even was, but that was another lie as seen from this Discord message. Being caught out twice in a number of days isn't a good track record for anyone, and his response to the backlash being pill posting was only further indication of that. Seeing the tides turn against him, Birdie decided to leave the internet, saying, "Okay, I'm sick of being this week's hot juicy drama and having the dehumanization and demonization of myself so widely normalized again. People are scraping the bottom of the barrel for rumors. I'm leaving for a bit. Everyone get your..."
Well, Toad Spice Slow, she got the cat back. Well, to be fair, I don't know if she actually did get the cat back. At this point in the story anyway, because he's walking through it, like, in terms of the timeline, right?
Together, this is just like 2017. Time is a flat circle, but the new claims were nowhere near the bottom of the barrel. After such a storied history, so many apologies, so many promises to change that were taken at face value by Birdie's audience, that being then ripped up in front of their eyes would not go down well. It began with the Little Guy controversy, as people criticised Birdie's interactions with a 15-year-old fan of his known as Little Guy. Little Guy was obsessed with Birdie, and Birdie would comment on their posts positively, including ones they made with sexual elements. Birdie knew all too well from first-hand experience what obsession looks like, and was accused of indirectly enabling it by continuing to interact. This seems like a good time to also mention that Birdie would actually reply to people under the age of 16 on a 16+ post he made on his Twitter. You had literally one job, mate. This would spark a mass return of former characters from the Birdie drama, archival and A-loggers, all coming back to reinvestigate the entire Birdie situation. A ton of new evidence was found about old cases that completely recontextualized everything, especially to an audience that wasn't even that clued in on Birdie's history. Even discussing Birdie's modern day antics didn't bode well for him. It seemed as if Birdie was desperately using the $11,000 that were raised from the GoFundMe, spending it on moving apartments, getting away from the groomer who was assaulting him. At one point he said he was even starving whilst at someone's house, and a friend got him DoorDash to help out. So when he was spotted spending copious amounts of money on My Little Pony merch, you can imagine the backlash from that. And the starvation at someone's house? Well, the house he was staying at had a fridge full of food, and Birdie was just a really picky eater. All excuses and bringing up some disorder or the other were falling on deaf ears, especially—
What? No, bringing up some disorder, that's beautiful princess disorder. Oh, wait, no. That's what having borderline personality disorder does to a man. Okay, never mind.
when he was making fun of issues that he also had. See on Twitter, where he was gossiping about how messy Cindy Bear's room was to make fun of her, but then came in pictures from Queen showing the mess in his room. Remember that one of these people worked 2 jobs, and the other sat in bed all day, drawing and sleeping. By then, a lot of the public opinion turned back against Birdie, after being more favourable to him after his return and the Cindy Bear situation. By now, their goodwill had dried up. The story of Birdie tells a blend of greys that we rarely see at all. It's seeing the real-time story of a kid mistreated by their family but also prone to lash out, becoming a child of the internet and a victim to some awful stuff. But soon he was twisting the abhorrence onto others throughout his life, many of the people he's encountered and his own audience itself. It's uncomfortable because it never should have been broadcast. The fact that a 12-year-old was unmonitored online, having a completely massive career with a dedicated fan base, was always going to end badly. But origin stories and illnesses and disorders only go so far. Everyone has their own issues, but we all have to take responsibility for what we've done, and we do. Birdie has a trail of gross irresponsibility, being malicious and lying. Where do you draw the line between saying he's just a kid and condemning him for being legitimately malicious and manipulative?
I think it's probably at the point that they turn like... Okay, here's the thing. Because I think if you're exhibiting this kind of behavior, a lot of the stuff that Birdie does is like yeah, I can kind of understand a 12-year-old doing that. I can kind of understand a 13-year-old doing that. Not having like proper inhibitions, not kind of thinking through and having like principles and like a moral compass and stuff. I get that, okay? I totally get that. But then as soon as they start getting like 16, 17, 18, 19, and they haven't changed, it's like, okay, you need to start taking more accountability. You need to start learning like how things work and what is and isn't appropriate to do and say, right? So I think at the point where, especially if you're looking back and not acknowledging that what you did was wrong, right? If I'm talking about something shitty that I did when I was 12, I'm not gonna bring up specific examples, although I can think of some that were actually quite funny. No, fuck it. I'll say one. All right. I remember. Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Okay. One bloke I knew. He was 15. I was 12. In the same friendship group. All right. Constantly bringing up his sister that died when he was a kid. Okay. I think she was like. They were twins, and he was like 2 years old when she died. So it's not even like he like even knew her, right? They were fucking 2. We got to fucking know when she was 2. He would bring it up all the fucking time, bro. All the fucking time he would bring up his sister that died when he was like 2 years old. His fucking twin sister. And so we were having a normal conversation in the GC, in the group chat, right? We were talking about, I don't know, fucking Star Wars. What the 12-year-old's talking about. We're talking about fucking Star Wars, something like that. And then he's like, oh, look what I found, guys. And then sends it like a picture of like her, like a picture of her and him when they were like just born or something in a little like memorial thing. He's like, oh, look what I just found, guys. You'll never believe what I just found. It's like, why? And this is what 12-year-old Dickers thought was, appropriate. Like, why do you try and insert your dead sister into every conversation? No, I didn't. I was like, can you stop? I mean, can you stop trying to attention seek off the back of your dead sister every chance you get? I think was my exact words. Now, I think, in essence, I was totally fucking valid. Bro. Okay? But, as an adult, now, I realize, bit harsh, not very empathetic. Maybe that's just one of those things that we can overlook, Dickers. Maybe we think within ourselves, that's probably something we can overlook. Sure, it's annoying when you feel like somebody's attention seeking, but as a 23-year-old, I can say what I did when I was a child was inappropriate, harsh, callous, mean, okay? And to tie it back in, because I see that Toastfly's in chat and asking why the fuck did we get here, I think doing that kind of behavior and defending it, okay, something that's against your principles now or something we expect you to not do as maybe an older teenager or like an adult, at that point when like behaviors start permeating longer than they should, I think, especially when you talk about children, that's probably the area that you can start judging them for it, right? And especially if they're lying to endlessly defend that behavior, right? I think it's at that point. I mean, especially if I was saying it, because at that point, it's like, okay, you were saying that this action was okay to do. You're defending it. You're saying that that's within your, like, what, your moral principles now? You think that's okay to do? You may as well have done it at that age, in my mind, right? If I'm defending something and saying it was right for me to do that, something that I did when I was like 14, it's in my moral compass now. I may as well have done it now. We might have like a proximity effect. I'm like, well, that was so long ago. Yeah, but I still think it's okay. So
I've taken anything away from this video, it's not just an indictment of Birdie. It's better seen as a reflection on much of the animation meme community and its depths. Birdie just happens to be the most severe case of its effects. It still is a place largely absent of parents or adults, a place where these creative kids come to vent about how the world has seemingly failed them.
You're running.
For a dono goal, maybe. For a dono goal. Dunno. For a dono goal at 50, something like that, and then maybe, you know.
Detailed events about their personal lives were only encouraged by kids who could relate, furthering personal publication and vulnerability. It's telling that most of the people who've been personally involved and victimized by Birdie have also turned out to be severely messed up in their own right, and documenting every single one of their actions on top of covering Birdie would double the length of this video. None of this diminishes from Birdie's actions towards them, and it certainly doesn't mean that these people were evil all along. A lot of this just comes down to the victim-turned-abuser cycle, and the animation meme community is an excellently morbid example. Maybe, just maybe, if someone had stepped in when Birdie was still young and recognized the signs of mental distress he was displaying, things could have turned out better. But missed opportunities don't take away that Birdie has done some abhorrent stuff, and he should be held to account instead of being excused and swept for. His consistent cycle of lying, manipulation, playing the victim, disgusting harassment towards others.
Don't worry, Mira, I'll do that next.
His weird interactions with minors, it's all out there. His actions shouldn't be downplayed, but his origins should be a warning light to parents and kids online. His story will continue as long as that delusion and his attachment to the internet continues. Birdie's case is a stark reminder that kids are far better off having normal jobs rather than becoming YouTubers.
Methuselah, I'm spreading the word that Jickers drops hard R's on the low until I hear the joke.
For all its perceived profits and supposed creative dream, a bird in the hand isn't worth more than a book. Thank you for watching, and until next time, stay toasty.
Okay, that was actually a fantastic video. It's a shame that I just split it up into two parts with Stream Sniping Tommy, but that is probably, I guess, the best kind of is probably the best video essay that I've seen covering Birdie. Goes over every part of the saga. It's especially hard to do with like what stuff's on Google Plus. I don't even know through the research process how most of this is even like found. But I'm really, really impressed by it. So yeah, I will give that, I think, from everything that I've seen, I can't really think of much criticism for it. So I'll probably give that like an A, or like a, 5 out of 5. The only criticism I was going to have of the video is that we're talking about stuff that happened when they were 12 years old, 13 years old, 14 years old. It's like, oh, okay, we're doing a hit piece for this. What's going on there? But that all comes together at the end. Defending it now. So there we are. Maybe, especially with it being an hour-long video, I'd say that should have been included like during it, or prefaced at the start that we were going to talk about stuff that happened when they were like 13, 14, but only going to talk about stuff that like have been defended up until this time, or at least prefacing that a lot of this behavior is still defended to this day, or something like that. But there we are. I'm retarded and was always listening while doing something else. Yeah. Same. Anyway, there we go. Base fucking video. Love it. It was referenced a little in the intro, but I see what you mean. Yeah, to be honest, it's a first watch through. I'm watching through it fresh, although I've tapped through it. It looked really good. And so I may well have actually seen it. Or you may have actually made that more explicit than I remember it being. But I don't remember at least I don't remember it. But it might have been. But, so I'll take you on that. Justify always does good work? Yeah, I agree. Okay, I promised this earlier. And this was the dono goal, okay? So, Meth, can you please? No, he doesn't. Shelby, you're trying to fuck up my connections. You're trying to fuck up my professional relationships. What do you mean I'm too late? What do you mean I'm too late? How could I be too late? Why are people joining my Discord? What's being posted in my... Okay, I will address it, and I will give you a full kind of walkthrough, step-by-step explanation of myself for a dono goal. Okay? There we are. Until then, we're taking the autism test. Okay. I'm putting my Discord on lockdown, okay? I think mods, I'm hearing about a raid. There's something about a raid in the Discord happening right now. I think we should need to probably need to put that on lockdown. I'm not actually sure what's going on there. Probably report the raid. Somebody called Kalu Ravetla, I think, is coordinating it. So I mean, you know, if we get this reported to Discord headquarters pronto, I'd appreciate it. Oh my god, Noz. Nobody cares that I called you one of my blacks. Okay. Toastify, get out of my server. Toastify, get out of the server. Toastify, get out of the server. No, Windy, I'm joking. Don't actually report a raid. Dude, I've just seen the fucking bot log. Stop. Why the fuck have you... Don't actually... Windy, what do you mean done? That was a joke. What do you mean done? Wait, people can't see this if they're not moderators, I think. Bro, what are you doing, man? You're going fucking insane. You're going fucking bonkers. Okay, stop now. Stop. Okay, it's going too far. It's going way too far. He was just following orders, sir. That does not work. Shouldn't have swept, should have stood on business. I will forever sweep, okay? Things, malicious statements that people are trying to take out of context, right? I will sweep. The payoff was worth it, yeah. Yeah. It absolutely was. Okay. Babka's here? Yeah, of course. Wait, no. Miratazapine. No, he's gonna think that I'm timing him out now. Stop timing people out. Oh my god. Miratazapine, stop. No. Babka, you don't need to know the context. It's fine. How about we all do an autism diagnosis? Yeah? That sound good? That sounds fun, yeah? Okay. I told you, I've got a dono goal to chat no more rules. Okay. So I've got the original. Where is it? I think Mira sent it to me. Okay. Got the original score here. This was from a few months ago when I first started streaming. So I'm interested to see what the original is going to look like. What it's going to look like now that I've been streaming for a few months, okay? This was me fresh out of the womb, first started. Let's have a gander. Take the test. I'm a sympathetic person. Yeah, true now. I often use words and phrases from movies and television in conversations. Yeah. I'm often surprised when others tell me I've been rude. Maybe when I was younger. Babka, okay. Clean it up in chat. Sometimes I talk too loudly or too softly, and I am not aware of it. I don't think so. I often don't know.
I can't believe Zekers is here! Zekers!
Tired of waiting? Let her rip. Let Gamma know WTF is up.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. You wanna talk about it? We can talk about it. You wanna talk about it? I've just got to censor the screenshot so it's safe for YouTube. I think. So. I think Kalu, oh, he's already, oh, that's nice of him. He's already censored it, so I can go through it. Okay. So. Thank you, Abayu, my top sweeper, I guess. Wait, did a lot of these get deleted? Oh, okay. That's not censored, Jojo. That's not censored at all. How did you get a screenshot of that when it was still in chat? I'm getting you the... Oh, thank you for the full clip. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so... So that is... There's context behind it that I need to explain, okay? So there's... Kalu, if you could please hurry up on that clip, I'd really appreciate it, okay? I'd really appreciate it, if that's okay. Because I need to explain the context. I need to... Now, okay, so if I... Now, to be fully accountable, I won't deny that there is a pattern of behavior. Wait, hold on. I deleted this comment. How the fuck? Somebody screenshotted this at the time. That was ages ago. Okay. Obligatory... Okay, so... Wait, the VOD is gone! What? No! The VOD is gone! No, the VOD's not gone. The VOD's not gone. The VOD's not gone. Surely. Oh, no, Gamma! Okay. I have to be a member? I am a member. It's not there. It's deleted. There's got to be more. Why did we go through and delete these just because they have the N-word in it? I appreciate mods trying to sweep this up, okay? Shit. Okay, one sec. I need paint. I need MS Paint. And I need to... Okay, so let's just... Okay. So, unfortunately, in this carefully cropped screenshot, it can't be seen. But if you take a look up here, I'm being goaded by a well-known chatter. Apparently he's some kind of white nationalist, I'm not sure. Okay? Some kind of white nationalist chatter up here is goading me. And if you zoom out, you can just about say, true, he needs to be more racist. Okay? Now this is a clear... I wouldn't say attack. Attack isn't worthy. It doesn't actually do it doesn't do it justice. Okay, because there are other. I can say this now. The VOD's deleted. There are actually a million messages exactly like this that I had to endure. People were saying that I was racist. I was trying to say I'm not racist. I just had this take about the Selena shooting stuff. We're not gonna. Please don't make me get into that again. I I already did the monkey noise again earlier, okay? I can't. So I'm explaining that actually, no, I am enough of a man to stand on business. And, you know, I sent this to show that the word has no power to me. It doesn't, to me, it's just like any other word. I rob it of its harmful context, and I say it with love. I mean, nobody is for a second going to say that I hate autistic people, surely. But I paused, and I thought, even if I mean the N-word, hard R, with love, it might not actually be received with love by the blacks. Okay, so I actually deleted that comment. Unfortunately, Gamma uses a Streamlabs chat, and so even if you delete a message, it's still there. So hence, we can't see it. Apparently, Codex, like, he pussies out. He's like, oh no, I'm not racist at all, actually, guys. I hate me, Codex Machina, well-known white supremacist. I actually hate the N-word, guys. I was joking. I was joking. Oh, Aiko, can you please? No. Aiko, can you not? Right now. So, there we are. You're leaving out the context. You're so biased. I mean, when I typed that message, that was about completely unrelated racism. That was about completely unrelated alleged racism. And how prophetic that I am now using that same... And then if Shelby is trying to bring this up and say, you shouldn't do jokes like that. You shouldn't do jokes like that. Why I can't believe you're like, explain the joke you made in Gamma's chat earlier. Dickers should do more segments like that. Oh, fuck. I'm looking in the live. I'm looking in the live right now, and I've got Aiko, and I just know that Babka is gonna...
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
It's
You
on the
sound
screen!
scared.
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Thank you, Oggy KFC, for the membership. How's it going, guys?
Have you seen what he's
Hi.
been up to?
I just wanted to, I don't know the context of any of it, but you just said, or rather Dickers just said that he did it to show the word has no power over him.
Mm-hmm. I was invoking a slur's use for good.
Would you call that a tactical N-word usage?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know who else famously has done a tactical N-word usage?
I do.
Uh-huh. Who?
Vosh.
Okay, does that make you feel cool?
I mean, Vosh is...
That you're like Vosh?
Wait, can I read the copy pasta to you and you tell me if I sound cool?
Why don't you not read the copy pasta?
I don't care what it is. I'm just saying that it is very interesting
In this
that
chat
you
message,
would make
I
the
drop an
same
M-bomb.
choices.
Big one. Harder. I did this to show my interlocutors that their words don't impress me, that their language doesn't impress me, and their slurs don't frighten or disarm me. You can see from their reactions it
discomfort
worked.
of your own actions, Dickers?
They were clearly
You think this
taken
cuts the
aback.
discomfort?
It was a power move, which I'm entirely unashamed of, but I understand how that language might have upset some of you. This is an example of what I would call an invocation of a slur's power for good. But that's a subjective judgment I invite all of you to discuss in the Discord call, critical or otherwise.
Okay,
Hey, Dixie,
hold
that
on,
sounds exactly like what you said, first of all.
Is that, okay. verbatim.
I went with a power move. That was bad.
That is literally about the same thing. Do you feel cool, Dickers?
You got dicked. Okay, bro.
I do.
That you are exactly the same as Vosh in like 2019, 2018.
Yeah,
maybe.
well, I'm also white, and I, have a beard.
He is too.
Wash is white.
Yeah, that's the point.
What are you
okay,
on about?
just because I have similar qualities by Vosh doesn't mean that I am like him in every way.
No, I'm just
I've never
saying, you
jerked
think
off
the
to a
same
goblin.
things are
If that's
clever.
what you're trying to intimate.
You think
I've never jerked off to a goblin.
Even worse is thinking that what Vosh thought was clever was also clever to do.
Do you deny Hitler had some good ideas?
Not this one.
I don't think Hitler ever said the N-word, did he? But it's not even a German word.
Probably.
They'd say Schwarzer I think. Schwarzer. That means black man in
Anyway,
Germany.
so I just wanted to point out that you are literally doing the same thing as Vosh, but like 6 years later. It's pretty fun, pretty cringe.
Well, I deleted the comment.
No, I'm just saying that so it's even worse. It's more cucked than Vosh even.
I'm not even gonna make a value judgment about it. At least when Marcus sent me the N-word, he made 35 cents or whatever. You did this for free for Gamma's 10 viewers because
I never thought that any of those 10 viewers would ever bring it up again. Gamma's
Is that
live
true?
streams,
You really
Gamma's
thought that?
live streams are
Because
so small, they're basically like a private Discord call. I never thought this would get out.
I
feel
don't
like
think
you're
you thought this would
memeing.
never get out because you constantly are telling me, hey, Bobka, the things you say, me, a chatter, a shitter, the things I say are going to get out. You're a creator, so I don't think you think
watch
that.
it, because you say it in Queemans and Chud stuff. You never talk in Gammas.
I talk in
Like, you
Gammas all the
talk in,
time.
like, actual creators. Like,
I talk
comments.
in Gammas all the time.
Do you realize that you could go into like a
Prison.
one viewer random YouTuber chat and say the hard R and it would get back to us?
I'll start trying it. I've done it before, and it never has.
You got dicked. Okay, bro,
me.
you're getting too big for your boots.
Where do pirates complain about pains from ocean storm pressure?
Hey, Dickers, do you want to explain it to
in
me?
their knee guard?
Whoa! Sorry, what do you want to explain?
Do you want to say the N-word now?
No, thank you.
Is it? I don't understand.
I find it hard to
I
say.
like-
I don't like saying that word.
Right, so you said it in Gamma's chat because...
I didn't say it, I typed it. Typing it is, it's like strangling a man to death versus
Do you
shooting
know that
one from
one
afar.
of the first things Codex Machina, the white nationalist, to be clear, agreed on was that, like, it's very stupid to put hard R's in chat because you're fucking with the creator's bag.
That's why
And
I
it's
deleted
really
it.
interesting that you would do that.
Whoa,
No,
this is an
it's
unironic.
there,
This
though.
is an unironic argument. I'm not, because I deleted it instantly.
No, you are fucking with your own bag. I'm not talking about Gamma's bag. It doesn't matter if you delete it instantly. It's your bag that you're fucking with. If you ever make it above 10K, you've just like fucked yourself for like a week at least. If you ever make it above 20 for a month, congratulations. I don't know why you would. This is like so stupid. Why would you ever do this? Like, I actually don't get it. It has nothing to do with the word. Who gives a fuck? I get it. It's funny. Haha. It can go through because for some reason I don't know why. But
Babka,
why would you
this
do
is
this?
more than just the N-word. This is more than just the N-word, all right? When Dickers decided to watch Gamma, he gave him a little advertisement, a racist advertisement, bigoted, about some like juice box, and it talks about being from the Congo, and it's like umbongo.
No,
you know what I mean?
no.
Yeah.
Ignore the Congo Umbongo thing. That's nothing to do with race. Why
Wait,
why
what
did
was
you
that?
move him
Can
back
you repeat
in?
that?
Anyway, ignore him.
Somehow,
He's-
I was very confused by it.
Why
It
is
sounds like
Aiden
there was
here?
something really racist. Hi, Aiden.
Because you need some fucking account.
Okay, so don't worry about the Umbongo stuff, okay? You don't need to. There was something about something in the Congo, okay? And you've ever heard the advertisement that goes, Umbongo, Umbongo, they drink it in the Congo?
No, but I did just have to cut out of a VOD you going, man, he's so used to talking to wands, he can't help it when he talks to a Matumbo. And it's like, okay, these are things you could say to your most racist friend. You know, this doesn't work in terms of like VOD viewers, right? Like live stream viewers love it. We all love it. Shitters on Discord love it. You know that's not like who VOD viewers are, right?
No, I know, I'm sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize to me. I'm just curious about your motivations here. I'm just like interested in like what this is exactly.
I'm just impulsive sometimes, Babka. I've got an appointment soon.
An appointment for what?
The doctor's looking at me for, you know, kind of
Why are you laughing?
impulsivity.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I'm not.
This is
I'm crying.
embarrassing.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
It
I'm
would
getting on
actually
Vyvanse. I'm getting on
Be
Vyvanse.
so much better for your
I promise you, I'm
career
getting on Vyvanse.
if you were crying right now.
It would be better for my career if I was crying.
Yes.
I'm getting on
Because
Vyvanse.
the extent of commentary that like can handle the Selena deserved it. When did she get R'd? Hard R's and Gamma's chat every fucking day. The extent of people who can handle that, it isn't these 153. It's about 50 of these 153. The rest of them are here to see me performatively yell at you. It's really funny to change the title to music stream, Dickers. That's really funny.
That was somebody else in my
Is that your way of saying you're gonna delete this? Because I didn't even delete Selena chat. If you guys want to go get
don't
Selena,
advertise
go
it.
get it
Don't
now.
advertise it.
Anyway, I mean, I already saved it. I don't delete content. Like, I save it just in case because I don't want anyone to yell at me.
I'm sorry.
What's going on? Are you about to start literally cracking up?
No, I'm crying.
What is your deal right now, man?
Well, you said it was.
Why are you wearing a Hanes t-shirt? Are you drunk?
No, it's not
Why
Hanes.
are you dressed like this?
It's not Hanes. This is just.
It literally
This is
looks
the
like
last shirt.
underwear.
This is the last shirt I have. That's like clean.
That's disgusting.
Don't back down, Bobka.
I'm not backing down. I'm just like genuinely confused. What are you doing?
I am too. We all are.
Shut up. Shut up.
I'm not sure. Why? I'm on your side, you stupid bitch. Why are you telling me to shut up?
I don't get it. I don't understand. He's like been is it this fucking hard to write an essay, Dickers? You've never written an essay before? You've spent so long doing STEM that you don't know how to fucking write? Is that what this is? Like, are you lashing out because you can't write a 5-paragraph essay?
It's not 5. It's not 5 paragraphs. It's.
Do you know
long.
how easy it is to write a script? Do you know how fucking easy it is to write a script?
It's different to like a scientific thesis. It's harder.
Oh, so you're
I've
saying
been
there is value
I've been
in like the
in
art.
a bad state of mind recently.
What's been going on, buddy? What has been happening? Because I said it earlier this week. I said something's up with Dickers.
Okay,
I hope
bro,
he
you're getting too big for
rebounds.
your boots.
Something very strange is going on here. What's
you
been
wouldn't have
happening,
been in
man?
this
I just keep
situation
hearing
had you
about you.
played
It's
the
just like
dual
L
tree.
after L after L.
Idiot.
What's going on?
Okay, it's not LF. That's a little
No,
dramatic.
it is Ella. Don't sweep, okay? Put your broom
That's a
away
little
for your day
dramatic.
job.
He's been doing fine.
Mrs. Janitor, put your broom away for your day job. What is the problem here?
I don't know what you mean. There isn't a problem.
That was a really mean joke, Aiden, but it was pretty good.
What is your problem, Dickers? What happened?
I don't have a problem.
Who molested you? Can you just tell us now?
Okay, brother, you've taken it too far now. Get that guy out.
Aiden, that's disgusting.
I was never molested for the. I don't want people thinking that about me just because I said a couple, words I regret.
You are sort of acting like that, you know?
What, like I was molested?
Like you've been through something deeply traumatic that's making you act out. Like you have a very overactive death drive that's just driving you towards chaos and destruction. Like you hate yourself.
What does that
and you're
mean?
making it very public to everybody around you, to your entire audience. And it's almost too vulnerable. It's almost like smutty how much you're revealing about yourself.
I don't understand how
what much you are driven towards your own destruction. It's actually like psychosexual.
I don't even know what this means. What are you talking about?
I mean, you are driven through some sort of psychosexual neuroses towards your own destruction. And you literally hate yourself so much that you were like, I'm actually going to put the N-word in GamaChat right now. I think that would be really good for me.
I was goaded into it. I've already explained this.
Goaded into it by Codex going, he needs to be more racist.
Yes.
Codex is going to say that all the time.
As if I won't.
Right. So there's like 10 steps
what I
between...
want, when I want, in whatever chats I want. Okay?
I never said
and
you
I will ban anybody who mentions it.
The things a person says just are revealing about them. And this seems to be revealing something about you.
Like when I
And
said
I don't
the
really
N-word.
understand. Yeah. No, just like this plus Selena. It seems to be indicating something to me.
Okay. My end take about Selena, what was controversial about that?
I actually don't want to say it. You're going to get a strike. I'm not going to say that what's controversial about it. Let's leave it.
Okay. We
There
can put
are
a pin in that.
animals
We can
involved.
talk about that off stream.
We don't need to talk about it off stream. We all know. I don't want to put it in words.
Okay.
I don't understand. Why? Why do this? I actually genuinely don't understand. Why do this?
I unironically, okay, I'm impulsive. I put it in the chat. I wanted Gamma to just go, whoa! And then it'd be deleted. I didn't realize the on-screen chat would be permanent.
Okay. So, this is really a bad advice to give a creator. But it's advice you need anyway, because I can see all of your playlists. Make a fucking alt. Just make an alt.
But then...
Just make an alt.
Okay. I will. What should I call it? Knickers?
No, you should never say what it's called, and I will just tell everyone that's Sticker's alt. That way it's not hiding it. But like, technically, no one in the ACC can ever prove it's your alt. And I'll cut this out of this VOD. And I do have a really deep fear that you're going to piss someone off in the ACC, and they're just going to spend all day on Filmot.com looking up things like N-word and gorilla and Mexican and African and gay until they find all of the things you say.
They won't find everything.
All of the time.
They will find everything.
All they need to find is like 3. Okay?
Who the fuck is going to think to search up Matumbo?
They don't need to. They can look up African and still find it. They can look up Mexican and still find it. I mean, I cut it out of the VOD, but I'll cut it out of the thing. I like the Tyler Oliveira chat. He reviewed the Tyler Oliveira video. It's an hour and a half long. I have spent like 3 days editing it. Now, mind you, I'm not the fastest editor. An hour and a half video would probably take me like 5 hours.
Was that the one with the illegal
But
immigrants?
because I'm lazy and I do like thumbnails too. But
Was that the one with the Mexicans?
there's so much in it. Like, I think most of it is just you sitting there watching at this point. Because I've had to cut out, like, it's just not for VOD viewers. It's just like not a thing that I can put out there. And this is the fundamental issue, Dickers. You're not
There was
just
not that
performing
much
for
bad
stream,
in
you're
that
performing for
VOD.
both.
So far as I can
Oh my-
remember it, from my own memory of what I said
Buddy.
during that VOD segment, I did not say that much, okay? Give us a little walkthrough of some of the things you've had to cut out then. And we'll leave it to the chat
What
to
was
judge.
one of them?
We'll
You
leave
made a
it to the
joke,
chat to
like,
judge whether it's
pretending
like
to be Tyler, but then you went, like, at the end of that joke, like, what worked, you go, to be fair, most of the Mexicans are probably homeless too. And I was like, okay, gotta cut that part. Like, that part doesn't work here. You were looking at pictures of, like, liberal protesters, and you went, that, like, just for, like, 30 seconds, we're just, like, talking shit about them, which is the time. I timed it, because that's the time YouTube has. And you were like, that one's autistic. That one has some sort of birth defect. Like, that one's fat. That one's ginger. And, like, that's, like,
I know
funny,
exactly
ha,
what you're
ha, ha,
talking
right?
about.
Yeah.
That woman did
But,
have
like,
a
it was,
birth
like, for a
defect.
while,
That bloke
right?
was ginger, and the other one absolutely was autistic.
Okay.
It's not TOS if
so
it's
then,
true.
like, there's a clip right before that where you're talking about a fat lady who's an activist, and then right before that you're talking about a Mexican lady who's fat. So it is just 3 minutes of you, like, talking about people's intrinsic attributes.
It's
so
not
it just
intrinsic.
cannot. I know you like people love to go, oh, fat's not intrinsic. It is to fucking YouTube.
We
It
have
literally
Ozempic
is.
now.
It is to YouTube. It is intrinsic to YouTube.
Do you not think that those people have diabetes?
I don't think all fat people have diabetes.
No.
That's
Those
just not
people that I was
accurate.
talking about. Those fatties.
I think the fat one
Be
who was
honest
a
now.
liberal was under 30, so probably not. No,
Would you say they're pre-diabetic?
probably.
They would
But probably
qualify
not
for
medically.
Ozempic.
It's not relevant, Dickers.
They would qualify for Ozempic. That part is relevant.
Dickers, you need to get in line, okay?
You know, there are a group of people who were told that what they could and couldn't do, what they must and must not do, they were told to get in line. They were told to mind their place, to watch their station in life. Do you know who I'm talking
Dickers. I don't know.
Your
the
people.
whites. Which one? Which one of my people?
No,
I'm
like
so many things.
I'm saying, like as a collective.
Dickers.
Do you not get what I mean?
It's just like
I'm basically
No,
the YouTube streamer version of like Frederick Douglass. I'm throwing off my chains of my nagging, you know, not. Okay, I want to keep on saying mummy, but my mouth goes, I'm terrified that I'm going to say mammy, and that's going to be very racist. My nagging mummy.
it would be really racist to say mammy, yes.
Okay, I've just read the DMs.
I want you to know that's 100% true. Like, literally 100% true. And, like, the past 3 days, I've just been going, okay, cool. So.
Okay. Can we just say, okay, can you please just implore everybody watching the stream right now to if they have a screenshot of me saying an inappropriate phrase, to please delete it. Because I think I've heard what you've said. I might not agree with it all, but I think it's good advice. And so can you, because they won't listen to me.
Chat. Please. Genuinely, he'll say it again. He'll do it again. He's got a brain issue. Just delete this screenshot. Whatever, it'll happen again next week.
Please.
Consider it.
Thank you.
Oh, it's so bad that Rita's auto-archiving this because literally I don't want to be in any content. That's really unfortunate. Rita, can you cut me out?
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah? Okay. Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Body cam stream, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Bye, chat.
I'll see you later. Okay. Nice. Oh, okay. Oh dear. Let you in? Why the fuck? Everyone is in the waiting room. I don't think I can. I don't think I will. Jamie, however, I will read your...
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Get that monkey out of my VC.
I don't know what you're talking about, Lumpy Willie, but thank you for the $2. There is only me currently in the VC, and I have got a normal-looking nose. Okay. Yeah, that's probably fair. Okay. Wait, what is this? So this is... what? This is Shelby's comments. How long ago is this? Oh my god, dude. This is fucking ages ago. What is my face right there? Why have I turned off? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is Fence Smoker's old PFP. This is Major Windy's old PFP, I think. He doesn't have that anymore. Jamie's still got the same one. Noz. Babka's still the same. Wow, Oggy used to be good at video games. At Shelby, someone predicted Chud and Queeman will break off and be anti-Nick due to Tommy or something. Green M&M. Bro, the Dick a D list? That's a name. If you dick the Gok, ain't that docking? I don't think it's gonna happen that way. I think it's more likely that Tommy will have one big spurg out and antagonize Chud, and what comes off that will be a drama that will go for 3 days to a week. Lumfow. He predicted it. Although, I do have to say, it will go on for over a week. Shelbstradamus, yeah. I don't know how the fuck Jamie is going through and looking at old fucking VODs to look at the comment sections there, but fair play. Shelby fucking won. And the worst thing is, I don't think Shelby is even here to revel in the win. I think a few minutes ago, he thought that I was going to go into a shill and just left. But there we are. Shelby won. Yet again. Oh. Never shut up Shelby again. I actually... Despite what Three-Toed Polly said earlier, something about why didn't you just ban Shelby, I actually like Shelby. I seem to be about the only streamer who actually does. But I actually enjoy Shelby. Well, most of the time. Can agree, can disagree. He's usually quite annoying, but he is always... Nah, he's always chatting, isn't he? There we are. Okay, there we are. He's a valuable chatter. If nothing else, he just kind of like, he fills up the chat. He types a lot, you know? You can always rely on Shelby to be typing at his keyboard. Yep. Yep. What a cuck. What do you mean, what a cuck? Okay. Also, no, Shelby doesn't actually, Shelby never does donate, but, you know, hey-ho. Can't even buy themselves a fucking membership. Cheap piece of shit. Fuck me. Dicker's chat so far has dropped 2 truth nukes. Many more to come. Not me, but many more to come. Okay. Since it was a dono goal, and I don't want to be, I don't want to skip out on that, okay? We are going to carry on. We are going to carry on with the, with the RADS test. Justice for Spinal. Spinal's not banned in my chat. Spinal can type here if he wants. I think many people actually permaban from my chat, except for like alt accounts sometimes. If somebody's coming in to just spam emojis, that'll be banned, but you know. Anyway, back to this. I can't put myself in other people's shoes, that's never true. Hard time figuring out what some phrases mean. You're the apple of my eye. I like to talk to people who share my special interests, and obviously. Focus on details rather than the overall idea. Yep. I always notice how food feels in my mouth. It's more important to me than how it tastes. That's not true, but I do notice how food feels in my mouth. Like, texture of food is, like, normal, right? Yeah. I miss my best friends or family. Whoops. When we're apart for a long time. Nope. Sometimes I offend others by saying what I'm thinking, even if I don't mean to. Yep. I only like to think and talk about a few things that interest me. Nope. I'd rather go out to eat in a restaurant than myself with somebody that I know. No. I cannot imagine what it would be like to be someone else. Nope. I've been told that I'm clumsy or... Yep. Other people consider me odd or different. Odd or different. Odd or different. Yeah, let's be honest. I understand when friends need to be comforted. Yes? I'm very sensitive to the way my clothes feel when I touch them. How they feel is very more important to me than how they look. Maybe? Kind of. More important than how they look. No, probably not. I like to copy the way certain people speak and act. It helps me appear more normal. Nope. It can be very intimidating for me to talk to more than one person at the same time. No. I have to act normal to please other people. Meeting new people is usually easy for me. I'm highly confused when someone interrupts me when I'm talking about something I'm very interested in. No. It's difficult for me to understand how other people are feeling when we are talking. Nope. I like having conversations with several people, for an instance, around a dinner table at school or work. Yes. I take things too literally. Wait, what? Wait, what's Shelby saying? You're always thinking about Shamu. He's an old friend and a Dickers viewer. He'd enjoy the hell out of it. Okay, I don't know. Okay. I take things too literally. I often miss what people are saying. Nope. Maybe. Okay. Some ordinary textures that do not bother others feel very offensive when they touch my skin. Okay, I will have this. I don't know what it is. It's a particular type of carpet. I can smell it every now and again. Not even when it's like actually around me, and not actually when I'm near it, right? It just every now and again, I'll just catch the smell. Oh, it just kind of, it's dry and musty, and I can, you know? Like, I'm sure a lot of people have sense like that. That every now and again they'll just kind of like get a whiff of it. But it's like nowhere around them. But it's just like something in your brain misfires. It's a very distinctive smell. And I know that it's from when I'm a very, very... Whoops. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I'm back. Okay. No F, I'm back. I've never wanted or needed what other people call an intimate relationship. I don't think so. I've never wanted or needed, no. It's difficult for me to start or stop a conversation. I need to keep going until I'm finished. Is it difficult for me? Nobody likes like an abrupt stop to a conversation. I wouldn't say it's difficult. I speak with a normal rhythm. Yep. The same sound, color, or texture can suddenly change from feeling very sensitive to very dull. Yes. That's normal? No? Yeah? Why did Noz block you? I don't know. The phrase, "I've got you under my skin," makes me uncomfortable. No. Sometimes the sound of a word or high-pitched noise can be painful to my ears. No. I'm an understanding type of person. I think so. I do not connect with characters in movies and cannot understand what they feel. No. I cannot tell when someone is flirting with me. I can, but I'm a man. I feel like I can. I feel like I can. I can see in my mind, in exact detail, things that I'm interested in. If I'm interested in it, and I've like looked at it a lot or thought about it a lot, then yeah. I keep lists of things that interest me, even when there's no practical use. Sports statistics, train schedules, calendar dates, historical facts, and dates. Nope. Whenever I feel overwhelmed by my senses, I have to isolate myself or shut them down. Nope. They tried to catch me with... Nah, never mind. I like to talk things over with my friends. To be honest, men don't notice flirting until afterwards. Nope. And it very, very rarely happens that women will flirt first. But it does happen. But the inverse is usually more frequent, right? I like to talk things over with my friends. No. No. I cannot tell if somebody's interested or bored by what I'm saying. Nope. It can be very hard to read somebody's face. Nope. The same thing, like clothes or temperatures, can feel very different to me at different times. Nope. Feel very comfortable with dating or being in social situations with other people. Yep. I try to be helpful as I can when other people tell me their personal problems. Yeah, probably, yeah. Dickers will be getting pegged and be like, "Does she like me? Not quite to that extent. Not quite to that extent, but kind of. Time's running out. What do you mean time's running out? I've been told that I have an unusual voice. For example, flat, monotone, childish, high-pitched. Nope. Okay. Sometimes a thought or a subject gets stuck in my head, and I have to talk about it, even if no one else is interested. That may be true when I was a kid. I do certain things with my hands over and over again, like flipping, yes. I've never been interested in what most people I know consider interesting. No. I'm considered a compassionate person. Yep. I get along with other people by following a set of specific examples that help me look normal. No. It's very difficult for me to work and function in groups. I don't think so. When I'm talking to somebody, it's hard to change the subject. If the other person does so, I feel upset and confused. Nope. Sometimes I have to cover my ears to block out painful noises. When I was a kid. Yeah, I think so. What do you mean time is running out? What does that mean? I can chat and make small talk with people. Oh, Parry's coming for me. When has Parry not been? I think that's like Parry's primo content. Oh? Anyway. I can chat and make small talk with people. Yes. Sometimes things that should feel painful are not. For instance, when I hurt myself or burn my hand on a stove. No. When talking to people, I have a hard time telling them when it is my turn to talk or listen. I don't think so. I'm considered a loner by those who know me best. Probably to a certain extent, yeah. Well, true now only, probably. I usually speak in a normal tone. Yeah. I like things to be exactly the same day after day. Nope. How to make friends and socialize is a mystery to me. Nope. It calms me to spin around as a rock in a chair when I'm feeling stressed. To rock in a chair? Probably, yeah. The phrase he wears it on his sleeves does not make any sense to me. Nope. If I'm feeling anxious when there are smells, textures to feel, noises or bright lights, I feel anxious and frightened. No? I can feel when somebody says one thing but means something else. Yes. I like to be by myself as much as I can. As much as I can. Don't think that's quite true. I keep my thoughts stacked in my memory like they're filing cards, and I pick one out, the ones I need by looking through the... or another unique way. Another unique way of keeping my... Huh? No, I don't think so. The same sound sometimes feels very loud or very soft, even though it's not changed. Occasionally, but not really. I enjoy spending time eating and talking with friends and family. Yep. Can't tolerate things I dislike. Smells, textures, sounds, of colors. I can tolerate it. I don't like to be hugged or held. Nope. When I go somewhere, I've followed familiar routes or get confused and upset. No. It's difficult to figure out what other people expect of me. Nope. I like to have close friends. Yeah, who doesn't? People tell me that I give too much detail. That is probably true. I'm often told that I ask embarrassing questions. Yep. I tend to point out other people's mistakes. Probably. Wait, what? 2 incomplete questions? Where? No. And... no. Okay. Let's get down. Fantastic. Hey! What was... let me compare the score. Let me compare the score. What was the score before? Mirror. Mirror, mirror, mirror. Okay, so before... okay. I've only gained some autism. I would say very minimal. Okay, my language subtotal's the same. Social relatedness has got worse somehow. Sensory motor subtotal, that's got slightly worse as well. And then circumscribed interest subtotal, that's actually decreased. Okay, okay. 53? What does that mean? A boom. Okay. Okay. Some autistic traits, but likely not autistic. Ooh. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It went up. I mean, to be realistic, okay? This the scale is so like, yeah, is so weighted towards the end that it's, you know, it's very, very, even though it's a certain percentile increase, it's like, ugh, you know? Also, I don't know. You're gonna have like slight deviations, especially if you don't have like a clinician there to administer it. And maybe, to be honest, okay, to stop self-sweeping, maybe I just feel more comfortable answering the questions now. And so I'm not considering quite so much the fact that people are watching me. Like 113 people are watching me answer this autism questionnaire. But there we are. Not autistic. The test proved it. There we are. You will pass the 65 threshold within 6 months of streaming. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if I'm still streaming another 6 months. We'll see. I think I probably will. I think I probably will. Almost certainly. Almost certainly. 45% increase in how long? That has been about 4 months, 5 months. Yeah. Take a racism test. I already did. And 2 out of the 3 tests that I took said that I was racist. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the issue is that I did get excellent advice, actually. And I said that, you know, realistically, if you score quite high on this test right now, it's gonna do quite well for you, especially with the conversation you've just had. But I decided that I would be honest. I'd take the accountability, and I'd say, I'm not autistic. I'm just racially insensitive. And so at the end of the day, I kind of like, I opened up to how I am. You're a liar. How am I a liar? What do you mean a liar? I've just admitted to taking 3 racism tests, and 2 out of 3 of them said that I was racist. You're a liar. What you think I care more about being called autistic than about being called racist? I mean, to be fair, you know, you could change the racism thing. You know? It was 3 out of 3, GigaChad. I cheated on the 3rd. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You guys are pulling this shit out of your fucking ass, alright? Don't even try. You are racist like a cat. Do political compass? It's going to give left libertarian like it does for everybody. It's so like easily weighted that way. I will say I'm some kind of like social democrat, you know, like moderate left, not a communist, nothing like that, but you know, probably moderate left. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I can't expect Dickers to not sweep after what he pulled today. Wait, there's a double negative there. I can't expect Dickers to not sweep after what he pulled today. Okay, nice. Do a 12-axis one. Okay, this will be the last bit of the stream, though. Okay? And then, I'm going to sleep. You're a lib. It's actually way worse than being racist. Okay. It's fine. I'm not racist. I'm not racist. Windy. I already said earlier. I watched a little bit of it off stream. And he started going into like old content to do with like Chud talking about his prior employment. I don't know, it just seemed kind of weird. And I've heard like mixed reviews of it, so no. However many times you spam, I will not. I will not. Okay. Did he do a single segment now? I did 2 segments. Fuck you. You will be presented with a series of statements. Short version, fuck this. Okay. Government should be accountable to the international community. Strongly agree. All corporations are inherently evil. Slightly disagree. Same-sex marriage should be legalized. Yeah. Taxation of the rich should be very high. Yes. Alliance can pose a threat to a nation's security. Alliances can pose a threat to a nation's sovereignty. Glasses on. Glasses on. Okay. Alliances can pose a threat to a nation's sovereignty. That's partially true, but it's a trade-off. Illegal immigrants should be deported in most or all cases. Neutral. The elders in society know the best path for it. There's interesting research actually on this. So as you get older, your IQ doesn't actually decrease, and what most people consider senility is actually just like older people are having to spend more time like processing like audio inputs and kind of sight, because their eyes fail, their ears fail, their brain is actually completely intact, and usually they will be kind of have a more amount of information, and so possibly, although they're going to be more rooted in tradition, unsure. Local products are often poor in quality. I mean, that's just true. I mean, here's the thing. If you think about local products, simply localized in, like, you know, near you, versus the entire market, you're adding a selection pressure for it to be being local. So, of course, it's going to be lower quality. Police need more power and protection. I'm not sure. Immigrants can never really adapt to our way of life. I'm going to disagree. I'm transhumanist. Sure. People should hold more loyalty to their local state. To their local state than their country. I'm guessing this is an American question. No. Elections are a waste of resources. Nope. Traditional medicines are often... Nope. You should put more effort into getting a man on Mars in the near future. I don't think there's any benefit to it now. Fully privatized healthcare is a better means of providing healthcare than a single-payer system. Fully privatized. No, probably not true. Lasting peace leads to prosperity. That's just a fact. No cultures are superior to others. Partially disagree. Military actions by a nation is often necessary to protect it. Yes. Class war is real and important issue. Partially agree. Taxation should be voluntary or abolished. Disagree. Taxation for the rich should be higher than it is now. I'm unsure. I'd have to look into that, I guess. Taxation is currently too complex and should be simplified. No, we have people in society who work that out for us. If you've got enough income to be able to, you know, even have to worry about taxation being complicated, pay an accountant, pay a tax advisor. That's what people in society are there for. Especially with a complicated tax system, you're able to get like really, really good targeted taxation, which is like, I would say, the number one influence. It's the most targeted and the most kind of fine-tuned, I guess, tool that a state usually has to like incentivize or de-incentivize behavior. So, yeah, we probably a complicated tax system is probably, unless it's unreasonably complicated, and the bureaucracy gets too much, it's probably a sign of a sophisticated tax system, but not necessarily. The more people asked, the better chance it is of reaching the best decision. The best decision. No, democracy doesn't get the best decision. Government should not regulate the economy at all. Nope. My religion is true. I don't have a religion. Our cultures would be better with other cultures mixed in more. Sure. Some freedoms must be given up in order to keep people safe. I mean, of course that's true. Religious organizations often provide better assistance to the poor than the government does. Unsure, neutral. Better assistance to the poor in general. No, slight disagree. Most bad things happening in the world are caused by us turning away from religion. Disagree. There must be a separation between church and state. I mean, to explain the last one about most bad things in society happening because of people turning away from religion, I think there's probably some kind of pre-existing kind of effect that is going to lead people to move away from religion, and so that's going to be an effect rather than actual, you know, cause. There must be a separation between church and state. Yes, and England kind of has that, kind of doesn't. You know, it's difficult. The right to bear arms should not be infringed. The benefit of open borders would outweigh the costs. Partially agree. Strong states weaken a nation. I don't even know what that means. The government should encourage local production and consumption. Probably true, just because it's more efficient. The general populace makes poor decisions. Probably. Most economic problems we see today are not caused by capitalism, but by government. There are so many factors feeding into economic problems that it's hard to even say. Foreign products are as good as local products. As good or better. Otherwise, why would we import them? Wait, no, previous. Are as good as local products. Agree. It is better to maintain a balanced budget to ensure welfare in citizens. Better to ensure a balanced budget than welfare of citizens. Not always. Local government can understand their citizens better than the national government could. Yes. Having bits of government kind of out, you know. Fuck off from taking American-based tests. I mean, this is the one that I was told to take. Homosexuality should be criminalized. No. The budget exists to protect our welfare, so... Yeah, but if they're saying that if it's going to come at the cost, right? If balancing the budget is going to come at the cost of welfare and ensuring the welfare of citizens, which do you choose, right? That's the heart of the question. Pardon me. High tariffs are needed to protect local industries. Disagree. Well, partially disagree. Sometimes. The United Nations should have a military to enforce its resolutions. I strongly agree. There should not be international law. Strongly disagree. The threat of machines taking over humanity is very real. Disagree. The quality of life in general goes up decade by decade. Yeah. Local government should have more power to do what they do than they currently do. Sure. Society could not function without leaders and followers. Yeah. Yes. What? A UN army is nuts. The UN already commands a troop of peacekeepers. Yeah, there we are. They already have the peacekeeping corps of the member states. Yeah. So why would a UN army be nuts? Nations should cooperate whenever it benefits them both. I don't know what impediment you'd want to put to that. I'll say yes. Wait. Unless there's like moral lines in the sand. I guess. Restrictions on trade are bad for economy. I mean, partially true, yeah. Dixie, if you think you can do a good job about it, please do the Why is Every Girl a Hag Now video. If you can't, then fine, but I will next stream, okay? I'll do that as a segment next stream, don't worry. Why is the title Music Stream? And what would it cost you to review a 3-hour live stream of a concert? That would be $150. I couldn't do that. Especially not now. I need to go to sleep. The national government needs more power. I don't know. Affirmative action is mostly beneficial. Is mostly beneficial. I'm not sure on that. I consider myself an atheist. Yep. Well, agree. The wealthy have far more than they need. I mean, by definition, yeah. The government must be by the people, for the people. Usually. Almost always, yeah. Only those who serve the military should be able to gain power in government. Disagree. A government must maintain a strong military to defend itself. Must. I don't know if that's not necessarily true, but generally, yeah. Nations should not maintain a military. I mean, some shouldn't. If you have nothing to fear, if you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear. Partially disagree. Okay. Oh, fuck that. I mean, yeah, exactly. A 3-hour concert. I don't know. I'm thinking probably now. If you wanted if you wanted for like a commentary thing, yeah, probably quite a bit, but yeah. Sorry, Babka, he asked for an absurd amount of money, and I never said when. Oh, okay. No, don't worry about it. If you're talking about it for like a music stream, then it wouldn't ask for like an absurd amount of money, but you know, anyway. Structure between federalist and unitary, centrist, representation, centrist. Wait, what? I mean, I don't think I'm a centrist on that question. I think that I'm a Democrat with like technocrat kind of tendencies. Power, statist, maybe. Internationalism versus nationalism, probably. Diplomacy, non-aggressive. By preference, yeah. Immigration, centrist, yeah. Economy, social democrat, probably. Control, regulationism, yep. Trade, moderate, with a slight bent toward globalist, yeah. Religion, atheist, yeah. Culture, culturally left. And then technology, technologicalism, yep. Left-wing populism. Ah, the populist? Populist? No. Ugh. Ugh. That's gross. I'm not a fucking populist. Ew. That's some cringe fucking Babka shit. Wait, a populist? Where the fuck does it get that? I'm a statist, apparently. A representation, but I'm 50-50. Wouldn't a populist be 100% democracy? No? I don't know. Although a populist would be high on protectionism, would probably be, like, really high on democracy. I guess culturally left, atheist, technological, that's probably all going there. Regulationism, yeah, fair play. Okay, okay. I know how you feel about YouTube donos. Cringe, I bozo. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, I think that's probably representative. Breaking. Breaking news. Dickers Chudder is a left-wing populist. I'm not a left-wing populist. Don't say that. I think populism is, like, gross and stuff. You're probably populist left, aka Bernie Sanders. No. I think Bernie's a little bit more left than me, probably. It's going to depend on a particular policy, but I don't really like populism. I guess realistically, if I had to quibble really with populism, it'd be like on the grand narrative kind of thing. I kind of hate them. I kind of hate political ideologies that have those kind of grand narratives. It's gonna be more like a philosophical thing more than a political thing, realistically. But yeah, it's gonna be like postmodernist stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not a populist. I'm just materialist, which sometimes feels the same. As in a Marxist. Yeah, that's gonna be about the same. I feel like Marxism is squarely populist. No? Usually, probably, it bends towards that at the very least, right? Anyway, the arc of lefty brain rot is long, but it bends towards populism. I don't know what it is, but I have a reason to yell at Babka for her terrible content ideas. Go ahead, okay? Do it for me so I don't have to do it myself. Who am I rating? Bom. Reservoir. Okay. I'll be honest, alright? I would go ahead and raid food shops. I'd go ahead and raid food shops, but unfortunately, food shops has evidence that Cameron F305 said to her explicitly in private DMs that Jelly was 17 and lied about it, but she doesn't want to share that evidence with other commentators because she's promised the evidence to somebody else. Somebody else apparently has an exclusive on the information. So me, Morale, and then a couple other people have asked her for it. And she said, no, I've already promised to give it away to somebody else. What do you mean? You've promised an exclusive on the information to somebody else. That's just attention seeking? I don't know. It's very gay, though. I will say it's very gay. Anyway. So that, for me, fucking hate food shops. And in fact, I asked her. I was like, okay, cool. Can you at least tell me who you've given the information to so that I can ask them if they're okay sharing it? She says no. She refuses to even let me know who has the exclusive. Very gay. Very gay. So, I'm rating Reservoir instead. That's right. I'm not rating the pedophile. I'm rating the man who exposed the pedophile. That's right. Let's go. Okay. Anyway, I'll chat to you guys later. Ending stream. I will be back tomorrow. And hopefully I'll be a little bit better rested. Anyway, see you later. Bye.